Hi Rachel, nice to welcome. I'm Elizabeth.
I'm Charlotte. For marketing. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Very hot day.
Right. Yeah, well, it's going to be hotter tomorrow.
Yes.
Right.
So your presentation's loaded. I'm going to do a quick intro.
Yeah. And then I've got a student somewhere.
Yes. Olivia.
Which student have you got?
I don't know.
Oh, is it Olivia?
Olivia.
And what's she studying?
I'm not sure. I don't think she's here yet. I haven't seen her.
Cool.
So we have other student ambassadors who we can call on if we need to.
I can work and pretend to be a student.
I know. I'm getting to that point in my life where things get nuclear.
Yeah, I don't know. Got a clicker, but I'm not quite sure how it works. I've just been trying to test it around, but you might know more than me.
I think it just forward and back.
I've just tried it.
Oh, it doesn't work?
No. Oh, so I've switched it on.
Okay.
Go out of that, the you're in holding, that's why.
Sorry, which one do I press?
Just to close it, just
So we're just practicing.
There you go.
Oh, I see. So it is on there. How do you get off the holding slide?
Yeah.
AV can control that.
So they'll move it on. Somebody will move it onto the slides.
Yeah.
And then how will I move it on then?
No, he'll automatically do. Hi, Olivia.
I'm speaking.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Hi, you
Olivia.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Hi, Olivia. I'm Rachel.
Nice to meet you.
What are you studying?
English.
Fantastic. Olivia, English. I'm just going to write that down. So,
Rachel, how do you like to be introduced?
just call me Rachel Mills. I'm senior vice president. Yeah. Like that. Rachel Mills. I was going to introduce I was going to say something about myself anyway. I think maybe
Yeah.
that's
It's just when I'm doing my little intro speech, I just like to indicate who's speaking.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. It is working. So I've just been doing it on the keyboard. I can't get this one to work, but you could just do that. See, and then it moves across.
We could ask a young person, do you know how to make this work? There's still batteries.
If you can't, I'll get somebody to use them for the run, maybe for next week.
It's going to work. It's not a battery problem.
Maybe just a connection thing.
Is there somebody's contact details on there?
So just to let you know, the mic's not always on. So the left-hand mic's always picking up. And I'm going to be putting on captions just before we start. Just so anybody will...
Yeah. I can see my camera.
Okay.
Yeah, that's one to put on. I don't think if they can hear, okay. Maybe we just check at the start if people can hear us.
Yeah, because it's all working fine up there.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't think it's needed.
No, because you can see that because of captions, audio captions with lectures and stuff, they've overridden it, so you can't actually. Realize what's a mute and then
Oh, I
it's
see.
going, yeah, so
That
they
makes sense.
did a universal override.
So as well as, I don't know if you know, but as well as this room, we've also got a streaming room, a lecture theatre 3. Just because we're anticipating it to be quite busy. But we might have some last minute people come through because tickets to come through first, and then those who haven't signed up to this talk at this space, they can come in or they can go to lecture theatre 3.
Okay.
So we've got 2 areas. Not like anything changes, you're still presenting the same thing.
And there's a clock somewhere, isn't there?
Yeah, so I'll be, it's got the time on there, but I'll also be at the back with start, an end sign, and 5 minutes, 1 minute, so I'll be your prompter. So I'll be keeping an eye on the time anyway, so.
So I'm going to talk, we've done this before.
I've done, I did the off-road holiday with the kids, so I didn't talk them. Yeah, I'm just going to do some of that.
So I've got to show a video,
Yeah.
which is about 5 minutes, and I'm going to try and keep it to 10 minutes, okay, about 5 slides, and then I'm going to hand to you.
Okay.
But then who does the end bit? You know, the bit at the end, does Olivia do that? There's another video at the end, and then there's some final slides. Who does those?
I will see you there.
Okay, so I'll come back in and show that video, and then I'll talk to the final slides. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah.
Sounds good.
I haven't looked at those ones. I'm sure they're self-evident.
We could take a look at them now.
Sorry. You can do it on that. I think they're just something about UCAS dates and didn't put that on the presentation. Yeah, so then Olivia talks about that, then that video. So she stopped, played that video, which is something I haven't played it.
Yeah.
And then some dates, and then there's a thank
Oh, this
you.
is the end bit.
Yeah.
I can do those if you'd like me to.
No, it's fine.
Thank you, James. Here's the subject.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's just stuff to do for the day.
I'll come back in.
That's if they want to find out more information.
I'm also,
It tells you
I'll do that
I'm
part.
also happy to do those last slides if you prefer, but otherwise I'm
I'll put them back up ready again.
So we start at 10?
Yes, that's right, yeah. You're right.
So it's either back up for another one. There's lots of space on this side. Mary Malone, she's here. She's really on top, so I'm going to go and swan up and have a look there. I might do it. Is it?
Yes.
Is it not at Guys?
Guys Campus? No.
No, it's okay.
So today's just Strand. Did you get one of these?
No.
There you go.
It's
So that's a little booklet that
Yes,
has got
yeah.
all the talks and stuff and where all the hubs are. So where all the faculty hubs are if you want to go and
Yeah.
stick your nose in.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just not going to say thank you for coming on a Saturday. So each faculty has a space, do they?
Yes, yeah. So ANH is Arts and Humanities in the council rooms,
Right.
committee rooms, one next to the chapel. So they're in there.
Okay.
SSPP's in the exhibition space that's just here in Bush House.
Does it say where they were?
Yeah. So KVS is in their sort of area in this building, and it's blocked just one up to it on floor 2 in their spot. NMES is on floor 8.
Okay, I'll pop up there.
So ANH Laws in Somerset House.
So it sort of makes sense. They're sort of near where they hang out.
Yeah.
But nobody's in Virginia Woolf building, isn't it?
No, we don't use that. Yeah, it's too far away. Yeah.
No, let's go and have a look around. So I'll make sure I'm still on campus in case Mary something awful happens. I think she's on at 12.
Yeah. Our next Welcome to Wilderness Theatre, we've got 1 at 4, but that's Mark,
Okay.
who I know very well.
Yeah. So I'm meeting him at lunchtime. So
I mean, Mark's friend or not, depending on if I'm allowed him to do things or not.
yeah. So where would the other talks be then? The other welcome talks?
They are flip around. That one to the back. That's us here. So then the
Oh, I
pink
see.
one,
Pink.
and
And then
then
tea.
back to us, yeah.
So where's pink? Then we go here, and we go where's pink?
Pink.
And it's in Strand building.
So
and it's the
subject talks 1, pink.
somewhere in
Where is, do you know where pink one is?
Pink one.
Must be a lecture theatre somewhere. So it says Strand building.
Oh,
Is there a lecture theatre in that open?
there will be. I don't know the
Yeah.
specific.
I'll go
room
back.
there.
I'll just go back. It's fine. I've got hours. I'm relatively new to Kings, which is why I'm so incompetent. And that's one of the reasons I wanted to come and do this, because it's like there's no better way of finding out how things work than coming and doing it. But
This was the question because some of them haven't registered for a talk, but they want to know how to register. Apparently, so please do it via the app. This usually means Eventbrite. So I can't do it on
lots
the
of space in here, though.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
We'll be able to let anyone know. But I think there's a lot of people who haven't signed up for talks throughout the whole day. there's another one
Yeah.
today.
However you want to go.
There is, but they're recording the session as well, so we'll get it online.
So depends where we are.
Seeing lots of inquiries of people who don't have tickets but want to get the tickets right now.
That's exactly what I'm just trying to find out.
I'll just wait outside.
Yeah, perfect, thank you. Who's the opens at 4?
If we've got space, then we can send people in as well.
But do we need to sign them up for a ticket?
No, just
This is going to be too late.
yeah.
Yes,
So,
just let me-
so if there's yeah, so if we just wait and then the last if there's space we can fill it in.
For a session
So if there's space then we can send people through because we still got quite a few seats, so we're good.
And there's all those seats up there.
Yeah, exactly.
I think we just let them in now. There's actually still quite a lot of space. So we've
Just send them some information extra. That's what I do.
Because they should have got an email when they registered for the event. It would have been an email to say, "Oh, register for a talk." So if you're asking to check back in their emails, there should be a link after they registered for the whole open day. Saying,
Are you doing this?
if they do that, but you know, if it is
My boring little job for the day.
instance like this and there is space, we will let them in. We'll also be recording all the videos and putting them online, and we'll send a link out to that as well. But yeah, we can start letting other people in now.
No.
Yeah. Okay, sure. I'll stand at the back then.
Cool beans.
It's at 10:30 it finishes, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Yep.
I am gonna click that on. So
Where's the time?
okay.
Oh, there. Right. You're right. Keep an eye on that.
Okay.
It's like near the toilets thing. You know when you go towards the quad? I think it's there. Okay. Yeah.
I'm gonna put the captions on. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to King's College London. My name is Elizabeth Stolberg. I'm the head of marketing campaigns at King's, and today I have with you and welcome to the welcome talk. And we have Professor Rachel Mills with us, who will be doing that. We also have our student ambassador, Olivia, who I believe you're an English undergraduate student. So she's also going to be around to answer some of your questions after the talk. So just to go over a few safety requirements with you. We don't have a fire drill plan for the day. So if the fire alarms do go off, you'll see the exits on either side of you here. Please exit through those doors on either side. But we shouldn't hopefully have anything like that happen. So then the other thing is just to highlight is that we do have the lecture captions on, as you can see behind me. Naturally, this is just picking up as we're speaking, so apologies if there are any inconsistencies in those. But we hope that you enjoy your rest of the day with us. And then if you've got any queries or questions, please come and speak to myself after the event or one of the student ambassadors in a red t-shirt. Right, so I'll hand over to you.
I'm just going to wait a few minutes because there's a lot of people going to come in now, and it's a shame if they can't hear the whole thing. So is that okay if we just wait for... Is that right? They're coming in now, are they? Yeah, brilliant. I'll just talk about myself a bit. So my name's Rachel Mills. I'm relatively new to King's, which is why I'm not quite sure what's going on. I've been here about 10 months, and I'm here deputising for Kshitij Kapoor, who you're going to see on a video in a second. Kshitij is our president and principal, and I'm what's called the senior vice president academic, which is a very big, long title, but it essentially is I'm a deputy principal. And so we work very closely together to run the organisation, and the reason why I'm here today is that actually meeting our students and our prospective students is really, really important. And we're absolutely committed to that engagement with our students right from the start of that journey. And so we want to hear from you, we want to hear that voice of your experience today. And then actually I'm going to hand over a lot of the time this morning to Olivia, who's going to talk about what it's like being a student at King's. Because it's all very well for me to talk about it, but what I think you probably really want to hear about is the real student experience. So my one bit of advice for you today is stay cool, drink lots of water, but talk to the students. Because there's lots of us around, lots of the staff around, but the students are the people that can tell you what it's really like studying in the middle of this fantastic city. So those of you that are coming in, I'm riffing and just keeping everybody warm. Do come and take a seat. There's lots of seats down the front here. So welcome everybody. Yeah. And if you want to see, there are some seats on the side as well. You might not be able to see so much from there. Sorry, come down, come down. So hot in here this afternoon. It's already warm. Is that everybody? Welcome everybody. I don't want to delay too long because I know the schedules are really tight throughout the day. Right, I'm going to get going, and as I said to those of you that have just come in, my name's Professor Rachel Mills and I'm the Deputy Principal. So welcome. So the first thing I'm going to do is play this video. Is someone going to do that for me, or do I do that? Technical fail. How do I get the video to play? Like that. Okay. Is that right? Yes. Okay, I'm going to need some help.
Don't worry.
So as I said, we've got about a 4-minute video from our principal and president who'll set the context for this morning, and then I'm going to come in and talk through some of the rest of the slides before I hand over to Olivia.
Hello everyone and welcome to our Arts and Sciences
So
Week in Day.
this is Professor Kapoor, and we're going to just get the sound on.
Here today. My name is Kapoor, Principal at King's College. During the next 30 minutes, my colleagues
Sorry
will
about this.
Let's do it.
Welcome to
From
those
one
of
of
you
our
that are coming
current
in right now.
students who will give you a first-hand overview of the student experience
We go
and
back to
life
beginning.
here at King's.
So, welcome everybody. There are some seats around the side at the back, aren't there? They can get up to this balcony here. You want to see something? Absolutely. There's a balcony on the side. Please do take a seat. You'll be much more comfortable. It's getting quite warm here. I'm sorry, can you not get across the top? There's lots of seats down the front. I want to be past 5. Lots of space down the front here. This is going to work here. Oh. Yeah.
Hello everyone.
Hello everyone and welcome to our Arts and Sciences Open Day at Strand Campus. We are so pleased to have you here today. My name is Professor Shiraj Kapoor, the President and Principal of King's College London. During the next 30 minutes, my colleagues will introduce you to King's, taking you through our range of courses and our ongoing research and what to expect as a King's undergraduate student. You'll also hear from one of our current students who will give you a first-hand overview of the student experience and life here at King's. King's College London is one of England's oldest and most prestigious universities, founded by King George IV and the Duke of Wellington in 1829. Since our foundation, what has defined and distinguished King's is its ethos of using knowledge with a sense of purpose. We're not just about knowledge for knowledge's sake. We firmly believe that knowledge is a force for good, and it is our job to show you how we can use it to make the world a better place. And we invite you to be a part of this adventure. At King's, we strive for every student to achieve their potential, enabled by world-class, research-enhanced teaching. We support our students in becoming rounded critical thinkers with the character and wisdom to make a difference in the world around them. Our ethos is of knowledge with a purpose, and that means that learning at King's is not just about lectures and exams.
Oh, sorry. What have I done?
Your degree. Our job is to help you find your purpose and your passion, to help you form friendships that will last a lifetime, and to help you explore the world beyond the classroom. Whether that's getting involved in student societies, whether it's carrying out research in the labs or in field work, whether it's starting your own entrepreneurial journey through our Entrepreneurship Institute, whether it's volunteering with local charities or community groups, or discovering your leadership potential through our Civic Leadership Academy. Thousands of students, just like you, have come to King's and found their future, from reformers like the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu, to distinguished scientists like Professor Dame Nancy Rothwell, from poets like John Keats to Olympians like Dina Asher-Smith. And just this year, Hamza Talozule, who graduates from an MSc in Global Affairs, was selected as the Right Worshipful Lord Mayor of Westminster. He was elected to Westminster City Council 4 years ago, becoming its youngest ever member, and he is now the youngest Lord Mayor of Westminster and the first Muslim mayor of Westminster City. I hope that you too will follow their paths. Our community of communities at King's is proudly international and cosmopolitan, with nearly 40% of our students and academic staff coming from all different parts of the world. Like London itself, King's is a global melting pot of minds and talent. I hope you find your visit to King's inspirational and insightful, and I encourage you to make the most of your open day by speaking to as many people as possible, from your future tutors in the subject hubs to the current students who are ready to take you out on a tour, and don't miss the baristas serving you your coffee at one of our cafes. We have a multitude of different talks to attend, which you can browse using your Open Day app, as well as campus accommodation and gym tours for you to enjoy. Please don't say goodbye without having all of your questions answered. And don't forget to take some time to explore the City of London that's right on our doorstep. Thank you and enjoy your time exploring King's.
So sorry about the delay there. We're running a little bit late, but we should catch up time, I'm hoping. So for those of you that came in late, I'll say it again. My name's Professor Rachel Mills, and I'm the Deputy Principal working with Professor Kapoor.
Use this, please. They can't hear you unless you're theatre 3.
Right. So welcome to everybody in Lecture Theatre 3. I'm assuming it's on. Welcome to everyone in Lecture Theatre 3 who are looking at this remotely, and hopefully I'll stay in one place so you can see me. So welcome to King's, to our undergraduate open day. So a lot of you will have come into London, like myself, on the train early on a hot weekend day. Some of you will be new to London, some of you will know London very well, but I just wanted to first of all put ourselves on the map. this is where we are right now. We're here just north of the Thames in this fabulous position right in the heart of London. And one of the things about being at King's is we're in one of the biggest universities in the UK, right at the heart of the capital city of the UK. So you can see the Thames runs through the middle of our university space in London. I'm just going to point out a few of the things that Professor Kapoor suggested you might look at while you're here today. So we have a campus down here at Waterloo. We have a campus over here where our medical students study. Right by the Shard, those of you that know London will know the Shard very well, but right by the Shard we have the Guy's campus over here. And then by Waterloo we have the St Thomas's campus here. So if you're feeling energetic, you may want to go and look at some of our other campuses today. But most of the activity will be based here at the Strand. So that places us in London, and you can see that while we're a city university, I've said already we're at the heart of the city, we also provide a campus feel. Those of you that have already seen our pedestrianised Strand area essentially provides the heart of our campus. And do please go and enjoy that space. It's been open for about a year, and it has transformed this part of London. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our research and our ethos and our values and what we're trying to do here at King's before I pass over to Olivia, who's going to talk about what it's like to be a real student here. So we are the fourth oldest university in England. We were established nearly 200 years ago, and we're coming up fast to our 200th anniversary. So we have a very long history of teaching arts and sciences here on this campus, founded in the King's building, which I really advise you to go and see. That is our historical heart of our origins as a university. But we do so much more than that now. We are spread across London, as I've already pointed out, and the breadth of the subjects we now teach goes far beyond those original arts and sciences courses. We're a leading member of what's called the Russell Group. You'll hear that word a lot as you go around your university open days. The Russell Group is a group of 24 leading universities in the country, and you might say, why does that matter? It matters because working collectively with other universities across the UK gives us a voice into government, and it gives us power to collaborate across those universities and get significant amounts of funding in for the research that I'm going to talk a little bit about today. We're very proud that we're the top 7 university in the UK and a top 35 university in the world. So we care a lot about these rankings, and they demonstrate that we are absolutely at the forefront of what we're doing. And we have alumni all over the globe. Professor Kapoor already talked about some of our most famous alumni, but all of our alumni matter to us. And those alumni are spread over virtually every country on this planet, and we keep in touch with them, and there are communities right around the world for our students to connect with, and once you become an alum, to connect with as part of that alumni community. And the last thing I want to say on this slide is that global network is what really makes the King's distinctive. We have connections everywhere around the globe with industry, with NGOs, with governments around the world, with our alumni. And we're connected, and we're very proud of those connections, and you'll hear that a lot today. And it's those connections that give you an advantage as you graduate, they give you an advantage as you want to go on into your careers, and they keep you connected back to King's for the rest of your working life and beyond. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the research we do. We do research with impact, and what we're trying to do is to change the future for humanity and change the future for society on this planet. And so the research we do is purposeful, and it is directed to make change. We want to change the world for the better. And we do that by working in the spaces between the disciplines as much as we do it by working in the disciplines. And so that interdisciplinary approach is very distinctive and very strong here at King's. And again, our students get the opportunity to work at those interfaces. And that is where some of the most powerful things can happen. If you can work in that space between arts and sciences, between AI and ethics and law, between medicine and technology. It is at those interfaces that some of the most exciting things are happening right now, and where some of the most exciting things are going to happen in the future. And again, you're going to hear a lot about that today. I've already said we collaborate globally, and we have an enormous number of research centres that are working all around the world. But the ethos of what we're trying to do here is we put that research into the curriculum. So our students are exposed to real researchers who are doing world-leading research, and then our students get a chance to do research in whatever discipline they're in or whatever combination of disciplines they're in to actually make a contribution to that change in the world for the better. And so research is at the heart of what we're trying to do and what we expose our students to. And I'm not going to say much more about that, but if you follow our news feeds on Twitter or look at our website, you will see story after story after story of where we're making impact. And those of you that are interested in following up, just look at our Twitter feed. I think it's a really good example of just things that are coming out day by day, telling those stories of the great research we're doing. But we don't just do research, we actually serve the needs of society. And this is really important. Again, that ethos of King's is about service. Right from the start, in 1829, we have served the communities we live in, and we now serve the wider globe. So let's talk a little bit about that. This last week has been Refugee Week, and again, there's a lot of material on our website for you to go and look at about our impact with what we call the Sanctuary Programme. We've been running the Sanctuary Programme since 2015. We're very proud of this programme, where we've worked with hundreds of refugees from around the world, bringing them to London, enabling them to learn at this prestigious university, supporting them and often their families, but also supporting staff from around the world who are refugees, who are in crisis. And so this programme has served refugee communities for 8 years now. And again, today you'll probably hear a lot about it, but you can also, if you have time, you can go and see some of the stories around this at the Oxo Gallery, for example, down on the Thames. You can see stories about this around our campus. And these are really powerful stories of where we've managed to change lives by that support for individuals in crisis as they flee across the world. So we're an inclusive organisation that brings people into our community and supports them. But there's also a whole list of other examples here about where our students are driving things forward. So the examples here of KCL on the streets, Art Saves Lives, our student cultural champions, are all examples where our students, through collaboration with the Student Union, which again you'll hear about later on, are doing fantastic things while they're studying to change lives for homeless people in London, change lives for people working again across the UK and across the world. And lastly, I'm going to talk about, we want to graduate students who are critical thinkers, whatever discipline they've come from. That might be a really deep understanding of English, which you're going to hear about in a second, but also we're offering a growing number of programs across those disciplines. So we've set up a liberal arts degree where students can major in one of 13 different arts and humanities subject areas, but get that breadth of experience across the liberal arts. We've just launched a natural sciences program with the same ethos, where students are going to get experience of different disciplines across the science and technology domain and work in the spaces between those traditional science disciplines. So if you know that you want to do a specific subject, great, we've got specific subjects for you, but we've also got a new range of programs that are working across those disciplines for people that want to work in a different way. And the world needs both. The world needs people that work across disciplines and people that have a very in-depth understanding of single disciplines. But our overall aim is to give you the skills for life. Those things, some of the things you learn when you're at university, you might think, I'm not going to be using this now. But later on, decades later sometimes, you'll be using those skills. And we know from the change that is happening right now, if you look at how AI has transformed the way we're thinking just this year and in the ways we're thinking about assessing students and putting AI into our research, the future is going to be different. And we need to teach our students and create graduates who are agile enough to be able to do things in new ways as we come through the next technological revolution. So I want to point you to our cutting edge facilities. We have 2 museums. We have a fabulous library, the Morn Library, but we're part of the University of London Federation, so we have access to Senate House, the enormous library up at the University of London campus at Bloomsbury. We have access to the archives there. We have exhibitions all over our campuses. So do get out there and see the other things we're offering in this splendid space in the centre of London. And some of you may want to take time out between your second year and third year, or or maybe a semester, or maybe just a summer. Think about study abroad, think about internships with industry, think about internships with volunteering. There's many, many opportunities we offer to add to your degree program in novel and interesting ways. And again, do talk to us about that. Okay, I'm going to now hand over to Olivia, who's going to talk about what it's like being a student of English.
Hello everyone, I'm Olivia and I have just finished my degree at King's. I finished about mid-May and I studied English. And a point I think that was just made that I can really relate to, now having reflected on my time, is the skills for life that I've received at King's. So I would say when I first joined King's, I had a very a set of reading that I perceived I liked to read, and there were certain texts that I wanted to study and I knew that what modules I wanted to take. But your first year completely throws that up in the air, and your lecturers really encourage you to try something new. So for example, I just did a module in my final year translating Old English, reading Beowulf in medieval language, which I never would have thought I'd done having started at King's. So that is, I feel like that is one of the takeaways, is they really try to push you out of your comfort zone, and that wasn't something I was too happy about at the beginning, but there's multiple ways which I've been pushed to really find what my potential, and especially with careers as well. I highly, highly recommend this university for their support with careers. I had my CV torn to shreds by one of their career experts. I went to multiple meetings in my arms in the air saying, what am I going to do with my life? And they've really, really helped me find what I wanted to do. I'm not actually going into a conventional English literature degree. My mum thought I was going to be an English teacher or an author or going to editing or publishing or something like that, but I'm actually going into finance because that is what I'm interested in, even though I've studied English literature. So I think this university has really nurtured that ability to look beyond the box, and that is something that comes with being in London as well. You are surrounded by so many career opportunities, cultural opportunities as well. I've seen so much theatre and music, and it's all at a good student price as well, don't worry. It's not too unaffordable. You just have to look for the right discounts and everything like that. But part of me does wish I was sat where you are today, doing my degree all over again. I'm very, very sad to be leaving King's. I know it's time to move on, having done 18 years of education now. And a big part of my time here at King's has also been societies. They really do push you academically. It is a very competitive university academically, but I really encourage you to try new things. We have every society you could possibly think of. I think there's even a Taylor Swift society now. There's a plant society. Anything that you're interested in, they have it. And if you can't find a society that you're looking for, you can make your own. And you can nominate yourself each year for a committee role. So I'm on the committee for athletics, which has been a big, big part of my time at King's. I started at university just like a lockdown jogger. I took it up in lockdown. And this year I ran the London Marathon and also competed nationally for the university in a cross-country race. So that is something I'm very proud of as well. I don't know if I have anything else. I would definitely encourage you to consider King's. The location is amazing. The people as well, it is so diverse. And I think really, really take advantage of the fact that you are surrounded by academics and even the people you're studying with, they have such a range of backgrounds, and that is something to really learn from. I feel like now I can read anything, to be honest. I can take a critical argument from any text. So yeah, I feel very confident going into the outside world now with my degree at King's. So yes, that's my experience.
Thank you. Thank you, Olivia. And how fast did you do the London Marathon?
I ran 3:42. I don't know if that means anything to
Well
anyone.
done, you. Fantastic.
Thank you.
So I'm just going to, I've got a few slides here that I'm just going to whiz through because you covered all of these issues, I think. And you're going to, all of you that are here probably know what you're here to do. So I'm going to get through these quite fast. I'm going to just remind you that we've got this fabulous King's College London Student Union. And again, please do go and see them today. They run all of the societies that Olivia was talking about. And we've talked about that, we've talked about this, we've talked about running. Okay, I'm now going to show a little video which talks about the process of applying. And I'm going to get some help again. It's not.
We're looking to see that you are suitably qualified for the program that you're applying for. Have you studied the right subjects needed? And have you got or are you predicted to get the grades we ask for? Some of the more professional programs like medicine and nursing may ask you to have completed some work experience. We also want to see that you have a genuine enthusiasm about that subject through research you've done in your spare time, as well as demonstrate an awareness of any recent news or developments that are associated with that subject. The personal statement forms an important part of your application. You are allowed 4,000 characters, including spaces. At King's, we suggest around 75% of the content to be directly relevant to your academic pursuits, but that doesn't mean you only include the things you do at school or college. If you are a member of a drama group, for instance, that would be of great interest to us if you were applying to our English course. You might listen to podcasts or watch documentaries, as well as reading books and articles online. Whatever you include, keep it on point and try to link it back to the academic and practical skills required for the program. There is a lot to think about when making your application, but here are our top 3 tips. Firstly, don't delay researching and drafting your application. Secondly, your personal statement should be written by you alone, but do get someone you trust to check it for you. Not only can we tell if it's been written by someone else, but writing it yourself means that you can make it personal to you, helping your application to stand out. Thirdly, don't get stressed by it. Ultimately, you are writing about a subject that should be enjoyable to you.
I'm nearly done. I just want to point out the key UCAS dates. So again, these are probably things that you're all aware of, but we just need to remind you that these dates are really key because there's cut-off dates for applications, cut-off dates for making decisions, and these are what all of the sector are working to. But again, if you've got any questions about this, we're here to help. And I just want to finish by thanking you, and just that final message, which is our student ambassadors who are wearing red T-shirts are all around the campus. These are the people that can really help you. These are the people that have had the experience, that know their way around the campus. And there's a lot of staff around. We have the red lanyards. Do talk to us, and we can give our perspective as well. I think Olivia and I are going to stay here until the next talk in here is at 11 o'clock, and I think it's the business school. So we'll stay here, and please do come down and talk to us, ask us any questions. And with that, I just want to thank you and hope you have a really lovely day here in London, and it doesn't get too hot. Thank you.
I think, do you mind directing them to the exit to use them rather than at the top? Because I think that's the entrance only.
If you could come and exit down the front, you'll get out a lot quicker. See the exit here? Sorry, I should have said this. So you'll get out of the building a lot quicker if you come out the exit. There's also an exit this side here as well. So there's an exit on both sides. And that takes you back out of the... So there's an exit here as well if you want to go straight out there.
It's really warm in here.
And this be really good if that worked, because
It doesn't?
No, it doesn't move the slides. It works as a pointer, it doesn't move the slides. So I don't know what's wrong. So it's got batteries working, the pointer
Yes,
works,
yes.
but the slide it's not moving the slides on.
I will find, there was a technical person here.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. I'll let them know. and the arts actually.
That's relatively new. So I think the next talk is starting.
I just did that.
Right.
Not the business, it's the business owners.
Okay. Yes, yeah, which was great. Not for everyone, yeah.
So are you more scientist or more business?
I'm looking to do a business.
Yeah.
Intrigued nonetheless.
Yeah. So, well, I think one of the things that with CAS is because this is three different modules in other subjects, depending on your maths level, you would be
Yes, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because we need to start getting people settled, yeah.
Think about maybe
Does that form part of the degree? Is that sort of just on the side? Or?
If you pop...
form part of the degree, so most courses, I mean, I can't speak for the business school, but you choose your modules for second and third year, and maybe even first year as well. You can choose optional modules, and you can do one outside your
So is it like a credit system where you get a certain credit?
Yeah, so you need 120 credits.
Okay, yeah.
So we have the King's Language Centre,
Yeah.
and again, they've got a stand
Yes, they are.
today.
They're in the Great Hall.
Okay.
Yeah, you can go and chat to them.
So where's the
it's
all
further west, wasn't it?
It's just
Actually
across
going
the...
back there now.
Just in the King's Building, the oldest building.
Okay. So we want to back there now? And then we need to be back here for 11.
Yeah, I'm going back.
All right, we'll wander with you.
We'll go now.
I'm back at 12, I think.
And you're at pink, in the pink zone.
Oh, am I?
Yes, you're not here, you're in the pink zone.
Oh, is it not another Welcome to King's?
It is a well, another, but
Oh.
they've moved them, so...
Oh, okay. Where's that?
It's in Strand,
Okay.
but if you just pop into the information desk,
Yeah,
they'll tell
I'll
you
ask them.
where to go, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Olivia. Our clicky doodad thing is not working.
That's not good.
So
Where's your USB?
USB? This supposed to be USB?
Yeah, that it can't work without the USB. I actually foresaw this, so I'm ready.
There has no USB on it.
Yeah, it should have a USB in the little socket there,
Yeah.
but that should work quite nicely now.
Oh, you're a superstar.
No problem.
Right,
So you could clip in the mics on,
So
because that'll allow for the most freedom of movement for us. to
So
present.
where is our little mic? Okay, there it
So
is.
that's that one there.
So it's just that, yeah?
So we've got King's Business School
11.
coming in at 11.
Yeah, so everybody's going to start lining up now. So,
Someone's left their phone over there.
oh,
Delightful.
okay, great. I'm sure they'll all pump in and everything. Thank you. Thanks so much. Next talk here.
Yeah. Do you know how many speakers they have?
A few.
Okay then they're probably going to be better off using either this mic or that mic. But this mic only picks up sort of to here. As soon as you step off, it gets a bit faint.
Yeah.
So
So you might
presenting-
need to adjust the view for that one.
Which view? The
Because-
camera view.
Yeah, because we're going to have more than one.
Okay. So currently you can be up to about here without the while still on camera.
Up to about,
Yeah. So the camera can still pick you up from here.
okay.
We can make that wider. But yeah, the microphone can only be heard.
Yeah. Lovely. So basically, because then what we do is when we put the captions the subtitling, so it goes like that.
Brilliant.
When it's subtitling through.
Check.
Yeah, that's coming through nicely.
Brilliant.
So I think what will end up happening is we're going to have the most presenters
Okay.
with this one. So you might just have to get them to...
And they'll have to hand this over to each other, I think.
Okay. So I
Yeah.
will brief them on that one.
Yeah. Or if they don't fancy holding anything, then their best bet is to be stood exactly here, because you can actually be heard all through the room by speaking here. It's quite a subtle reinforcement, but each of these relay speakers projects it out further.
Cool. and then that's all streamed through. So I totally forgot about the streaming.
Yeah, the stream's all running. I've been to check it on the other side as well. It's packed in there.
Yeah.
It was rammed, really, really full. People sat on the floor, like unable to fit in. They are very full. If you can organise with them for another, I think it would make a whole mess of the scheduling and the signage. But more overflow rooms might actually be needed for that. But yeah, that's the whole thing. Maybe that was just the first section.
Yeah, it's always the first session. That's crazy.
Cool.
And then like all of the ones in here are going to be a bit manic, but anyway.
Excellent. Clicker's good. That's not good.
Is that one?
It's not. One second.
With these batteries.
I've not had a clicker actually drop battery on me before. That's a new one for me.
Here you go.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see if this works. I have more batteries in the office, but for just now.
But, yeah, I know this one works because the thingy works.
Ah, yes, the laser pointer.
You see, you can speak Liz. Or at least that's what my colleague
Why
calls it.
on earth is that not working? Okay, let me go grab another clicker for you because that for some reason is not functioning. Is that the correct one? Rudy, yep. It's registered.
Is there something we need to do if we go out of those ones? There may be an activation we need to do, but it's not picking up.
No, this should just work. Keyboard works fine. Okay, give me a sec. I'll try another clicker and see if that works.
Awesome, thanks Rudy. Lewis, sorry.
Floating around. We don't have noted the presenters.
I believe it's me, Leslie, and then student, Katarina.
Ah, okay. So
They
you
better
said
show up, because I know about the rest.
that's okay. So Martin.
I should go for about 10 minutes, plus minus.
Okay. Did you say Catalina?
Katarina.
Katerina.
Hi. Hi.
I am Rachel, I've just done the general talk. So I'm just in both present. Have you got any video? No. Good.
No.
There we go. Don't know what that was all about. You have a clicker. So that's good.
Oh, is this work now?
That works.
Oh, perfect.
Brilliant. That doesn't work. That should probably be removed to somewhere else before someone clicks it.
Let me put him on.
Are you speaking today?
I'm the first one.
Excellent.
There's more speakers.
So we're being streamed off to Lecture Theatre 3 today as well. So the camera up there is capturing to about here, and that's being sent over towards another lecture theatre. Your voice needs to go over as well. So even if they can hear you in the room, they might not be able to hear you over there. So if you can speak into the microphone like this,
I might just stay here.
that would be ideal. That microphone picks up sort of this area. As soon as you step off over here, some issues. But yeah, and then you can use the microphone there or whatever.
So if I will be here, it should pick it up, yeah?
That would be perfect. Yeah.
I mean, there's 3 presenters.
Yep. So they all just have to use their microphones, either this microphone or this microphone, to be sure. Oh, and Kraken.
Hi.
Dropped my phone back there. I think somebody picked it up.
Yes, we saw that.
Oh. There's a phone down here. Has it got, what kind of case has it got? Or
It's
is
just
it-
black case.
That's a
That's a calculator,
case
that is
in-
not a phone.
It's just a straight phone.
I did see it come in. Liz might have it, or it might have
Shall I
gone to
ask?
the.
Almost gave you a calculator instead.
All right. All
Cool.
good.
Thank you. Okay, let me pause.
No. There should be Leslie after me, according to presentation. Leslie, and then Katarina Stevens.
Okay, so we are streaming the session into Lecture Theatre 3. So what that means is, from a presentation's point of view,
I'm gonna stay here.
you need to use this.
Oh, he just told me.
We can either stay there,
Yeah.
and then that's fine. But if you're moving,
Yeah, he told me it's fine.
you can't go further than here, and then you need this.
Yeah, because of the last minute, actually. That's okay. I thought we were gonna. And I got. What's the story? Because I have few students flying from America for transfer students.
That password again for Eventbrite, so I'm just going to quickly note it down. I'm going to just log in on my phone just in case I need it. Yeah, that's what
Catherine is our student.
Yeah, they know. You're better off. I'll go and get Cat and Leslie.
Good morning, everybody. For those of you who are sitting on the edges and there's seats in the middle, we still have people waiting outside to come in. So if you could all just move in to make sure that we're moving into the centre and filling out that way, just so we can make sure that everybody gets in, because King's Business School talks are popular.
Because of you. How you been? All over the place. He's being streamed.
This works, eh?
Left, right. No surprises there. During the presentation? Or was it outside because you needed to
No. It's fine because you can fill in these questions.
They're following there anyway. No, I'll for myself. We'll see how the interest is if I can put out already. Natalie. Nice to meet you.
Leslie. Now Leslie. Leslie, how do you like to be introduced? Pardon? How do you like to be introduced?
I'm Leslie. My undergraduate career services.
It's our undergraduate careers at Mrs. Fabulous.
Oh, okay.
Because basically what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do a quick welcome to Safety Radio. Then I'll introduce myself and what's your name? When you speak, depends on what you like to say. Just do radio. So, Martin Africa, because we have a little kick there when you're talking, so you can move your slides. But we are streaming the session, so you do need, if you're going to stand anywhere other than there, you need to have a mic, and you can't go further than here.
Okay.
Because of all the cameras for the streaming.
Okay.
And you need to use the mic, otherwise the people in lecture 33 can't hear us.
So you don't want to use the mic too close to here, you'll get feedback, is right? You want to be away from that before you use the mic.
No, that's
Oh,
also
so
fine.
if you drift this way, it's not going to go in.
No.
We'll find it. Okay.
You'll be fine.
All right, and the sequence is
Martin, you...
Okay, cool.
I don't introduce Leslie. Well,
Because mine is just going to be welcome. You were your speakers for the day.
I'm just saying how the audio is going to go.
Yes. So I'm just doing...
Head of careers.
And then Charlotte's going to be holding up these signs. You've got your...
Yeah, I'll be at the end.
She's got a 5-minute warning,
Yeah.
1 minute warning.
That will be mostly.
Let's start.
So...
I should be done around. I time myself, 10 minutes. He'll be there. Don't worry.
Right, good morning everybody.
My name is Elizabeth Stolberg. I am the Head of Marketing Campaigns for King's College London, and you have joined the King's Business School talk. So if you are wanting to hear about King's Business School and all the undergraduate degrees that they have, you are in the right place. If not, then, well, maybe you want to study business degree. So I've got with me today, I've got Martin, I have Leslie, who's the Head of Undergraduate Careers at the Business School, and we also have Katerina, who is one of our student ambassadors at the Business School. So they're all going to be talking to you through about what to expect and the programs that we have available at the Business School. But before we get to the exciting bit, I have to do the boring bit, which is just to say that you'll notice that you just be aware of where your fire exits are. So if you're at the top, you'll see where there's the doors behind you, if you're in the balconies. And then if you're in this main part here, you'll see the exits to your left and to your right. So please do make yourself aware of that. We are streaming the session, so welcome to everybody in Lecture Theatre 3. So hello to everybody there. And then we are not anticipating a fire drill today. So that means that if the fire alarm does go off, please be mindful of the exits. And then follow one of our student ambassadors or one of our staff who are wearing the red lanyards, and then we'll take you through to any of the meeting points if that does happen. But we are not anticipating that to happen. And then please note, we are going to be putting captions on, so for anybody who might have any accessibility issues, or if you do have an accessibility issue, please do come and speak to me or flag down one of my colleagues in one of the red shirts, and then we'll come and assist you. Other than that, I am going to hand over to Martin, and I hope you enjoy your talk with us, answer your questions. Right, thank you very much.
1, 2, can you all hear me? Hello? Hi, can you all hear me? Very good. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for coming. Hope you had a nice journey, wherever you came from. Well, as there is a lot to go through today, I will speak about for 10 minutes to introduce you to our business school. We look at the undergraduate programs very briefly, and this will be followed, as described before, by Leslie and our student Katarina. Right, so my name is Martin Maters. I'm the student recruitment at the business faculty particularly. So a little bit about the business school. Now, business school has been a school of management from 1989. We have gained the status of faculty in 2017. However, even in this short amount of time, we have grown into one of the leading management institutions, and we are one of the largest business schools in London. You will hopefully find out today that we are a very friendly community and diverse community. For example, in our student cohort in business school, we have over 80. I think we're getting closer to 90 nationalities. This similar thing applies to our academics, where over 60% of our academics are actually have an international background. Now, aside from King's College as overall being the top-ranked university globally, what is really fundamental is our integration of high-quality teaching with our research. So really, our research is inputted into our teaching, and this brings the innovation and relevance to the degrees. Our location, of course, we are considered to be the most centrally localized university. Our Strand campus is right next to the Thames River, and this really offers a great opportunities for engagement with the real business world, but also various opportunities for our students to develop through various events, to develop their career prospects. Now, what I'm really excited to share with you, as it has been officially maybe 1 month now, we are now triple accredited business school. This is very, well, it's not easy to achieve. Among our peers, to my knowledge, we are the fastest achieved triple accredited business school from any of our peers. There is a less than 1%, or in numbers, there is around 14,000 business schools around the world, and around 90 of them have a triple accreditation. Okay, in terms of our courses, so at business school we offer 4 fundamental courses. So these are business management, accounting and finance, economics and management, and international management. We do offer another courses with collaboration with other faculties, such as computer science and management, modern languages and management. However, these are the 4 fundamental courses which we offer. If you would start one of these courses, you would be enrolled here at KBS, which is the Bush House, and you will have access to all of the facilities. Now, these programs really are what it says they are. They do share some similarities with those offered at other Russell Group universities. However, at King's, we like to infuse, if I can use that word, distinctive influence in our teaching, and this would be unique to every program, either through our research or some unique subjects we do offer within these programs. Business management course. So this is the longest running, I think around 20 years, and it's our most popular course, the largest cohort. And really, it's set up, it's designed to give you that overall and broad perspective of every part of the business. So what is nice about this degree is as you progress, you will have that choice of your pathway towards the business to choose if you're leaning more towards the marketing, for example, or finance, strategy, and so on. We will help you, support you, and direct you towards that, not only through optional modules, but through various events and so on. And you will feel like, if you like marketing, that you graduated really with a degree of marketing. But you can also stay with the general pathway and pick every bits and pieces of that degree. This is a standard 3-year program. However, we do offer 1 year abroad or within the industry. As per this particular, it could be in the UK or abroad. But what you need to keep in mind, then your degree would become a 4-year degree. And if you choose that pathway, this would happen in your 3rd year of the studies. Okay, accounting and finance. So that's our youngest degree. I mean, shortest running. I think it's going to be 4 years now. And really covers everything what would you expect in that accounting and finance degree. But apart from the standard modules, we also offer conventional modules such as audit and tax, innovative modules, which really we put emphasis of constantly developing technology like AI, programming, but also ESG. So a standard program, 3 years, also have the opportunity to study abroad for one of our partners, and it's quite popular. And our graduates also have that opportunity to apply if you wish to become a chartered accountant for exemptions from the accounting bodies such as ACCA and others. Our economics and management is really designed to give you that solid foundation in economics and the managerial side we're running. So I think this is a nice balanced degree because of that rigorous technical mathematical part within the economics and then the social approach of the managerial modules we offer. The advantage of this degree, based on students' also feedback and talking to them, is that again you have that freedom of choice if you wish to, in your 2nd and 3rd year, to take that pathway more towards the economics. This is again something, the opportunity is there for you. And it's also a 3-year standard degree with an option of doing the year in the industry or year abroad with one of our partner universities. Now, I really like this course. So the key difference at our international management is compulsory 4 years, as is expected. If you would enroll at this program, you would have to do 1 year abroad or 1 year in the industry, but not in the UK, as the name really kind of dictates. The focus is really of the side of that international management, of how the multinational companies operate. And based on the student and even employers, the standout element of this program is that international aspect. So you would gain the skills and knowledge, which would give you that competitive advantage, such as cultural competence, language skills, because in your 1st year you will be taking a foreign language as a compulsory module. And as mentioned before, it's a popular program, but it's a 4-year degree, and it's one of our, I think, 2nd biggest cohort on this program. Right, entry requirements. Well, we are very original, as you can see. They are all the same, really, for all the programs. The key difference here is if you wish to apply for accounting and finance and economics and management, you would need to apply with the A-level if you're doing your A-levels in mathematics, if you're doing IB, International Baccalaureate, your higher level in math. But please keep an eye on our website regarding the entry requirements, just in case there would be any changes, but we don't expect that. Now, what is really important to point out here is that the entry requirements are rigorously enforced by the admission, really. There are certain standards what we expect, and this would be the standards, as we really receive way too much more application, or many more applications than the places available. Excuse me. The first year, so what you really can expect in your first year of the studies. From the point of the teaching, there will be, everything is kind of, to teach the fundamentals. It's all about, that the idea about first year is designed to prepare the students, so at the end of the year they are prepared, they understand all the components to make that choice of which way they would like to specialize in their second year. So first year, in any of the degrees, all the modules are compulsory. From the, what you also will experience is some of the modules are degree specific, so it's really good to build that community within your own degree with your colleagues, but some of the modules would be crossover between the degrees. Again, we found a great benefits in students as well to become that King's Business School family. So you will have the opportunity to work with students from other degrees as well. And students favor it, and we do understand on our side that the change from the school can be quite challenging to the university. Also international students, change of coming from various different countries, different curriculums. So what is really good to know is that the first year grades, they don't really, they don't count towards your final degree. You still need to pass, of course, but all you need to worry about really, and you can focus on your degree purely, and then worry about the grades from your second year. I have really touched on this, but briefly, so how does it work? If you decide to study abroad, it depends on the degree, we will present you with the universities where you can apply for your year abroad. Now, as a King's College, one of the best universities in the world, we do partner with universities all around the world and some of the best and famous universities. So you're pretty covered there. As mentioned before, please take into consideration that would become then 4-year degree. Year in industry, I'm very passionate about because it's really become more and more popular. The market demands it. It's got all the advantages, all you can see listed there. However, that practical exposure for the students, in summary, it takes normally 9 months, can be 12 months. It's a paid placement, could be in the UK or abroad. Of course, if you are on the international management, that would be abroad, not in the UK, to get that international experience. But what is really good and the big advantage is that it's a common pathway to sometimes for our students to find the job. So if you doing the job within the company and you do well, that on many occasions after you graduate, you pretty much can have the job secured. On the other hand, you can also discover that during this year in industry, it's not exactly what you want to do. That's also a benefit, to find out at the early stages that you don't find yourself in that industry. As mentioned before, it would occur in the 3rd year of the study, and it's quite popular and it's growing part of our degrees. Now, I wish I had more time, so please, I'm open to then talk to you personally if you have specific questions, but if you wish to find out more, you can send us an email to business@kcl.ac.uk. I believe we have a room upstairs, which is 1 floor up, so we got our members of staff, students ambassadors, and of course, like I said, after the session, more than happy to speak to you one-to-one. I will now pass to my lovely colleague Leslie, and thank you. I want to go through it to the right.
To the right, okay. Hi, everybody. How are you doing? Making it all right? It's kind of strange to talk about careers when you're just kind of selecting your program, isn't it? And I think one thing that maybe might help is the fact that at the business school, we have a dedicated careers team, And we are actually the team that helps you run the year in industry. And our real approach, I would say, at the business school is quite around building work-related experiences and opportunities for you to apply the great learning you have in the classroom in real-world situations. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about our offer today. And just to, for our prospective students out there, not knowing what you want to do, that's the norm, okay? And even students who come in with a really clear idea about what it is they want to do, often that changes once they meet people, talk to people, meet employers, do placements. So no matter where you are in that thinking, your time at King's Business School is going to help you discover that and build the skills to put it into action. So we call ourselves Careers with Impact. Impact is that we have a philosophy here at the business school about doing business differently, doing business sustainably, doing it responsibly. And so we know that the students that graduate from our programs are going on to actually have an impact in the world through doing business differently. Now, I'm the lead for the undergraduate career program. My name is Leslie Parsons. My background is in management consulting, and I've only moved into higher education in the last 3 or 4 years. But let me tell you a little bit about who we are as a cohort and also as a careers team. Okay? So last year, we had over 1,500 undergraduate students in the business school distributed across our 4 core programs. Our year in industry option for our programs is increasing. Our accounting and finance is now adding a year in industry option as well. And of course, our international management has always been a 4-year program. Who are we? We're definitely high academic achievers here at the business school, ambitious as well, international. I think that diverse and inclusive classroom is one of the big differences, and it's that global perspective that we bring into the classroom and into tutorials about different aspects of our experiences around the world. And we are really international in terms of the distribution of our classroom. So it's always phenomenal, and I'm sure our student ambassadors will talk about how fantastic it is to meet and to study and to get to know and make friends with students from all over the world. So who are we as a team? We are, first of all, distinct. King's Business School is the only faculty at King's College London that has their own dedicated careers team. So we are distinctive. We are still part of the overall careers team for King's College, and we leverage all of the power of that relationships as well, but we have our own program that we focus on. We are distinctive in that our career consultants who work in this program are coming from industry. So we have career consultants who come from investment banking, from consulting, from management accounting. So not only are you having people who are qualified in the career sector and in coaching, but also you have sector experts. The aims of the business school are quite simple. We're really here to help you to use your kind of growth mindset and build confidence and experiment and be curious so that you can develop the skills, applying the skills that you need through the personalized guidance and support that we offer. And that's because the job market is extremely competitive. And we want to help our students prepare for that and to give you that competitive advantage. Now, it's the way we do it, and it's our philosophy is really around experiential learning. All right, the most research has indicated that the best predictor of outcomes in career success is being able to have applied your knowledge in a real life situation in the workplace. And that is why our focus is going to be on developing those particular workplace skills, either through micro internships or placements, through digital skills as well, and professional development. So what do we do? Let's have a look at the things that we do here in the school. So the first thing is that we start off with a research framework of our graduate success profile. So these are the skills that we know are making a difference to employers globally. So these are transferable skills that you can take to any type of role. And we use this to inform how we look at our activities in the classroom, our co-curricular activities, and we map our professional development to those particular skills. You'll be using this framework to assess where you are, where the gaps might be, where your strengths are, and how you might want to pick and choose different things to build your success profile. The other aspect of this is around having a variety of different experiences embedded in the curriculum as well alongside the curriculum that help you to apply your learning. And we talked one about the year in industry, but we also have volunteer associations here at King's. We also have fantastic student societies. I mean, the King's Business Club is the largest and most award-winning society, I think, in the UK. It's won the award a couple of years running. The Women in Business Club this year is absolutely phenomenal. So there are societies here as well, different places where you can get leadership experience and to build that out. Now, what do we do in terms of careers? We do all the normal things you'd expect a careers team to do. We do personal appointments. So, and there's no limit to the personal appointments. And that's because we find that students are at different stages when you're wanting to figure something out and how the conversations you might want to have. Some might be more exploratory. Some might be very specific. I need help with X. So you don't have any limit to that. We do lots of appointments. We have these very practical, hands-on workshops. We're not just talking at you. We're sitting beside you. We're helping you to develop those skills you're going to need. We run 11 employer festivals throughout the year. These are also international festivals. We have festivals for careers in China, careers in the Middle East, for example, as well as bringing employers to campus through these fairs and festivals. Our employers here want to work with King's. They want to engage with King's students. And they come in and run master classes. Either classes around maybe working with your CV or maybe doing a pitch or a presentation. They come to the campus and deliver these types of master classes. And of course, fantastic panel events so that you can listen to industry experts, listen to recent alumni who are in different sectors, and learn more about what it's actually like to work in some of these areas. And of course, our regular alumni and diversity networking events. Fantastic place. Our alumni are super supportive and do come back and give back to our King's students in a number of different ways, through our societies, through our careers teams, through our networking events and employer events as well. So what else? So we talked about the real world experience. We've got the 4-year in industry that's embedded in your curriculum. We also support students with internship and insight experiences. These are offered by employers. So we do a real focus in making sure that students who want to get that external experience, we have a whole prep, we have the application boot camp, that we get students set up in order to meet those application cycles. The business school careers team runs micro internships. These are 2 to 3 week projects which are set up with employers. They occur in your reading week during term time, and we just finished our summer of development program where we had these in June as well. And so these are projects, so shorter term, not let's say a year in industry, where you can apply in a particular sector, a particular functional area, and get experience. We have employers who come and do industry immersion and simulations with us. We had CAPCO last year. I think we have one of our student ambassadors up there on the first floor can tell you about his experience at CAPCO. That was really all about data analysis and visualization. And also we have the King's Entrepreneurship Institute. So if you're a budding entrepreneur, we have the King's Accelerator program. We have the 48-hour startup. We have the venture crawl. There are lots of opportunities for you to start and kickstart your entrepreneurship journey. Right. Now, professional development is also important because we have like the business management skills, we have the practical application of those skills, but there are professional skills. Now, soft skills, employers in the UK are saying that soft skills they're really worried about. 70% of employers are saying that they're selecting students who have good communication and team working and presentation skills. So we work as well as digital skills. So we work really closely with you to develop those additional types of skills to enhance them so that you'll be able to articulate them and demonstrate them to potential employers as well. So we offer quite a few digital micro-certifications in terms of everything from Bloomberg trading to finance simulations to coding in Python. So depending on what your interests are, there is a digital skill that you can add to your program. All right, and the final thing I'm going to mention is around applications. You know, it's a fact of life that our job search will start, but it will never end. So you're always going to need the ability to be able to search for things that you're interested in, apply, and present yourself and articulate what you have to offer. And so we have the Competitive Edge, a suite of programs which really help you to develop and hone that skill so that you can be successful and have a competitive advantage in securing the opportunities that you like. And that also includes using some of the best world-class tech at the business school. We have this technology to help you to be able to practice and embed those skills, because a lot of these automated application processes are using these AI tools as well. So just to finish off a little bit about the journey, and I mentioned at the very beginning that when you join us at King's Business School, you might not know what you want to do, you might not know where to start, and you know what, that is okay. It sometimes doesn't really matter where you start. You don't have to have a clear idea, it doesn't have to be perfect. Sometimes it's just a matter of picking some place to get started and then working from there. You might want to get started in terms of a society, or you might want to get started with maybe looking at a sector that you're interested in, or maybe understanding yourself and some of your strengths. But over the time that you have at King's, you're going to be able to fill in the blanks. The careers team is here to support you with that, and also to build a community around alumni, student mentors, and our societies to really help you do that. And by the end of your journey here at King's Business School, you will have that portfolio of experiences and connections and communities and networks that will help you to be successful in the next stage of your career journey. And finally, I'm going to finish off on where does that journey end for our students? Where do our King's Business students go? As you can imagine, in a business school, it's pretty typical. We're going to have students who are going into the financial services and insurance and professional services and consulting. Technology and information and communications is increasing. I think that's probably due to the fact that technology and, is actually taking over lots of types of business sectors, and so that's growing as an area. Also in terms of retail, FMCG, we have a lot of students who go into luxury brands, for example. And you can see a range of the different types of job titles that our students go into. Often I get questions about where do our students go in terms of employers? Well, I think you can rest assured that employers look at our undergraduates very favorably. The top 100 employers in the UK are very well represented from our graduates. And also our students go on to do master's programs with some of the world's most prestigious business schools as well. But I wouldn't want to just highlight those brands because, it's one thing to work with established brands, but sometimes, you can join a company that's a boutique or maybe a growing brand or a new entrant or a startup, and our students actually cover the range of those things. And those employers, we have students who are engaging with them during their placement years, for example, and I think, as Martin mentioned, go on to, to secure roles with those organizations afterwards. Ultimately, it's what you bring to the table, your fantastic strengths, your enthusiasm, your optimism, your goals, but we are here to support you. It's a phenomenal privilege for the careers team to work with such a fantastic set of students here at the business school. We're here to support you, and we have your back no matter what you choose to do. Time frames are different from everybody. When you choose to get started with this is up to you, but we're here to meet with you whenever you're ready to start thinking about your career. All right? Thank you very much. And I'll be also... As Martin said, I will be behind Lecture Theatre 1 after this to answer any questions if you have. Bye for now.
Hi. Can everyone hear me? Yeah? Okay. Hi to the girl there. Say hi. Okay, I'm Katrina. Before I start my presentation, I need you guys to give me some energy, to get something from your side. I need to know that I'm not the only one here who has the energy and who's excited. So I'm going to ask questions, and we're going to do a hands up, hands down type of thing. Everyone up for it? Yeah? This is the moment when you put your hands up. Everyone up for it? Thank you. So, who here is the first time visiting London? Okay, thank you. When I came to university, that was my first time coming to London. So I do understand you. My next point is, who here, just because they came this morning or they've been talking to people, suddenly is feeling nervous or anxious about anything? Am I the only one? I'm nervous. I'm presenting to 400 people. I have the right to be nervous. Please don't let me be alone. So I'm going to ask again. Is anyone here nervous or anxious about their future right now? Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Now, last, and this is the most important question. Who here knows Hannah Montana or has seen the show? Okay, we will come back to that, so those hands better be up. But, okay, my name is Katrina. I'm a current student. I studied economics and management at King's. I'm graduating in a month's time. Scary, but it's been a very beautiful and exciting ride. Besides being a student, I'm a student rep, which means that I'm student representative for my cohort. I am part of the undergraduate education committee. I'm also a student advisor, which means that I get to work with the student experience team, and I get to plan a lot of things that go on in this campus. Hopefully, a lot of things that you will then get to cheer on and enjoy. Will have started with my own little brain. So, why Kings? Hannah Montana. I hope you guys remember that. But why Kings? It's literally, for me, it's just the amount of opportunities that we get here is amazing. Not only, Kings is amazing in terms of academia. We know that. We've all been hearing about how we have amazing lecturers, we have the best facilities. We're literally in BBC headquarters, so that for itself says a lot. But it's not only about that. At King's, we think that your program can be amazing, but we want you to be more than that. And that starts with you. You have societies, you have our own campus that we have a lot of roles out here. We have ambassadors, we have student mentors, we have so many other connections, so many roles that you can take up on. We have sports. God, you can do part-times. There's so much more to you than what your program is, that's where I was like, okay, if they allow me to grow as an individual, if they allow me to do leadership master classes, if I can do internships, if I can partner with startups amongst my ride at university, if I have an entrepreneurship institute that I can start my own startup if I want to. That for me was the real selling point. Not only that, but this university, the faculty specifically, is very not only industry driven, but also student driven. I was talking before upstairs in our office, in our student hub, if you guys want to go by, that there's basically this huge circle that goes to our faculty. And it's industry, markets, and our students. And everything feeds into what we're doing. The market started telling us that we needed more sustainable business. So now we're teaching our graduates, and we're launching a bunch of modules that are about sustainable business. We're teaching you how to become exactly what the market wants. Not only that, but the students also get to fit into what's happening. Our students were saying that they wanted more industry-connected modules, so we created them. Right now we have our consulting project by which students are paired with a London-based company for one semester in which, by their all freedom, they are the ones who need to achieve a certain goal. By the end of the semester, they need to present it back to us. That's how we create them. Everything is based on what you want and what you made. I'm now finishing off my third year, but I can see already how much change I've made since I came here for my first day. I remember first semester, sitting in a meeting thinking, I'm gender dog. I'm the first year student. No one will want to hear anything I have to say. And so I was just like, oh, well, actually I think, very thoughtful, very quietly, I started saying some things that I thought we could improve. Now that I'm leaving as a third year student, I can see that has changed. I can now see a lot of the ideas that I first brought being put into place and not being carried on. So I know for a fact that once you come into King's, or if you come into King's, you'll have a better experience and you'll get to enjoy a lot of things that us, now I'm also part of your alumni, got to do for you. Because that's our goal. Our goal is to make sure that those that are coming after are having a better and more significant experience. We do have the optional year abroad or in industry. They're now available for every program. We know that's really famous right now, so I've talked to a lot of students that have interest in it. I would totally recommend that you speak with Leslie, our career consultant today, to hear more about it. And then, of course, it's in the heart of London. You get the best of both worlds. You're in London. Like, please, another show of hands. Who here was not like a 5-year-old watching movies about London thinking, oh my God, I want to be there? Am I the only one again? No, please, thank you girls in the back. Let's do it again. Who here was 10 years old watching any movie? It could be Paddington. It could be literally anything. Harry Potter. Who here dreamt about being in London? Thank you. I get that more people are starting to show up. It's literally in the heart of London. What else can you ask for? This is a beautiful map for me. In red, you have our campus. In white, you have the landmark, some of the most famous landmarks in London. How could you say no to this? I'm sorry, this is amazing. I love finishing my university modules, and then I would just finish my classes, go on a little stroll, suddenly I'm in front of the Big Ben. I used to have Big Ben as my iPhone background, and now I'm just like casually going through it. Okay, we accept that, but it's literally regardless of which program you're starting. So obviously here we're in the business faculty, we're going to be based around Bush House and the King's Building. That will be more towards this side, but also Waterloo campus, which is right near London Eye. If you're next to other campuses, which within being part of the business school you still have access to, you can be next to Tower of London, all of the biggest things you've seen, and still you're here. There's so much to do even once you finish your classes, once you finish your society meetings, once you finish your coursework, you go on a walk and you feel like you're in your own movie. You're your own main character just because you're in the city that allows you to. There's always something else to do. There's always more that you can participate on. And that's what really matters. Academia. I'm going to be very nice. I'm going to present you all of my favorite modules. Take a picture, write them down. Once you come here, you're going to want to take these ones. Promise you, they're my favorites. So the way that it works here at King's, that our first year is very general, and you get a touch of all of the different sides of business. Now that's here, none of these are first year modules, and all of them are from different sides of business. We have marketing modules, we have finance modules, econ modules, all that. I could show you 1,000 more, but I was told to be short. So this is why I think the academia and the academic side of King's is also very good. For those parents out here, I know that this is one of your main concerns, is that you want to make sure that you're really paying, not only paying, but you're sending off your kid to something that's worth it, that will add value to their lives. So the way that I see it, King's, not only, most of our professors are researchers, and they're the top of their field. So our professors, they're publishing journals and papers every other semester. They're doing some of the most innovative and recent research, especially now after COVID. We really have a lot of research innovations going on in our faculty, and that's something that you will learn as a student. You'll be just sitting in your little module, and you're like, oh yeah, I have this reading. You open the reading, it's from your own professor. They're that good that you're being taught something that they found, that they researched, and that's really something captivating. Then obviously the business school is very well connected in terms of organizations. So we have some examples of some of our modules in which, for our courseworks, instead of the professor just making up a random case study, they go into some of the biggest companies in London and they ask them. So then we get the case study back from them, and we're working, instead of writing about something that a professor made up, I'm writing about what Burberry, Metro Bank, JP Morgan, what those companies are really facing. And then I have to present it to them. And that's the scary part, because then it takes you to be empowering, and you need to really get that on and just do it. Also, we're finding out how to read and how to understand Nobel Prize work winners. We're working with Data Check, and we have the consultancy project and the capstone project that I spoke about before. That's really about the importance of industry and what students wanted. Social life. I know we all care about this. I don't know when.
To season comes.
Let's do it this one because the other one has sound. So, King's amazing. We talked about it. We had the academics. Everything's amazing. Now let's talk about what really matters for the students here: the social life. You didn't come here to be alone. You didn't come here to just, I don't know, study. No. You did that all your life. You came here to meet new people, create your own found family, as we like to call it, your own community. So from the induction, you have your faculty induction, and then you'll have your social induction, where we present you to your own colleagues, and we just allow you to, we do ice-breaking games, we do all types of things, just to make sure that you connect and that you start letting go of those walls that you put up against strangers, and that you make meaningful connections. We have student socials that are carried out all throughout the year to make sure that you never stop talking to people, and then you keep on going. You keep on meeting new people, not only from the faculty, different programs, different everything. We have international trips and society competitions. Women in Business and KBC are known for their international trips within the society. They have gone to Turkey this year and New York, I believe. We also have our own KBS social international trips. We have our common purpose trip, which is a leadership program paid by King's, and the trip is paid by King's. So everything, King's is just giving it up to us. We can say that that goes in your fees, but I wouldn't. Let's just say that we have taken students all for free for a leadership program in Bangalore, India. We have taken for Edinburgh in Scotland, and these are all things that they go there and they're just allowed to grow. They have the leadership program. They are talking with the local companies, local businesses, local charities, everything that needs. Of course, we have our student awards, our main things to celebrate students here. That's what we're here for. So we're celebrating the students that present a lot of leadership skills, entrepreneurship, all of that. Maybe we can celebrate you soon enough. Then obviously we have our ball, one of the biggest celebrations. If you talk to any faculty, they'll tell you that our ball is the best. It's in the Grand Canal Rooms, which is the fanciest, most luxurious building I've ever put my feet into. It's amazing. We had the Masquerade Ball this year. It always has a theme, and it always has the best things like innovation. We have the 360 camera, we have popcorns, we have everything that you could ever imagine. Then we have graduation, which I know for you guys is still far away, but I'm graduating in a month, so I'm really excited to see what secrets they have been planning.
To season comes to an end.
Unfortunately, you cannot see the video because it's really loud, but that was an amazing video about student life. Go on our Instagram and see it. It's a Reels. This is our student experience team. They're the ones who are planning everything out. So we Adam, Meg, and Derek, and Brian. Brian for me is a support manager. He's there exactly to support you. If there's ever anything that you need or that you really feel that you need to talk to someone, he's the person to go to. Meg and Derek take care of our socials, of our social life, and as well as newsletters, student reps, student ambassadors, student mentors, all of that. Just to finish off some highlights in terms of what you can expect here, we have a lot of student leadership experiences, from being the representative of your own cohort to being part of the KBS 20, which is a group of 20 students that get to decide and vote in for our faculty strategy. We have student mentors. We have the personal tutors, which first year you'll be assigned to a faculty tutor. From then on, you'll be assigned to a professor or someone in the faculty who will then you'll have an informal contact with them so that you can discuss masters, you can discuss work life, you can discuss the faculty itself and how to succeed at certain modules, all of that. Professional skills, we have an example, even within academia, you have your own modules, but then you also have, for example, the Essential Digital Skills Program or the AKC, which is the Associate of King's College program, which may make you associate, who knows. We also have the networking and the social life, of course. So I don't know where you'll end up, but I want to thank you for coming here today, for listening to us, and also just follow your gut. If I had to give you three pieces of advice, that would be to follow your gut. Try to envision yourself in this faculty and see if this is really the place for you. If you can envision yourself here, go do your best, and good luck with everything that's coming.
Great. Thank you everybody. So that concludes the end of the session. So thank you very much to Leslie, Martin and Katrina. I hope you found that really, really useful. So we have come to the end of the session. So if I can ask everybody to leave through the left and the right exits for the front, for those on the main floor, if you can please leave through left and right, because we do have another lecture happening at 12 for political economy. So if you can please exit, and if you do need to go and speak to everybody, to Martin, to Katrina and to Leslie, please go up to the hub at Teal 3. That's one floor up at Teal 3, and then they'll be available to answer any of your questions. Well done, Katarina. You did good. Yes, yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Hi.
Thanks for that. That was really interesting. Wasn't until towards the end that we heard the word entrepreneurship mentioned. I'd be quite curious by someone to talk to somebody who's done something entrepreneurial here and started something or been involved in it. And I just wonder where we can go to
So
find.
if you go up to Teal 3, so that's where the hub is, the business school hub.
Yeah.
There you'll find all the academics are there, plenty of student ambassadors.
Okay, great. We'll find someone there.
Leslie's there, you can go and chat to her.
Great.
But it's a big component of what we're looking at, and we've got degrees that actually focus specifically on that.
Okay.
And at the master's level.
Okay.
So they would be all right people to go and chat to. So head up to Teal 3, so it's one floor up.
Okay.
And then you'll find them there.
Super.
And then also it'll be a lot cooler when you're
Gosh,
outside.
it's boiling in here, isn't it?
I have been moaning at facilities the whole time, going like, we need to get cooler in here. I don't know what, but everywhere else is nice and cool.
Well, there we go. It is what it is.
If you head outside, you'll be like, oh gosh,
Thank you.
at least I can breathe. No worries. Do you want to start taking people up to, yeah, that'll be great. Is this you?
Yeah, that's me.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth.
Hello, nice to meet you, Santiago.
Nice to meet you, Santiago. So, how do you like to be introduced?
I can introduce myself.
Okay, because I've got a little spiel that I need to do.
Okay.
I need to do a little safety.
Oh, yeah, I understand.
Take a left, take a right,
That is my name. I'm reading economics here at the Department of Political Economy.
Do you like a professor before that, or a doctor before that, or just Santiago? Yes. I can do that.
Yes.
I always like to double check with that.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
everybody's got their own correct.
Oh, yes. You don't want to offend anyone. It's such a simple thing, no?
Yeah. So we'll be starting at 12.
Yeah, I need to check something.
Sure. This is your clicker.
Yeah, fantastic.
If you are, we are streaming to Lecture Theatre 3. So this is the lecture, this is being streamed. So, if you are standing here.
No, I'm going to be moving.
Okay, then you need to use
Yeah,
the mic.
I'll use the other mic.
Yeah, then use the mic, yeah. So you just need to be using the mic because that'll be roaming. We are going to have captions on as you're speaking.
Good luck with that.
Just wait, yeah, accessibility reasons and that kind of thing. So you just so you're aware of that, but I'll get all of that
Good.
for everybody.
Caption doesn't like people with accents.
No. The battle's with mine too. Yeah, my South African accent, and everybody goes like, oh, what? We're like, where are you from?
Okay, let me just check that I'm gonna. Right. Yeah, because I want to double check. I have an interactive thing.
Sure. Okay, yeah.
So. Oh. Let's see if this works. Yeah, it's not working. You can see that.
What are you looking for?
Well, here there should be there should be this thing here, this scroll everywhere thing.
There you go.
Okay, let's see. Okay. Let's see. Okay, why not?
Yeah.
Yes, it's me.
Love two-step verification.
It's the joy of my life.
Yes.
Yes.
Hi everyone, can I just ask everybody, this is a fully booked talk, so if there is like a seat next to you, can we just ask you to squeeze up just so we can let as many people in as possible? Thank you so much.
And don't be afraid of coming down all the way to the first row, otherwise I feel lonely when giving these talks.
This whole first row.
They will also help me with the thingy, the roving mic. Maybe there's a need for another one. Okay, or I can stand here and answer the questions. Okay, that's fine. Okay. No, don't worry. Come on. You already have enough on your plate. Yes, there is more here on this side if you want to sit or there. But there's all that flank is empty.
On the left-hand side, there's space in the...
Or you can go out from in that corridor up there also if you want. Yeah. Oh, okay. So can I leave it there?
Right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, actually, it's good afternoon. So welcome to your economics talk. So my name is Elizabeth Stolberg. I'm the head of marketing campaigns. First off, I'm just kind of doing a quick round robin before I hand over to Sergio, who will, Santiago, sorry, I just renamed you. Apologies, Santiago. So maybe it's the heat that's got to me a little bit there. So just to acknowledge that, yes, the room is warm. We are speaking to facilities, because if you walk around the rest of Bush House, it's lovely and cool, except for the auditorium. So we are dealing that with speaking to facilities, and they are on the case, and hopefully we'll get that sorted before your lecture ends. But if anybody's feeling faint or anything, just flag with us, and we can get you outside and into some cool space. So just to flag the exits, just make a note of it when you're up in the balconies. It's the central door on either side, and on your left and right, the big exit signs. If there is a fire, we are not anticipating the fire alarm today. But if the fire alarm does go off, if you can please go to the exits and we'll need to file out. Please follow anybody in a red student ambassador t-shirt or look for any of our staff in a lanyard, and we'll take you to a safe place. We will be having the captions on so you can see them popping up on the screen. These are live captions, so sometimes accents, mine, Santiago's, etc. Sometimes they don't necessarily always do like we like to, and they maybe don't quite catch what we said, and sometimes we might have an interesting word pop up on there. So just be mindful of that, they are live. But other than that, I'm going to hand over to Santiago now, and enjoy.
Thank you everybody for being here. I know you're coming from all over the country, maybe even overseas. Thank you for joining us today in this lovely day and hot room at King's. It's a pleasure to have you around. So I'm going to be using the next 25 minutes. We will also have time for questions to introduce you this wonderful degree we are so proud of. It's a relatively young degree, so the guys who start on September, it will be the 7th cohort. But it has been a great joy of directing for me this program, because it has been so successful. I'll go back to that later. Okay, so the outline of this talk is going to be, first, I'm going to be doing something perhaps unusual in this type of talks, if you have been to others in other universities or perhaps here at King's, which is to tell you what economics is about or discuss what economics is about, because there are lots of misconceptions about that. And we want you to be happy if you join us, because happy students means that lecturers are also happy when everybody is in the same page and in the same boat. Okay? Then I will tell you about what economics at King's is, what is distinctive or different or special about economics at King's. I will go over the structure of the degree, because the university requires me to do that. And then later we will talk about your student experience. We will have student ambassadors. You will also have time to ask questions and tell you some things about what is it to be a student here, which is, I'm sure, something that you're also very interested in knowing. Okay, so the first thing I would like you to do is, okay, so this is not working. I'm preparing a piece of tech here. So what I will need you to do is to, okay, yeah, go to, why is this not working? So I cannot, this is not shown in the screen. Sorry, guys. This is not normally the case. Not a great introduction.
Don't know why it's not doing that.
No? Okay. You cannot see anything. No. That's the problem.
Unfortunately, we have to go this way.
Okay.
I don't know why it's not working, Santiago.
That's fine. Okay, so no piece of tech. Right, but anyway, let me continue. The piece of tech that I was supposed to give you was a little poll for you to answer on your phones Give me one word that you think represents economics. What economics is about, in just one word. Okay, that was the piece of tech. Then we would have seen a cloud of words forming on the screen, and probably, not surely, because you guys might be special, I'm sure you're special, a cloud like this one would have emerged, where money is the most often word when it's to use to describe what economics is about. It doesn't really matter where you do this, whether you do it with high school students, older people, people on the street, students who are about to take the degree, even some students who are taking the degree. And this is typically the cloud word that you see, one where economics is about money. But it's interesting because if you actually take the titles of all the articles published in the main economic journals between 2015 and 2019, and with those titles you create your own cloud of words, then you will get something like this, which doesn't look like at all like the word cloud on the left. You can see that key words here is evidence, and there is policy and health and model and information. And actually, if within those articles you go to those who are published in a particular field of economics called applied economics, then the word cloud looks like this, right? You can see big words there: education, inequality, employment, women, poverty, race, election. Okay? This is what economics is about. So economics is a tool. Economics is not its topics, it's not defined by its values, it's not defined by assumptions. Maybe you have heard that economics is about believing that people are selfish and only think about themselves, or that economics is about valuing markets above everything else. That's not what economics is about. Economics is a tool. It's a toolkit that allows you to study in a systematic way how individuals and societies do their best within their constraints to be as happy, as prosperous as they can. Economics is a tool. This is Friedrich Hayek, not a guy I would go and have beers with, not a guy I would like a lot, but one that says this wonderful thing here that you can see, you can read here. There's nobody can be a great economist who is also only, an economist. I'm even tempted to say that the economist that is only an economist is likely to be a nuisance, if not a real danger. And that's precisely what informs our degree here at King's. So economics at King's is not about being and becoming Gordon Gekko. That's a reference for the parents in the room. It's not about becoming the Wolf of Wall Street, or it's not about becoming Elon Musk before his hair transplant or after hair transplant. No, it's not about that. So if among you are people who completely, in a completely legitimate way, you want to study business or manage a business, then let me recommend you that there are wonderful degrees given by our colleagues and very good friends at King's Business School on economics and management, business and management, international management and accounting and finance that will exactly cater to your needs. If you're interested in banking and finance, what I would tell my own son is go and study mathematics and physics. Or if you want, at KBS, there's, again, a wonderful joint degree of mathematics and management. So if you are interested in any of these fields, I would say that you would rather be in any of these degrees. So economics at King's is about aspiring to become one of these guys. Elinor Ostrom, Nobel Prize in Economics, given the prize for her research about how communities deal with the problem of exploiting natural resources. Or Alvin Roth, who obtained the Nobel Prize for providing and constructing an algorithm to assign kidneys to patients waiting for a transplant. Or a recent one by Esther Duflo on interventions in developing countries to help young children. This is what economics is about, or what we want economics at King's to be about. Okay, so in words, if I had to give you the slogan, is that what we want at King's is for you to become the best economist you can possibly be. And for us, that means to make an emphasis on two aspects. The first one, economic history and the history of economic ideas, because we understand and we believe that the context, the historical context in which you apply any policy is really important. And secondly, quantitative methods, which is the cornerstone of any modern economics degree. So it is a different degree. It is a joint degree between two wonderful sets of people, if I may say so. One is the Department of Political Economy, where I'm best, and the other one is King's Business School. The Department of Political Economy is the only political economy department in the UK. I'm not sure in the world, but should be about that. And the King's Business School has been recently, very successful story, has been recently ranked 10th in the recent ref. And King's, as you know, is a top 10 university according to the Times Higher Education ranking. Right, so what it means to you, okay, to have this type of education and this type of degree, well, you will have world-class researchers. Maybe we don't have any Nobel Prize winner yet, but we have people like my colleague Carly up there who studies how macroeconomic policy interplays with environmental policies. We can have people like Abu down on the left who works on health in developing countries, and you can have people like my wonderful colleague Elisa who researches the impact of violence in school outcomes of Palestine children. This is a new degree, as I said at the beginning, so that means that we really want to listen how to improve it. So contrary to degrees that have been running for decades in the same way, ours is still, if you want, elastic and can be, and is malleable. And you, of course, by joining King's, you also tapping into this network of many students from many different countries. Okay, so now the contractual part of the talk, in which I have to go over with you over the structure of the degree. I mean, I'm happy to go over this because of, as you will see in a second, that highlights this emphasis that I mentioned. So of course, you will have to take principles of economics, which is a very important bit. I'll talk about that in a second. And then this emphasis that I mentioned about economic history and history of economic ideas, you can find them in these two modules there, the world economic and its history and studying economics, which are exactly about that. And this emphasis on quantitative methods, you can find them in these subjects, in these modules of mathematics and statistics. Okay? Then in year 2, you will still have, okay, before going to year 2, let me talk about principles. Yes, that's important. So in principles, we use SCORE. Okay, so one thing that perhaps you are wondering, especially if you are taking A-level economics right now, or you are about to, is, okay, am I going to be learning a lot new in my first year econ? The answer is yes. Core, the way in which we teach principles of economics, is nothing like A-level economics, right? It doesn't mean that it's completely useless, but it's a very different approach, because here we are interested in, you know, you have a problem, you have a phenomenon, what tools, how can we try to approach it and understand it, okay? And actually, you can, if you want to check it already, you can go to the Core Economics website. This is a free textbook online. You can see this yourself and see what I'm talking about. Now, in years 2 and 3, yes, you would be taking intermediate micro. Actually, I was teaching intermediate micro in this room last autumn. Macro and 2 modules of econometrics, again, emphasis on quantitative methods, and we have a whole array of modules that may change from year to year, but that cover exactly all those words that you saw in the word count. Now, I'm going to be hearing your questions about how it is to be a student here at King's, and our student ambassadors will for sure answer your questions. But of course, there are a number of student societies you can join with that deal with economics, but also interdisciplinary. And let me also mention that in year 2, you have the opportunity of studying abroad. Actually, this is an opportunity that is great. All our students that go there are really happy after the experience. So in the second semester of your second year, you can go to one of our partner universities. Here, you can find some of them both in Europe, in continental Europe, or in the US, also in Asia. We have wonderful partners there. That's something that if you can, here, elsewhere, regardless of where you go, is an opportunity that you should be looking for, okay? Right, so again, number of things that you can be doing, lots of extracurricular activities. Again, our ambassadors, I'm sure they will be very happy to talk to you about them either here during the questions or later at the hub. And let me head towards the end of the presentation by discussing job placement. So again, one of the common misconceptions is that if you are an economist, you will find a job in finance and banking. And that's not true, okay? That's not to say that economists are not valued in the banking and finance sector. They are, precisely for the reason that I mentioned before, because economics is a tool that you can apply in many fields. Hence, finance and banking is one, okay? But not only that. So if you're an economist and you graduate at King's, there are many other jobs that you can do. So for instance, you can go for policy research, or you can continue your postgraduate studies, which is actually something that we are very successful and proud of at very different places, Oxford, LSE. Okay, you can, of course, go into investment, right? Investment bankings if you want. You can even go for a master's in computer science or in policy evaluations, which, remember, require quantitative methods. And remember our emphasis on that. And, you know, of course, consultancy firms, and even other jobs that perhaps you never thought about that economists could do, like, you know, being a journalist, a medical statistician, or even working in the civil service. Why not? Okay, so that is the end of the talk. So let me just thank you for being here with this heat, and it's great to see so many people interested in our degree. We will have now a few questions that you can ask if you want, a few minutes for questions. Our students ambassadors will help you with that, but let me stop here and thank you again for your presence here today. Thank you. Thank you so much. So if you have any questions, you raise your hand. Our student ambassadors here will now pass the mic. You have yeah. It's a big room, so you will have to be patient.
Hi, thank you for that. For the application process, do you interview, or is it just UCAS form and personal statement?
My understanding is that there's no interview currently in the admission process at King's. But in any case, I'm not completely familiar with that, but my understanding, take it 90%, is that there's no interview.
Yeah, for this program, not at the moment. But always check the website where the course information is housed. And if any sort of procedures change, it will be clearly outlined on our website. So that would be the key place to pick up that information.
I've just got one more question, sorry. Is that the only economics degree you do, the straight economics and then the management and economics?
Yes, so there is the economics one that, as I said, is joined between us, DPE and King's Business School, and there is economics and management, which is only dealt with by the KBS, yes. There's no other economics degree, no. More questions? There's here, hey, there, on the left. Okay, oh, sorry, I didn't see you.
Yeah, so that will be very quick, just perhaps to clarify what the ladies just mentioned. So your economics degree is MS, isn't it? And it's very quantitative based and a lot of maths is required, or? MSBS, sorry.
Any economics degree is, that is modern, is teaching students mathematics and statistics and econometrics. That said, if you are a student that doesn't like mathematics, has an aversion to that, which there's people that have that, that's not something that I would recommend. That's not a degree that I would recommend. That said, a typical question that we get very often is, I don't know about my maths, I'm not sure, am I a mathy person or not, mathy enough? My answer to that is always, there's not such a thing as a math person. No, you just need training. And we have wonderful modules in mathematics in year 1 that will give you the tools. Of course, you know what the requirements to entry to King's are, but if you get those, you will be fine, because we want to make really sure that in year 1, everybody is on the same page. So I have not yet encountered, I'm teaching in year 2, I have not encountered a student that really has significant problems with maths at that stage. It's true that there is a selection, but it's also true that we have wonderful teachers in year 1 providing people with the tools that they will need later on.
Just could you remind, if maths, is it compulsory or is it recommended? Or is it
I believe it's compulsory, yes.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
There was a question here on the left. Yes.
Hello. Sorry, let me just try and find the right words. So you know how at the end of the 3rd year you write, I don't know if this, I saw this for the PPE, but you write this like long essay. I know there's a name for it, but...
Dissertation is called.
Dissertation, okay. Do you have any, like, could you describe what that's sort of like? Because I'm entering this economics essay competition at Cambridge, and I just wondered if, like, you have any advice for that sort of thing?
Whether I have an advice for an essay competition.
Or like, yeah. Sorry, everyone.
No, that's fine. I'm not sure this is the right place. I will be after this talk at the hub. Maybe if you want to come, and I will be happy to answer the question. But let me take the opportunity to discuss a bit about the dissertation, in case you don't know. So the dissertation is indeed a long essay that you have to write at the end of your year 3. Here at King's, the economics degree is optional, so you don't need to do it if you don't, and therefore, of course, it depends on what you want to do. So if, let's say, that you are very interested in working on, I don't know, currencies of exchange currencies or on health, then perhaps writing a dissertation on currency exchange or on health may be very helpful. But if, let's say, that you want to acquire more tools before graduating, then instead of doing the dissertation, taking a few more instead of that, taking modules might be a good thing for you if you want to acquire some expertise that otherwise you would be developing because you are with the dissertation. So we believe that different students have different needs. So in that sense, that long essay is not compulsory. And to answer your questions, happy to answer that after the talk.
Thank you very much.
More questions? Yes, one here. Yeah, you will have to go all the way.
So my question is, you showed one of the slides that in year 2 there's an opportunity for studying abroad. Does that mean that the 3-year course expands to 4 years, or is that one of the years?
No, it's instead, that's a very good question. It's instead of the second semester. Instead, the second semester, instead of being here in London, you would go somewhere else. Let me also mention that in order to be eligible for that study abroad, you need to have a certain threshold of performance in year 1, and it is there not to select necessarily, but to make sure that when students go somewhere else, they don't crash and they have a good time and they can enjoy their destination, right? But in principle, it's substitution for that. Yeah.
So then, at the end of 3 years, the degree that the student will get, will that be a joint degree between 2 universities?
No, it's not a joint degree. No, it's not a joint degree. You will be able to send your applications or reference letters and that's something that definitely we do when writing letters, that, you know, this person went abroad, but there will not be, and it will be reflected in the transcript as well, but it won't be a joint degree, no.
Okay, thank you.
We have some questions here at the, here.
Regarding the personal statement, is there anything that stands out or that you look for particularly for applying to a course like econ?
how should I answer this? Should I tell the truth? Or
So when we always recommend when you're looking at your personal statements, it's you've got to connect your experience. Why are you interested in economics? What is your passion driver? It's a competitive degree, so we do use that your personal statement to kind of look at that student, because A, it's about your application and your grades, but it's also about why are you interested in the program itself. What are your hobbies? What are your things that you're doing at school that connect to your undergraduate study interest area? That then helps us form a picture of who you are as a student in your personal statement, and then that helps us with your applications.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you want some advice to all of you, don't write that you read the Economist and the Financial Times. Everybody says that. Okay, so if you want your statement to stand out, don't do that. Please don't understand.
Thank you.
How many total seats you have for economics course?
How many, sorry?
Total number of seats you have for economics?
I didn't get that. How many places?
Yes.
Oh, so 100.
And
100 places, and current count of applications was 3,000.
Okay.
It has, yeah, so that's why I can afford to tell you the truth, right? So in many places, in many universities that are starting with numbers, they will tell you, yes, economics is about business and wonderful opportunities in finance, which it is. I mean, why not? But it's not only that. Okay, so I can afford telling you the truth because we have so many people interested in learning. I think there was a question there.
sorry, I have one more question.
Oh, yeah.
And what is the split between the UK students and international students in the out of these 100 seats?
I'm not au fait with that answer, but in terms of this wider student body, so the King's wider student body, we're a very diverse student body.
Yeah, I cannot tell you exactly a proportion, but from my own experience, that reflects exactly.
So where can we get this information that the gentleman asked?
If you pop down to the admissions desk, they will be able to give you those answers.
Hi. So, you mentioned earlier that there's quite a maths element in the degree, obviously, and you mentioned that studying maths is obviously compulsory. Would you say that further maths is necessary when applying? And do you guys differentiate potentially between those who study further maths at A level and those who study single maths? Is that a differentiating factor when you look at applications, or?
I don't have anything to do with admissions, so I don't really know. What I can tell you is the following, and let me emphasize that, because one of the problems that we have in economics is but what two of the main problems is about, one is about diversity, of course, that's true, and the second one is about not enough women learning this. And I think it's because this emphasis on money. And when you tell people that it's this emphasis that actually emphasis on behavior and understanding why people do what they do, then similarly with math, right? There is this common misconception that it's super mathy. Of course, it's more mathy than sociology. That is correct. Because remember what that, you cannot remember, but we have a saying, this anonymous person, anonymous economist that said once, and I fully agree. We economists don't use math because we're smart. We use math because we're stupid. And we did the math to discipline our thinking. And that's what math is about. So if you ask me what is the really main challenge of new students joining us, I have to say university in general is the jump from being in high school. And for many of you, or many of people out there, being told what to do on a daily basis, and this is what you have to do and what you have to revise if you want to do well, to a world where you are expected to answer problems by yourself, and to be autonomous, and to apply tools without someone telling you what to do. Because that's the life we are going to
outside. So that is the main challenge, not really the maths. Of course, if you do further maths, that's great. That's going to help you. That's going to probably help you also reducing perhaps some anxiety that you may have, maths anxiety that you may have. But if you ask me why is the single factor that determines success, I hear things that in any other unit is that job of becoming an autonomous person, independent person, capable of doing things without being told.
Thank you. So I had one more question. For the course as well, is there any coursework in the years? Like, is there a percentage of coursework which is offered in each year, and are there final exams in each year? Just like that kind of structure.
Yeah, that's a very good question. So there's always coursework because, of course, having 100% in final exam is not advisable for many reasons. So there's a coursework, but at the same time, we are really taking. If you come with us 4 modules, imagine having coursework for every module every week. That would be a complete nightmare. So we want to make sure that there is no congestion in that front. So of course there is coursework because of course we want the diversification not only in terms of time but also of skills. But yeah, it won't be like every single week bombarding with it. Guys, I advise, this time that I have stopped. Let me ask you to thank all the ANSN for their help here, student ambassadors. They will be outside. Thank you for being here today.
If I can just make a note, if you can use the exits on the bottom of the hall, that would be great. We have another people coming in, so if you can use the exits at the bottom. And also, I do have somebody who dropped their cards. So if you have lost your cards, maybe double check in your back pocket before you leave. Or if Kush is around, then I have your cards. Thank you very much. No. You know what? I actually should have called my IT guy when I saw that you had that.
And the next one?
You are the next one for computer science. Do you have any tech that I need to worry about? Oh, you have your own stuff. Oh, okay.
Quick question. Do you do placement?
No, there are opportunities through services for placement and that, but it's not part of it.
Right. Thanks.
Okay. I have a few questions. Sure.
Your name being? Okay.
Scott is an idea.
Oh, yes.
Thanks, Kush.
How many of them do you think? How many of them?
It would be my, I don't know, just for informal conversation that I have, it's not just for business. Sorry, the 300. So the 300.
And so your acceptance is
yeah, that's a good way of putting that, yes.
and you mentioned that.
So there are services, there are career services that are sort of good, and there are some intensive services. So understanding is that they work yeah, sure, you can go there and then ask. Also in this thing that they tell you, if you look for career services, that's the name. I'm sure you will find. It's also if you how to use your CV.
It's just the impression I've got, is that,
No.
economics and that's business.
No worries.
I just had a question. If we set like an admissions paper, like the TMUA or the STEP, like another university, if we score fairly well, will you guys give a reduced offer for do you know if we should ask?
The admission service, I think there is an admission test. No, I don't think. So many people. Okay, well, thank you so much. Hello.
I really enjoyed this speech. Thank you for the energy. I wanted to ask, especially since the woman bit you said, because normally women tend to stray away because of the maths for the subject.
Money from the finance.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that. But I wanted to ask you, how many, because there's 100 students to take in, how many are women? Is there a really big...
No, it's not super big, no.
So it's like
no.
50-50 then?
Yeah, I would say perhaps not maybe 40-60, something like that. But you know, they tend to put very often. So, you know, the thing is also, yeah, you're interested in so there is this different there are students more like 50, in some places more, but then when they graduate, working even on the same company, right? The more senior, so if you have lots of women or 50-50 or more at the beginning, then hopefully, you know, you will see more role models. Doing the same thing, and then it's not that crazy thing that I'm doing. Other people like me are interested, so we are interested. I think that is really a long time. Then when other people like that, when you come to and talk to your friends or siblings or people, and you say, oh, that's not weird to do economics for a young lady, right?
Yeah, and I also wanted to ask, because I was leaning towards an economics and management degree. Would you say there's a big difference between economics and an economics and management degree?
So, there are numbers of models that is taken in Python. So, for instance, the middle macroeconomics, management, you are required to take a certain fraction of models.
But can you lean more to the economics side?
You can, of course, and if you go for third and third, it doesn't have to be 50-50.
Would employees do that? Like with the employees, the modules you take?
Do you know how to mute this one?
I was presenting in the morning, and the way it was explained to me that we either have to stay here in order to be there, or
I prefer this one.
yeah.
Sorry, do you know how to mute this and then unmute this? Currently working, but if I put it on, it will make lots of noise. Oh, it doesn't have. I see. Okay, good. Thank you.
Do you need me to quickly format a guide?
So 45 I start, and then 45 minutes.
So we are streaming to lecture 3, just so you're aware.
Okay.
So up until about this point, the cameras will be picking up on. So try not to stray
You
too
mean-
much over here, but as long as you've got the mic on, you're fine.
And you think they will not get on here?
They'll pick it up on there. It's just from the camera.
Yeah. No, I mean, the people, will they not who want to come here or they come here?
No, they won't. We have now the moment of the room. Yeah, that's what we get. It's be popular. AI is very popular. Right. Let me just pull my AI guide to make sure. At least the aircons have started to come on now, which is positive.
Okay, thank you very much for coming. My name is Christian Urban. I'm a lecturer in the computer science department, and I'm also the undergrad admissions tutor. The plan for today is I give a first short presentation about what's computer science all about, and then we have a Q&A session where we also have a student here, Nina, second year undergraduate student, and you can ask me or her any question you like. So let me first start, what's computer science all about, or what makes me fascinated about it. Computer science is really a very, very broad subject. If you're interested in biology, bioinformatics, if you have to stitch together DNA data, that's nowadays all computer science algorithm behind it. If you're interested in cybersecurity, if you want to find out how you can protect systems, that is computer science. If you're interested in robotics, that is computer science. If you're interested in programming languages, compilers, that more traditional subject, that is still computer science. So it's a very, very broad subject which really can accommodate any interest. But it's also a subject which made our life drastically different in the past and also in the future. So let me just remind you of some of the dramatic changes that came from computer science. Maybe your parents can still remember in 1980, that was the first time they introduced the personal computer. And you have to remember what a dramatic change that is now. I don't even know how many computers I have at home. But at the time, in 1943, for example, they said, well, I think there's a world market of maybe 5 computers. Or slightly later, computers in the future may weigh no more than 1.5 tons. Well, that's probably not true. And even in 1977, which was very shortly before that date, somebody said there's no reason anyone in their right state of mind will want to have a computer in their home. So you can see by just counting how many computers you have at home, it's a completely different world. Similarly, Google was introduced in 1998. Beforehand, if we wanted to have a book, we had to go to the library. Who goes nowadays to a library? We can find pretty much everything online. This is now how we work. That's, we just don't go anymore to libraries. Similarly, in 2007, Steve Jobs introduced the iPhone. That was a dramatic change. Since then, all the phones pretty much look the same. He introduced it as a music device, a phone, and a web browser. But of course, it's nowadays so much more. It's how much time do we spend on Facebook on our mobile phones or on other of these applications. So computer science really had made drastic change or dramatic changes to our life in the past. But it's also clear that it will make dramatic changes in the future. So we are just about, so to say, trying to solve the problem of autonomous driving. One can see many people working on that. They have now found out actually that it's a quite hard problem. If you look very careful what Elon Musk said, we will have autonomous driving in the next year, and he said that already for the last 5 years, because they actually found out it's a really hard problem. But it would be so cool that you can go to a car and can be driven around. Similarly, quantum computing. We now have a few prototype quantum computers around, and they can solve very simple problems. But it will be a dramatic change when everybody has a quantum computer on their desktop. First of all, we have to get rid of all the algorithms we use currently for encryptions, because they can be decrypted with these quantum computers relatively easily. Similarly, another problem which is quite hard in computer science, but there are many people working on it, is to write actually bug-free code, which is reliable and secure. That's actually a really hard problem. We already have statistics, like when you write 1,000 lines of code, we're already estimating that there are 5 bugs in it. And that's the kind of constant that is even good software like that. This will make life so much easier when we have cracked that nut. Similarly, of course, we now know that there are many AI tools on the market, and we think nobody's doing their homework or their coursework anymore at home because ChatGPT can do that much better. But still, the problem of real AI is still very, very hard. We don't have an R2-D2 in our home, which does all the work for us. That is still way in the future, but when they have that, I'm definitely interested in something like that. So computer science is really, you can make a difference to life, and it has been done in the past, and I'm sure it will happen again in the future, because we know already quantum computing, how it should work. We are working very hard on autonomous driving, and AI, of course, is a very interesting subject that had made many advances in the recent month. But computer science is really a science. There are also really hard problems there because it's a science. You might know about this famous problem NP versus P, which is a really hard problem in computer science, and nobody has been able to solve that. And actually, if you are able to solve it, you can, first of all, get very famous, but also you can earn quite a substantial amount of money. We are actually teaching to our undergraduates in the second year what are the reasons, why is that such a hard problem? Obviously, we can't teach how to solve it yet. Actually, our department, to take a kind of different track now, is quite unique in that it has a computer science and an AI program. So we're teaching, or we're admitting students in a computer science program, and also students in a separate AI program. The reason for that is we think that now AI has so much material, there's so many interesting topics that it can stand on its own. And we essentially, when we designed these programs, we looked at what kind of skills AI engineers essentially need. And for example, if you're an AI engineer concerned with logistics or planning like you would do in Okado, you have to know certain algorithms which are different from what you know in computer science. And so we introduced these two different programs. And once we had the skill sets, we looked at job applications from companies, and this ensured that we actually do teach the right skills they are looking for. This is some data from a survey of our 1,000 alumni in computer science. They have told us where they ended up in their career. So obviously, software developer is a popular choice or popular direction. But there are many careers which our students have taken. There are also many industries they worked in. There's, of course, banking and finance. That's, of course, very popular here in London. There's computing and IT. And these are some of the companies our alumni work for. These are actually companies where several of our students work for, because if we would only have a company which has only one of our alumni, we can't actually give the data, because somehow then you can uncover who that would be. So these are companies where several of our alumni are working. Taking another direction, our programs actually come both in AI and in computer science with an option which is a study of a year abroad. That is essentially after your second year, in between the second and the third year, you take a year off and you go to one of our partner universities. And this will be part of your degree here at King's. And some of our partner universities, there's one in Singapore, there's one in Hong Kong, there are some in the US, Canada. That means that we can send students there for a year, and also students that come from these universities to us. So for example, I had last year one student from the École Polytechnique. Similarly, we have these options of a year in industry. That again, between the second and the third year, you take 1 year off and you get an internship with companies. This is part of your degree. We cannot guarantee that you can get such an internship, but we can or give you all the help that you can find that. And obviously, being in London is very helpful for that, because companies actually come to us and ask for students to have on these internships. There are obviously some of the usual suspects, like Oracle or IBM or AWS or Microsoft. You might also think, what is that company to do. That's of course the particle accelerator in Switzerland. And you might think that you have to be a physicist to work there, but actually no. Yes, they do their experiments, but after that they have so much data, and if they want to send this data to, for example, Australia, that is so much data that it's really hard. And then computer science has to kick in. So they actually do have very many computer science problems there. So that is a very popular option our students take with a year in industry. As I already mentioned, these students on the year in industry program or track, they have a dedicated person in the careers office which help them to write their CV, which help them to coach for interviews, and which help them to find internships. But this is of course also open for other students, and that is just how we support our students during their degree for how to prepare them for after their study. This is just a random snapshot of a weekly newsletter from the career office. What kind of workshops and what kind of events are organized by them. As I say, very often companies actually come to us and they have their own stalls. You can ask them about internships, or you can ask them about how you should write a CV for a company. Also, we recognize computer science is a very creative subject. We recognize that some students want to actually do their own business, and they want to start their own startup. And for them, we also support them with various initiatives. There are workshops for students who want to go into their own business. For example, also from our study, in the third year, we have in the AI program a crew project where companies can sponsor programs, and also local authorities can sponsor programs. And students work over the summer on these programs, and at the end they report to their sponsors what they have achieved. And there were a number of cases where either companies or local authorities say, we would like to buy what you've done during your crew project. And there are various initiatives you have at King's, for example, that one. Also, we're trying to include our students into our research as much as we can. For example, every year there's a competition about robots playing football. And last year there was a team from King's at this international event. Essentially, it's something like the goal there. Can we have a team of robots playing the world best football team by 2050 and beat them? We're definitely not yet there. As you can see, these robots don't look like footballers at all. But students have been there, of course, supported by our staff there. Similarly, we have something which is called the King's Research Fellowship, where students can apply to work with researchers over the summer for a certain amount of time. We introduce them what is research all about, on which kind of research we are working on. This can be chosen on different departments. Nina will be able to say more about this if you have questions, because she has something like that over the summer. What we also very benefit from here at King's is we're very central. So you can see we're somewhere in the Bush House, which is there, which we benefit from because many of the companies like Facebook, their headquarters here in Europe is off Oxford Street. Amazon and Google have their headquarters of King's Cross. The Apple European headquarters is supposed to come in the Battersea Power Station. There are plenty of banks around with large IT departments. And for this, you have to realize there will be people working like me there. We have families. It's very easy for us to come to King's for an afternoon, but it would be much harder to go to a much further university where it might take a day or even more. So when we have events like career fairs, companies, they're always invited here and they come to us to showcase what they have. Also, computer science is very fortunate that we actually, the occupants of this building, we only shared with the business school. So all our labs are actually in this building, and we moved into this building in 2017. So still many things are state of the art. We have state of the art labs. There's, of course, the quadrangle, which has been just refurbished on the other side of the Strand. And these are what our teaching spaces look like for small group tutorials. That actually is not a lecture theater in this building. That would be also on Strand. Of course, we also have the Morgan Library. Obviously, nobody goes there anymore to get books, but to have a quiet space there and actually talk to your friends. It's a very nice building, which is approximately 10 minutes walk away from here. As one can also see, our research and our teaching is highly regarded. So there's every year a ranking which measures all the universities in the whole world. But if you go for the United Kingdom in 2023 and you go for computer science, then you will see there are only very few universities where you can do better than us. And that's because we have a very large department, which means we are covering a large area of research you might be interested in. And actually there it is that UCL this year went down and we went up, so we're just after them. Our research also has been recognized by, for example, these kind of academic centers, which means we get money from the government to employ PhD students, which might not be of interest to you yet, but which means that we use these PhD students for TAs, for example. And that is similar for the structural training center in AI, which we have established here in, at King's. Slightly different topic again. This would your daily timetable would look like roughly. Every semester you have approximately 4 modules. Our teaching is organized in large group tutorials where students like you here be in a large group tutorial with a teacher. Usually nowadays use this flipped classroom approach, meaning that you get material in advance, which you can read up to. And then when you come to these large group tutorials, that it's about asking questions, doing calculations, clarifying things. You also will have software labs or small group tutorials where large classes like this would be split up into smaller groups of like just 20. But of course, we also expect quite a large, substantial part of self-studying where you have to solve coursework, where you have to read up on the material. So that is a rough timetable, and you will see that is something we expect for the work you have to spend on your degree per week. What I'm also very proud of that we're trying to build in here in King's and in computer science a community where everybody feels welcomed. And for this, we want to give everybody an inclusive working and learning and research environment for staff and students. And we want to nobody disadvantaged no matter what their background is. And we're trying to increase our diversity. Actually, we are very good on that. There is a very diverse students, but also on staff. And of course, computer science has always this appearance that it's just a boys' club, but that is really not true. We have many initiatives in the department which are supporting our female students. And we actually, having received an Athena Swan Award, which means is we are committed to gender equality. And there are many workshops and student societies which especially cater for our female students. And actually, if you go to the 8th floor today, there is the Student Society of Women in Computer Science, so you can ask them. And while on the teaching staff side, I think we are now 80 plus teaching staff. Approximately 38 are women. And so you will definitely meet women lecturers and people you can connect to. We might not yet be so good on the student side, but very close. If you had looked to a department 10 years ago in computer science, that would be radically different now. That already brings me to questions, so please ask any question you like. Please also ask a question to Nina, our student representative here for today. Whatever you like to know about computer science or the department, please feel free to ask questions. Yes? Unfortunately, no. That is either or. At least, well, that's the theory. The practice is we get also very often asked, if you do, we have an integrated MSI program, which is a 4-year integrated master program. Can you do there a year as industry? And unfortunately, because of accreditation reasons, you can't. But of course, you can interrupt your study at any point, and you can use the same facilities about our career office to get internships. And if you have an internship which you work in for a year, you can't get it as part of your degree, but when you then write your applications, you say, I have already industry experience. That's of course possible. So unfortunately, no, you can't combine them, at least not in theory. You would have to go to such a workaround. Yes, was there any other question? Yes?
Is it possible to change between courses?
Yes, so it is possible, for example, if you're just in the standard BSc and you want to go to the BSc with a year in industry, yes, after the second year you can move into that one. If you, so to say, downgrade, that's just a formality. If you want to upgrade, then you do have to, so to say, have good enough marks. That means in the first 2 years you can't have a failed module and you have to have all your marks above 60%. Then you can move into these programs. But that is achievable. Yes? Yes? Sorry, so... Well, that is still a subject which, so to say, we're just starting to research. And at the moment, we do lots of things just on pencil and paper, with pencil and paper, because we don't have yet quantum computers, at least not on a large scale. What this involves, I can't say yet. I do know that people working in cybersecurity, they are very concerned about that. We do know there are algorithms which, so to say, cannot be broken by these computers either. But of course, they are very worried about all the data we collect now is potentially very easy to decrypt in 10 years' time. So that's what they're worried about. So it features in our teaching, but it's not yet that we have a lab full of quantum computers in some of our labs. And if you ask, like, if you have to understand the physics behind it, well, you usually want to abstract away from that one. You want to actually have a programming language you can use in these computers. So I would not like to know anything of what's happening inside. Any other questions? Yes? Sorry, they probably ask you to...
Yeah, does the university help us to find jobs post our degree, after our degree at all?
Yes, so we do have a careers office, that's what I mentioned. And as I said, the students on the year in industry, they have a dedicated person. They can ask about writing workshops, for writing CVs, for coaching for interviews. But they are also open for everybody else. It's just you have to go there. And they do send around this weekly newsletter to every of our students. And they organize that for all of our students. And our student use societies, the Tech Society, KCL Tech Society, is actually very active in that and organizing fairs where companies come to us. I'm sure Nina can confirm that.
And also just to say, in terms of careers, we have in the student hub over in Strand, crossover into the Great Hall. They have the careers team there, so you can also go and chat to them.
So that is just an office which is open to all the students, and they do know, because for example this year in industry we already have for a long time, and so companies come to us, and so we can't guarantee an internship, but it's extremely rare when students don't get that. Yes. Sorry, was there another question? Yes.
What other
opportunities you have here which isn't available to other universities out there, and that specifically around in computer science?
Well, what I find is particularly attractive to King's is it's a quite large department in terms of the UK. So there are a few ones you can also find of our size in the UK. We are located in London. That is just not really down to us, but that is such a benefit because London is such a magnet to many, many companies, many industry connections. Yes, Nina mentions we do have our own programs. For example, we do ask our, or we do allow our students to be TAs. That I haven't seen in other universities. We do have this King's Research Fellowship where we do attach them to researchers. I haven't seen that either in other universities, but they might well have. I think really the main attraction is you are in London. This of course also has disadvantages, but for your career, that is very hard to beat. Yes?
Is there a lot of group working or individual working? How do you find that?
So in first year, first semester was individual coursework, we had 2 weeks each, and then in second semester we have a pair programming, so where you're a team of 2, and then project of 4, and in second year I think it gets really interesting. You have a software engineering group project, which is across first and second semester, where you kind of get eased into the first semester and then second semester. You work for 4 months in a team of up to 10 people on something you can choose completely yourself. So we self-taught Flutter and Dart for app development and built an app, which was kind of my idea around university societies and sports teams kind of to organize themselves, which was both for iOS and Android, because you can choose pretty much anything you want. You can self-propose, or a teacher can suggest, or like a company can suggest an idea. So there's a lot of coursework, both individual and in group.
Yes.
So for the computer science with management course, what's the balance like between the computer science part and the management?
The management part is 25%. So how our teaching, I haven't mentioned that much at all, is organized. That in the first year we're teaching the foundation. There's a relatively small part of optional modules where you can choose, essentially, are you more interested in hardware or are you more interested in software? In the second year, this portion of what you can choose increases. So of course there's still a compulsory modules you have to take, but now you can specialize in already a much greater part. And in the third year, all the modules are optional. Now for the students in the BSc with management, essentially they have their optional modules, 25% has to come from management modules, like where you learn about HR, where you learn about finance. So
is the degree that you get computer science with management?
Yes, it will be called computer science with management. Similar, it will be a BSc in computer science with a year abroad, or BSc in computer science with a year in industry. The same for AI. Just in the master, it will be an integrated master on your degree. Yes?
Yeah, so apart from the second year industry interface, second internship, is there any other industry interface?
Definitely. So we actually in this AI track we have in the third year that it's a module called knowledge transfer, where companies and also local authorities can sponsor challenges, and then they also report to their challenges. That was actually last year held with Amazon in their headquarters. So yes, there's definitely in modules, but also outside your study, like for tech societies, there's lots of industry. And if you are looking for internships, as I say, the career service is very good in this because they already know that King's has these programs.
So any visiting faculty from the industry?
No visiting faculty as I know of, but some of our faculty are very close connected to industry.
Also, what's really nice about being in London is, for example, I applied for an internship with JP Morgan, and then they put you on a newsletter, and then they invite you to a lot of different events. So I was invited to Women in Quant, and there were a lot of people there who said they took a 2 or 3 hour train journeys, even people coming from Edinburgh. I was just thinking this was a 5-minute walk for me, which is quite nice. And once you're on one of those newsletters, I think there's a lot of different events, and then kind of get the ball rolling, and they do that with a lot of different companies. So it's quite an advantage of being in London, as you mentioned.
Yeah. Definitely. I'm teaching in the second year a programming language is called Scala, and some student had an internship with S&P 500, and they were very impressed by that student. And they got into contact with me and said, we want to have more students like that. And I got them into contact with the career office that they essentially help us to with these years in industries. Yes? Well, there's a lot of artificial intelligence needed for robotics. Maybe as an explanation, remember we have these two strands or two programs. One is in computer science and one is in AI. That doesn't mean that our computer scientist students don't get exposed to AI and that our AI students don't get exposed to computer science. It's just a difference of emphasis. Of course, in computer science, you will also get modules on AI and vice versa. It's just we think that AI is nowadays such a standalone subject already that we can support two programs. But it doesn't mean that if you study computer science, that you will never hear anything about AI. Completely the opposite. The same, if you study AI, that you will never have to program. Completely the opposite is true. Yes, there. Sorry, what kind of? There is some, for example, for our management students, they will be taught by some modules from the business school. But apart from that, just teaching-wise, it's relatively similar, separated. So you can't, for example, have a degree in engineering, a joint degree in engineering and in computer science. We don't have that. But having said that, there are a number of modules which are taught by the engineering department.
There's an optional module as well in third year that you can take from outside the department. You do just need approval for that.
Yeah. But if you do study with us, you will be a computer scientist in some shape or form. Yes?
I have a question.
Oh, was there another question?
Can I go?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. So for international students, especially coming from the United States, where the high school education works a bit differently, is it important that they should have done a higher level of computer science in the 11th and 12th grade, or can they start at a college level?
Okay. These kind of questions are best asked to the admissions office. I can tell you the following. We do have some kind of conversion rules which say how a degree from another country would translate, so to say, into A levels. And we do, so to say, admit according to that. And I think even on the webpage you can find something on the conversion rate, so to say, between a degree or results you get in a different country, how they compare to A levels.
You also don't need any prior experience in computer science in order to be okay on the course. I had not done computer science before, and it was a smooth transition.
Yes, that is also important. We do not expect actually our students to be able to program when they come to us. We do teach them that, Similar, if you already have done that, of course that helps a lot. You will not be bored during our first year because the speed will be so quick that very quickly we will get to topics I'm sure you haven't heard about yet. All right, yes?
I just wanted to ask how many people are on the course, and also what kind of makes your application stand out in order to study computer science?
Okay, so first question, we admitting for, or we targeting for September, getting 340 computer science students and approximately 50 students on the AI program. That's because we're just starting it. Now to the second question. Well, first, of course, you have to satisfy our entry requirements. Beyond that, obviously, you have to write a personal statement, and I would write it from something like that. 40% I would spend on things you have done in computer science in school, 40% what you've done outside school, and 20% why you're passionate about the subject. And now, what you've done outside will somehow come through in the personal statement. And there is, of course, where you can stand out. If you tell us you solved the NP problem, I'm sure we will admit you. You want to go, or should I just say yes?
It's a good exercise for me.
How about you?
Thanks.
Okay.
When studying science and management, do you still have the option to take a placement year or a year abroad?
Sorry, say again, what was the first part of the question?
When studying science and management, do you still have the option a year abroad?
Yes, you can move into these tracks, yes.
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah, I just wanted to know if teaching programming is, a thing of the past or obsolete anymore. Since, programs like ChatGPT, can write you programs, can debug, code. And the second thing is, does university, allow you to use ChatGPT, to write programs or, solve any assignments? Thank you.
Great question, and also you're the right person because I actually do teach programming in the second year. Now for ChatGPT, that is not so easy to answer. I think for general programming, they're still not good enough. The reason is, as we all hear, they hallucinate. They're making up things. And if you don't know what they suggest, you're definitely on a loss, okay? But of course, there are many tasks that can be automated, and for that, surely they're very good. When we do have our programming task, of course, we have difficulties with that because, yes, many things can be solved by that, especially if solutions are already on the internet and you can find. But rest assured, we can still work around that. So no, programming is definitely not a thing of the past. And as soon as you go beyond some very small functions, like large programs, ChatGPT will not be of any help. It's a very good tool, but better you know what you're doing, and it's just a helper for you. So no, we don't intend to change our programming, and especially in this programming module, which I'm teaching, where they actually hear about functional programming, which is a quite different way of programming. These AI tools don't help. So I couldn't solve my own questions yet with ChatGPT. Yes? I think we always try to have a good balance. There will be theory modules, but there are also practical modules, like programming. I would classify that as practical. Robotics, of course, that's very practical. But we do teach us also the foundations of computer science. So we hope there's a good balance. Yes. All right. Any more questions? Do we still have time? 5 minutes. Just before you ask questions, we are also upstairs on the 8th floor. There is a hub from the computer science department. There will be more students you can ask and also more staff. So just after that, if you have more questions, you can come there and we can answer individually. Yes?
Hi. What programming languages do you teach?
Okay. In the first year, we start with Java. In the second year, we have actually student asked us, they want to know more about programming, and we're teaching a module which is C++, which is a low-level language, and a language called Scala, which is a high-level language. Individual modules will also have their own programming language. So I know modules which use Haskell. Obviously, the AI students, they have to know lots of Python. That's the programming language which come to mind, so they're on the top of my head. Nina, can you add to that list?
I think also, after we've seen so many languages, or the main purpose of knowing so many languages is that you can just pick up any language easily. And that's why in the group project, for example, you can choose your own language to write in. So we did Dart for Flutter. And like, again, within like 1 year and a half of coding, we've learned so many languages that was really easy to pick up within like a week or two.
That's actually a very important point. What we're not trying to teach is a particular language, because we don't know whether it's out of date in 10 years' time. We want to teach students programming. That's quite different. Maybe as an illustration, my wife often asks me, like, can you program in, say, Python? And I always give the standard answer, give me an afternoon and I can do it. That's not because I know Python or somehow better. It's just I know what programming is about. And the rest is then just syntax. Yes? As I said, I want to, we have a kind of balance between theory and practical. The theory might require more amount of math than other modules, but also here you have to take into account the math you've been taught in school is quite different from the math you need in computer science. Yes, there is some statistics in computer science, but that's only on the margin. What you need in computer science is like reasoning. You have to find out, if I do something in this program here, how does it affect some other parts of the program? So this kind of logical reasoning is much more important. And that's also math. It's just different from what is taught in school. Yes?
Even though you assume no prerequisite knowledge, why teach Java first when, say, if people don't know any programming? Obviously, Python's readability is much better than Java.
Yeah.
I know you can teach object-oriented, why Java over anything else on Python?
The programming concepts that come with it being object-oriented, I think were very helpful, because I didn't know any Python, and to suddenly be thrown into Java is quite intense, but I think it made afterwards learning Python was really easy.
We also have the world expert in teaching Java in our faculty. So as I said, we don't want to really teach a particular programming language. Yes, we use Java, but it's more about programming. And that is the same in further modules. So yes, Python has also its disadvantages. I don't touch it with it. Yes, there was a question.
So with computer science being quite fast as a subject and doing like 40 hours a week, the semester will be like kind of hard to keep up with, like even with the first year. So how long will the semesters themselves be, and how long of a break do we get in between them?
That is definitely true. That is a main difference between school time and university time. In university time, the speed is much, 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 much faster. Okay, so you have to keep up and don't lose the thread. Otherwise, in terms of teaching time, I think it starts in late September, the first semester, and goes up till first or second week of December. Then there's a period in January about exams, and the second semester starts at end of January and goes up till mid-May. And then you have again an exam period. And then there might be in modules where you have your or in programs where you have your dissertation then over the summer, but not in the BSc. So we do give time for students. If they do want to have summer internship, that is definitely possible.
Even though it's fast-paced, specifically takes Wednesday afternoons. You likely don't have class because that's dedicated to sports. So there's a lot of sports societies and other societies. So I'm personally involved in a lot of extracurriculars on campus, and I do have the time for that and maintaining the grade. So it is possible.
Also, maybe if you could maybe just touch on how you support students in as a whole and teaching hours, just how you support students.
Yes, so you will have very often for modules, you will have a lecturer like me. You will have TAs in the small group tutorials. You will also have lectures in some of them. You have a personal tutor who you can approach if there's any problem, if you have lost the thread and you need to get back on track. The one difference is in school, they always tell you you have to do that, that, and that. In university, you have to, there's a lot of support, but you have to approach them. Going to office hours, for example, asking lecturers questions, I didn't understand that. That's what you have to do. But we're usually very approachable bunch of people. I think this is now the indication being thrown out. As I said, on the 8th floor, we're still there for the whole afternoon. Thank you very much.
Sorry, excuse me.
Yes?
I was just wondering, my name's Hussein, I'm
Yeah.
looking to speak to you about artificial intelligence and its effect on the education system of recent times. And I was just wondering if I get like professional advice, or if I email you. I got your email on the PowerPoint, but I didn't email you at one point asking questions about it.
Well, I'm not an AI person, but
Just anyone's advice in general would help me in that area.
yeah, well, that is a bit difficult for outside people to contact us. Are you the next one?
Quick question. No, I had a quick question.
Yeah, no, I'm just.
Yeah. I think if you ask an AI question, it's better to ask an AI person. Yes, please.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, the handheld one, yeah. Awesome, thank you.
I've got somebody for political economy, but they're like a volunteer, so I don't think they're the main talker.
Right.
Do you know is there like an actual speaker for this talk? Because I wasn't really like told like to be a speaker. I was just told like to answer questions.
We've got I'm not going to be able to put you on my presentation. You know,
I don't have
just
any.
just throw you in.
I can like improvise, but I don't have any slides or anything.
No, don't worry. I've got all the slides.
Oh, you got it.
Yes, I do have. I've got everything.
Perfect.
So let me just. There we go. I'm back.
Let me just see that I didn't lose anything here. That's nothing for me. Okay.
Yes, I think you've got everything, Chris. Yeah. Yes, there we go. Yeah, no. And because the next talk is in. Where's my next talk? The next talk is about 10-15 minutes. So. Right. So who is talking? So we've got politics, political economy, and PPAs, all three of them together. Oh, it's going to be a big one. Let's see. Keith Smith, yeah.
Okay.
And you are?
Alta, Schweigen.
Alta.
Yeah.
Great. Nice to meet you, Alta. I'm Elizabeth.
Nice to meet you. Okay. Is it okay if I just be if I'm in the audience and then I can just come up at some point?
Yeah. Or just grab a seat there. Actually, that's quite a good spot because it's got a bit of aircon there. So that's quite a good spot there.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Great. So Alter he's just a support, and then yeah.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
Keith. Yeah. That's in my head. And then I've got a new roving mic coming because.
Is that one going on?
Yeah, well, no, the battery's about to go.
I see. Oh, great fun.
Oh, it's still have 30 minutes on.
Oh.
But I can change it.
Yeah, because that's about. Yeah, that's because our next talk is literally 30 minutes long.
Yeah, better not to cut it close.
5 minutes, yeah. Yeah. Cuts out distance.
1, 2.
Oh,
1,
no.
2, 1, 2.
There you go.
1, 2. There you go. All good.
That's made a difference. Thank you.
After you've done your little intro and it's already started, do you want to go and grab some lunch? Because I'm happy to stay here for the time being, and then I can grab something afterwards.
Okay, sounds good.
I've got a little flapjack in my bag. I can eat that.
That
Cool.
sounds good, yeah. I'll go and grab something, so I'll do the intro and then I'll step out the way.
Yeah, cool. Because then I can just sit in here just in case there's anything.
If you sit there,
Yeah.
there's aircon.
Oh, is there?
I think it's much better now.
Yeah, it's much cooler.
Maybe they've put it down. Yeah, it does feel better here.
Much better.
Yeah.
Like I don't feel like I'm about to die.
Yeah.
And turn into like a little roasted marshmallow. Shame Annette, no. Apparently Annette has to go.
Actually, now I'm standing still, I can feel like a bit of it.
Yeah.
And I've seen this people around.
Yeah. I was sitting right there. I was like, oh, this is nice.
I think some people with additional requirements, and like just in case they miss it. No, it's super.
Yeah, Leighton.
Yeah.
He is student recruitment for KBS. Yeah. Mainly postgrad. It was because I'm anticipating that this is going to be busy.
There's already a few people without TDS. It's not the 1:45, so I'll leave it a few more minutes.
I think what we need to do is make sure that one side, actually this is different, it's actually filled up evenly. Actually that side's more.
It's usually this side.
It's usually this, everybody seems to go late when they come in. Instead of out.
Oh, they're coming through this way.
Yeah. Go late rather than right.
They can go that way, but I think maybe because there's an ambassador, maybe they're just coming through this, which is fine because they can go through. You can actually walk around there and go around that way.
So I just got them to send them around that way.
Cool. That sounds good.
Otherwise, so we can get those. Let me just tally a note and ask her what I think I can do with this.
I'll wait for it to start a bit more here, and then maybe if you could wait by that door, and then I'll go and let the guys know if people are.
I mean, tell me if I can spin it and please,
Oh, hello, you're back again. Fabulous. Hi, Keith. Do you have any tech requirements on me, or you just your standard presentation?
Quite as busy. A friend of mine.
Okay, great stuff.
I think we may need to make it in.
So so that's here. Just to say, we are streaming into lecture theatre 3.
Okay.
So I'm
so if you can be mindful of that. So if you want to walk around, I would say rather put this mic on.
I usually wait like.
If you'd feel more comfortable with the lapel mic.
How do I work this? Do you just press that?
You just got to put it on.
Uh-huh.
No, that's on. So you just got to clip it on.
Okay.
And then this just clips to your. So you can just add it to your belt and then.
Oh, actually, no, I'm good.
Or shove it in your pocket. Yeah, on your pocket. There you go. And then you can clip that onto your.
I think you can hear the question anyway.
Yeah, exactly. That.
No.
Yeah. There you go. And then I'll hit that when we're ready to begin. How'd you like to be introduced, by the way? Keith's fine. Keith it is then. So basically what I'm going to do is,
that might work.
before we get going, I will move that out your way. Oh, there's your clicker.
Oh, there's a clicker as well.
There's your clicker, yeah.
I left my USB and somebody stole it.
It always happens.
I'm just going to monitor the people without tickets because there's a whole group of people who might come in the next couple of minutes.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I'll wait for you to
give us that perfect.
I'll wait for you to give me a bit.
Just at the end when we're doing the Q&A, because people seem to be shouting out questions anyway, you'd probably be able to hear the questions from the audience. Would you be able to repeat their question?
Yeah.
So like they can hear, they'll be able to hear on the microphone.
I think I was
I'm
planning on getting there.
I'm going to use that and then we'll go. Either
I'm
mine.
trying to run around, sometimes vision.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll need this for a little intro.
You need this for now and
yeah. So I'll do a little quick. I just need to do a quick intro, just to say to everybody that hi, and all the usual safety boring speech.
Yep.
So that's my job.
Okay.
And then once that's all over, then it's just there. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put captioning. We put our captioning on just to help with people who are in the office. So I'll put that on in a minute.
Like me?
No.
Okay, because it won't understand me.
No, it does. There we go. So it does not too bad.
You should see my team's calls there.
No, you should hear me. Mine as well. I was chatting with Sergio before, and we just have a laugh because we both accents. And yeah. Because my South African accent sometimes, just the way I say things or I speak too fast, and everybody's like, "What now?"
Made up words.
Yeah.
I have a work accent and a family accent.
Well, my housemate the other day, she says to me, she goes, "Do you know that your accent goes English when you're on Teams calls?" And I was like, "It does?" Apparently I've got to get rid of my...
The funniest thing that my partner does is that when he's on Teams calls, he adopts kind of like a European enunciation, and I don't know why. He's from Northampton, and he talks as British as the second language. I'm like, why are you doing that? And he doesn't know he's doing it. It's just because he's just worked.
Good afternoon, everyone. Excuse me, guys. Would it be possible in some of the rows to squeeze in the middle? We've got still more people coming in. If there is some seats available closer towards the middle, you would be so kind and... Yes. Thank you.
Amazing art. Yes. Do you need anything else from me? I'm just going to continue that.
I thought it was half an hour. I thought I was going to bring up 15 minutes extra.
No. If we've got the room for that long, then let's do Q&A. But
yeah.
I don't.
And then you were going to possibly run another meeting.
Yeah, I've spoken to them. All rooms are ready to go.
Okay, so it depends on how you want to have everybody...
Sorry, where do the ambassadors have to be?
You might want to go in front of there.
So, we have got 45. Let's hope we have a lot of questions.
No problem.
Yeah.
That's a great place for everybody to congregate.
If somebody wants to talk to you about it, you could not only that way, I made that hard really on the
Yeah, that sounds dumb.
13:45. Okay. So we can.
And then the lectern lights always on.
Sorry, the
lectern light.
the lectern lights.
So you can never be off.
If it's green, it's recording. Oh, it stops working. Right. So I just press that, right?
Yeah.
Right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Elizabeth Stolberg. I'm the head of marketing campaigns, and you are at the political economy chat with Keith. He will be introducing himself in a short little minute. But just a few safety conversations. I'm sure you've heard a few of these already today. But you'll notice the big exit signs. We are not anticipating a fire drill today. So if it does go off, the alarm sound does go off, then I will ask if everybody could just get up and then go to the exit signs, look out for student ambassador shirts or any of us in our red lanyards, and we'll take you to a safe place if that should happen. You'll notice that we have the captions on. That is because of accessibility, but they are live, so that means they're picking up our accents as we go. So sometimes the words are creative. So don't mind those if you do come across a few interesting variations as it's showing up there. Right, so without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Keith, and yeah, enjoy.
Thank you very much. Welcome to this short talk about the Department of Political Economy and the undergraduate programs that we offer here. My name is Keith Smith. I'm a lecturer in international politics, and I teach modules on issues in international relations, world politics, and American foreign policy. I'm also the department's senior tutor. That means I am responsible for the pastoral care system. When you arrive at an English university and some Scottish universities, you're given a personal tutor who guides you through your academic studies, and I'm responsible for that system here in the Department of Political Economy. We do actually have 45 minutes. What I plan to do is talk maybe for 15, 20 minutes and leave a space then for Q&A, so feel free to ask any questions that you do have. And then we will reconvene to the hub, where I'll be along with the student ambassadors and Lily from our student experience team, and we'll be able to answer any questions you do have. So, let me start with the Department of Political Economy. If you do decide to join King's and you do decide to join the Department of Political Economy, what you'll find is that it's a very unique department, right? If you're going through the stages that you're going through, you're applying for university, you'll see that most departments usually run an economics program or politics and international relations, right? So it's the only department in the English university system, I think the British university system as well, that carries the title Department of Political Economy, right? Many of you might be interested in studying international relations, and you might be going to a war studies presentation as well. That's quite unique as well, right? There's no other department called war studies. It's all called international relations or politics and international relations. So King's is unique in some of the department titles that we have, and that should tell you something about our sort of strategic vision and the teaching that we offer, right? Now, you might be a bit confused in terms of what political economy actually means. I can tell you that some of my colleagues are. They all have different viewpoints about what it means. But for me, it means that to study economics, we need to study politics. And to study politics, we need to study economics, right? They work in tandem, and they have an effect on each other. Changes in economies, trade, industry, impact
on politics, principally our main institution, the state. So I teach a second-year module, Issues in International Politics. In week 1, we start with a lecture on foreign aid. And there's a very controversial figure that we look at, Mbiso Moyo. And she makes the claim that economies that are dependent on foreign aid treat this as an income. And this impacts on the state, right? The state becomes less accountable to its population, less transparent, and hence more corrupt. So the economy, the income that's generated from foreign aid, impacts on the state. And that's how I view the department or political economy as a concept, right? So it's quite a unique department. Moreover, it's really a powerhouse, right? It started in 2010, so it's only 13 years old. And we have something like 1,600 students. I've got a spreadsheet with all their names, and I can't count them because there's too many. And I think we've got something like 92 members of staff now as well. So in a very short period of time, the college has invested in us, students have invested in us, and that should tell you something about what we can offer you, right? So not only is it a very unique department, it's really quite a prestigious department in a very short period of time. Oh, I'll just go back one. We actually run 4 undergraduate programs. Dr. Sanchez Pages ran a session on economics earlier, and there will be another one later this afternoon. I'm going to talk about politics. So we've got BA, BSc in politics, BA, BSc in political economy, BA, BSc and PPE. Those are the main 3 that I'm going to talk about. Oh. We also do, as I said, run the economics co-taught with King's Business School, but you've probably been to see Santi's presentation. So what I'm going to do now is just basically run over what you're going to get taught if you decide to come to the Department of Political Economy. And as I said at the beginning, I'll quite happily talk you through modules in greater depth over at the hub. Right, so this is the BA, BSc in politics. In the first year, you basically get compulsory modules. Right? There is a set curriculum. You have to take these modules. The World Politics since 1945 is a 2-semester module, 2 essays, 1 exam. And basically you learn about the grammar and language of international relations. Comparing political systems is about political science and the effects of regime types on political behaviour. That's CPS, as it's commonly referred to as a 2-semester module, and it's 2 exams, 1 essay is the assessment pattern. Introduction to political theory, you learn the concepts and grammar of political theory, freedom, justice, these kind of things. 2-semester module, and it is 4 essays, if I remember right. Fundamentals of that should be political research. Fundamentals of political research, that's a philosophy of social science. So that's more of a skill-based module. That's 1 semester, 1 essay, 1 exam. And then you also get statistics for political science, which you learn a specific program, Stata, and you learn how to do regression analysis. So that's quite useful in terms of employability moving forward. Fundamentals and statistics are basically 1-semester modules. In year 2, the year 2 and year 3 are largely elective. That means you get to select what you want, right? And as long as there's no prerequisites and the module is running, essentially. In year 2, if you do the BA route, there is 1 compulsory module that you have to do, research methods. So you learn employability skills that you can take forward. If you do the BSc route, you have to take 2 further compulsory modules, game theory and statistics 2. So you can see the type of modules that are on offer. Issues in International Politics is mine. It's usually taught in this auditorium. Economics of Crime, Anya Shortland. She's actually very famous. She often gets invited out to the States. She's written a famous book about the ransom and hostage industry. So those are the typical year 2 and year 3 modules. They do differ, they do change depending on who's available. Sometimes members of staff go on sabbatical, these kind of things. But as long as there's no prerequisites, i.e. modules that you have to have taken before you can take a year 2 or a year 3 module, you're basically able to take what you want, right? Regardless of whether you're on politics, PPE, econ. Let's move on to political economy. You can see in the first year they share a lot with politics, right? Comparing political systems, intro to pol theory, and fundamentals. The differences are quantitative methods, which effectively is statistics for political science, and principles of economics, which is a 2-semester module that has 2 exams and introduces you to the sort of core principles of economics, obviously going by the title. In the second year, depending on whether you're doing the BA or BSc route, if you do the BA route, you have to do political economy, which is a compulsory module. It's concepts, it's a lot of theory heavy, it's a bit pale, stale, and male, but we do have further modules in the third year, like race and racism and political theory that kind of challenges some of the Western canon. If you did the BSc route with political economy, you basically have to do the core compulsory module, political economy concepts, and then micro, macro, and econometrics. So 4 compulsory modules. Moving on, BSc Philosophy, Politics and Economics. This is probably one of our more popular modules or programs vis-a-vis politics and political economy. It's the kind of, you know, the route into political leadership in this country. And this program is shared between Department of Political Economy and Department of Philosophy. So you basically end up between the 2 departments, really, right? Again, you can see the PPE students do share some of the modules with politics and political economy. You've got principles, comparing political systems, and quant methods. But you also have Introduction to Philosophy, which is a 2-semester module. It's actually Intro 1 and Intro 2. And they are ran out of the Department of Philosophy. And you also have a module on political and economic philosophy, which is shared, if I remember right, between philosophy and political economy. If you do the BA route, 1 compulsory module in year 2, philosophy and practice of philosophy, politics and economics. If you do the BSc route, you have to basically do what the political economy students do, which is the 4 compulsory micro, macro, econometrics. Here are examples of further modules that we have on offer in year 2 and year 3. Point to political economy of immigration. That's run by Jonathan Portes, who worked with the Blair government. I think he was high up in the civil service, and he's written quite a popular book on the political economy of immigration. We also have the International Politics of the United Nations. That is delivered by what we call a guest lecturer, right? So that's not a permanent member of staff. That's somebody that comes in because of their professional experience and delivers a module based on their professional experience. So that module is run by Pam Shearing, and by day, she is an international lawyer. So what I'm trying to point out there is not only do we have leading academics teaching you, we also have leading practitioners as well. One of the opportunities that we do have as a King's College student, if you do decide to join us, whether it be DPE or War Studies or wherever you go, we have the Study Abroad program, right? It's a fantastic way to spread your wings even further. You have to have a grade average of 60%, which is a 2-1. And you have the option of doing 1 semester, either it's usually the 2nd semester, if I remember right, or you can do the full academic year abroad. There's really no disadvantage in terms of grades in doing this. And you can see the sort of partner organisations that we do have, right? The global, we're moving not just into Europe and the United States, but also through Asia as well. And as I mentioned, this is a fantastic way to sort of build up a network that will see you moving forward in your career that you, once you've finished your undergraduate studies, wherever you may decide to take them. So we also know that the student experience is increasingly not just about the books and the learning and the seminars that you go to and the lectures that you attend. Right? University is a social experience. And Department of Political Economy students are really encouraged to make use of the various societies that we have across which are run by the student union. But we do have very well developed relationships with these societies for obvious reasons, right? So PPE Society, I think it might be in a bit of a doldrums at the moment, but certainly last year it was very, very active in terms of the people they brought in. They have kind of an officer that is dedicated to well-being. They had a podcast, a publication. They had a buddy scheme as well, if I remember right, where you get to speak to, if you're in first year, you can speak to a mentor from second or third year and tell you, how you navigate whatever issue you've got. Obviously got KCL Economics and Finance Society for the economists, the business people in the room. Politics Society, that was moribund for a long time, but I believe this year, it's a current third-year politics student, if I remember right, that has sort of re-energised the Politics Society. I think they've had it was a leading academic from UCL on the French presidential election. Ambassador from Finland, I think, was here giving talks about Ukraine, that kind of thing. We also have the Political Economy Society, and I might point out King's Think Tank as well, which is a sort of student-led think tank, right? So you have the opportunity to build a portfolio of work in terms of talking head commentary and that kind of thing, right? So this is a kind of the societies that we have are really well integrated into the department and the subject matter that we do teach. If you do decide to join this university or indeed any other university in England, you'll find that there's a lot of layers of bureaucracy. So we have the department. We also have within the department is within a school, the School of Politics and Economics, and we have the faculty, which is Social Science and Public Policy. So there's all sorts of layers of management. And some of these events come from the school and the faculty. I'll point to the SPE, School of Politics Celebration Evening. So yearly now, we come together and celebrate our successes. Both staff and students are awarded in terms of their contribution to the community. We also have a policy pitch award yearly, and I think this would be 2022 or 2021, I can't remember. I think it would be 2021 because it would be COP, Conference of the Parties, and it was dedicated to specifically sort of carbon capture. And we have students on the left-hand side. I think that's Salome. I can't remember her surname, but she was in my third-year module, and they obviously won a very prestigious award. And then we have running from the college, we have the University Civic Challenge, which is putting King's at the heart of London, essentially, right? So allowing or getting our staff, our students, to work together, usually with local organisations and charities, to kind of find really strong and positive ways of making a difference in terms of local communities in London, some of the more pressing challenges that we have in terms of inequality, access, well-being, that kind of thing. There are other student events and opportunities that are available. I'll mention one that hasn't been put on a slide. We have what's called the King's Undergraduate research fellowship, right? So every year academics are encouraged to apply for funding, and during the summer months, successful candidates get to work with academics, be a research assistant effectively. So this is a very good way of sort of using the skills, knowledge and experience that you've learnt in the classroom and applying it practically. But beyond that, we have Sharon, who's I think now going into third year politics, if I remember right, or will be. She won she was a finalist for the Black Heritage Undergraduate of the Year Award. This is by Target Jobs, which basically sort of awards undergraduate students across the country. And Sharon made the finalist. What I'm trying to point out there is that if you come to the Department of Political Economy and indeed King's, you will be working alongside future leaders. I would also point out a second issue here, or event or opportunity that we do have. This was a kind of King's alumnus who's working along with a member of staff in European and international studies, and together they developed a game that could be used to teach international politics. I think it was called Hegemony, if I remember right. And what I'm trying to illustrate there is basically if you become a member of King's, DP or EIS, you're basically tied with that sort of alumnus relationship, right? You still, once you've often graduated, for instance, you still have access to the career service, I think for 2 years, 2 years beyond that. So, what I'm going to do there is draw a close to my discussion and open the floor for questions. We have 23 minutes, and I will be back at the hub after that as well. So feel free to ask any questions. You have the floor. Yeah.
It just is your.
Who's?
Good.
You mentioned doing BScs and BAs. Do the students have to choose that when they apply, or do they make that decision after they've done the first year?
After they've done the first year, based on your sort of second year modules, right? So you basically all are just BA, BSc.
And then it depends which modules they choose.
Yeah.
In terms of which one they go for, what difference does it make? Other than what they study here, but obviously when they leave, does it make a difference in terms of the jobs that they go for, or?
I think it might be dependent on the programme, right? The people that would be interested in BSc politics don't think politics is a science. So I think it's probably dependent on the programme. Some of the modules in sort of PPE and Polycon, if you take the BSc route, do offer a lot of practical economic-based skills, right? It's micro and macro. So that probably opens up further opportunities as opposed to the BA route. But I think that on the whole, employers and any sort of postgraduate institutions are more interested in your, one, where you did your degree, right? Because Britain's a very classist society, I don't know if you've noticed. And two, what you got overall. I think that's the main thing that they're looking at. And then increasingly, because society likes to put a lot of pressure on people your age, they're looking at extracurricular activities as well. So I think students, and perhaps parents, put too much stress on BA, BSc. Whenever I advise students, I tell them, do what's going to maximise your grade. And then, you know, that's the main thing. That would be my advice.
So this is what a personal tutor would be able to discuss with them when they're making those decisions and which route to go and which modules to choose?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, thank you. Good talk. My question is, in the last 4 or 5 years, it's been very different from a political as well as economic situations. Can you give an idea about what are the kind of jobs your alumni have been able to secure after doing either BSc or politics from your university?
Yeah. Employability. Do you know what the employability figures are, Lily?
So employability, I mean, it sounds like a bit of a cop-out answer, but the thing is our students go on to a huge variety of different things. So the first thing that I would say is that often when you're at university, can you hear me okay? Or do I need to check? Hiya, is that a bit better? Okay, so what I would say is that firstly, our students go on to do a variety of amazing different things, both in the UK and also internationally. This could be working with governments or think tanks, but it could also be other roles as well, such as working with NGOs within the charity sector and doing more creative things like journalism. I think that what I would say is that at King's we have a fantastic career service, and we also in the department work very hard to put on a range of different careers events, bringing in different external speakers from businesses, but also running sessions to help build your CVs. If you've never had an interview before, we do that too. So I'm not going to give you some specifics because realistically it's very vast what our students go on to do. However, we give you all of the best opportunities to make sure that you find out what you want to do, and then what we do is we help you pursue that goal.
Yeah, some of the programs are really open, right? Like politics, and that can be a really good thing, right? Because if you're not sure what you want to do when you're 18, you might still not be sure what you want to do when you're 21, 22. But it can also be a really scary thing because it leaves the field wide open. But there are a lot of opportunities that you can take. And as I mentioned, you know, employability is based on prestige, and you've got sort of King's, which I always tell my students it's kind of the bottom of the top. So you know, you get Oxford, Cambridge, possibly UCL, LSE, and then King's. So you've basically got a really good shout at the job market, and we've got a lot of support services in terms of assisting students through that, and a lot of opportunities to help build skills. One of the things with societies that I kind of skipped over is we encourage you to take leadership positions as well within those, right? There's all sorts of officer roles that you can take, and that fills a gap, a pressing gap on your sort of CV. And there are activities in the department itself, the CORF, all sorts of things going on that we can really help your students develop the skills that they need to succeed in the job market.
Hello. Sorry, I had one question.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry. So I was thinking about the modules which you guys were offering, and I'm potentially wanting to study PPE, and I was looking at your PPE models that you were showing on the slides. I didn't really see any philosophy modules too many. So are those offered in a separate building to this one or a different department?
Yeah.
And also, is there a specific split on like how many politics modules you have to take, how many economics modules, or how many philosophy modules, or is it like that changes on each year and you take less and less? Is there a specific split on what you have to take?
So to answer your first question, yeah, the philosophy modules are not listed on there because it's not my department. We've got a PPE student. What sort of modules are you able to take? It's like philosophy of race and things like that, right, if I remember? And there's no requirement in terms of how many modules you need to take. It used to be like that before your cohort came in. I think you had to fit a specific field, but now it's open. So you can select what you want. And if you did take PPE, once you've done the first year and that sort of BA, BSc, picked that, basically open to what you want to take. If you were on another program, politics or political economy, You are allowed to take 30 modules, external modules as well, not just from philosophy, but from other departments. Some of them are pre-approved, some are not. That means if they're not, you have to do the kind of labour and dealing with different departments, which, as anybody that's lived in a bureaucracy knows, is not easy. But if you persevere, you can take sort of external modules. But PPE, philosophy, and DP, and Department of Philosophy must be at the hub, right? Yeah.
So I'm interested in the joint honours of history and political economy. So I was wondering if the emphasis or the focus of the political economy part would be any different to the straight degree.
So that programme is actually, the home department is Department of History. I think, I'm not 100% sure what you can actually take, but if you give me like a contact detail, I'll be able to put you in contact with the program director for that and DPE, and we'll be able to clarify exactly what we can take. I think we've got a very patient man at the back that's had his hand up for quite some time.
Hello, I'd just be a bit curious to know what the because like usually like I went to like the economics lecture a while back and they were saying that put a big emphasis on the mathematical part of economics, and I'd be curious, like one of the modules you mentioned was like a philosophy of economics, so I'd be curious to know what the mathematics element behind the PPE would be.
Okay, so out with econ, the lecture you went to earlier, I don't think the maths is all that advanced, no? We've got somebody that's experienced it. Do you want to fill them in?
Okay, thank you, thank you.
So the teaching environment is very different at university. What we do is work with theoretical literature most of the time. So it's sort of conceptual debates. We study politics. We don't do politics, essentially. So you're kind of assessed on your understanding of the academic literature. Often what can happen in the seminars, though, is the discussion can deviate away from that, and it can become quite political. And that depends really on who's running the seminar. But essentially, when you come to university, you're not really doing politics. You're kind of studying politics, which you put a different hat on. And if you were doing the BA, BSc politics route, you would notice that with like the fundamentals of politics, that core module. It's very sort of about the philosophy of studying the social world, essentially. So yeah, more theoretical. A question over here.
How much opportunity outside of studying, you said it's quite theoretical, but is there opportunity for like political engagement? Is that more like societies, or do you guys like interact with like the actual political world?
So question is about what you can do beyond the academic side of things. Yeah, there's a lot of this will be in the societies. There's all sorts of debating societies going on. we get a lot of speakers in. One of my personal tutees is actually, he's running for Parliament for the Conservative Party at the moment. He's president of the Conservative Society, and they brought Jacob Rees-Mogg, and there was a bit of a brouhaha. A Labour councillor, I think. Yeah. 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 But in first year, again, you won't really understand. The transition into university is very different, right? You get sort of 8 hours of class, and you know, a working week is 40 hours. So there's independent study, is what you're supposed to do. I'll ask, or you can ask them whether that's what they do in first year. First year is a kind of learning curve, and you're given, actually it doesn't count towards your final classification. It's essentially pass-fail. If you fail, it becomes a problem, you have to resit. But you know, so you've got a lot of scope in first year. I encourage you in first year to basically learn good practices, but also recognise that it's an experience, and yeah, make use of the things that are on offer. But there's all sorts of societies going on. There's usually a lot happening. Specifically at the moment, I don't know if you're aware, there's a kind of industrial action, so the campus is alive. Is it a strike day today? That might be, I don't know. There's no picket line, obviously. Yeah.
Are there any mathematics requirements for, say, political economy, or for like individual courses within a degree?
So there are the only one that's got a subject requirement in terms of admissions is economics, which is A-level math, I think, or possibly A-star level maths. But the rest do not have subject requirements. Some of the modules that you can potentially take as a DPE student would have prerequisites, which means something that you've already studied. So I think there are econ modules in the second year, and if you didn't have those prerequisites, you wouldn't, and that would be if you've done the BSc econ first year, you wouldn't be able to take them. If you get your pointy elbows out, you can probably put pressure on the right people to do that, but you would be advised that, you know, if you do not have the requirements and you take that module and you get a really bad score or fail the module, it can have a devastating impact on your degree.
Thank you.
Yeah. Acceptance rates. I knew somebody would ask that, so I got my spreadsheets out. So this is for 2023, 24, so the year that are coming in at the moment. It's only right or correct up until the 28th of May, and I think they had another 2 weeks after that. Econ, so there were 2,790 applications. How many do you think were turned into offers? I'll ask you because you asked the question. 100? 110. So that's a quarter, roughly, 25%. Politics, there were 568 applications. Who wants to hazard a guess at how many offers were made? 30? There were 557 offers. So that's almost 100%. Obviously, we don't take them all. I think what happens with politics is a lot of people apply for PPE or econ here or elsewhere, and politics becomes like a third option. I don't know why, because it's my passion, but you know. Polycon is about 3/4, and PPE is about a third, right? So it's really dependent on the program. It changes every year as well, but that's the general sort of patterns. Bet you didn't think I'd have the answer to that, right?
In regards to the economic sides of PPE, is there a greater expectation that you'll be more familiar with A-level maths or A-level economics?
I would assume it would help with micro, macro, and what's the other one? Econometrics. But Star over here would be able to give you a better answer than I can, because I don't really do econ, because I don't really count all that well. So, maths.
I did a lot of further maths, but I don't think it's completely necessary. Again, because they set a good foundation for maths.
Okay.
So I'd say take economics. Would be like if you're planning on taking a lot of economics modules, that's
Yeah.
I think it's probably the opposite question, isn't it? Because he's not doing economics at A level.
Okay.
Is that going to be a barrier for PPE?
No, you can take the BA route and avoid the micro, macro, or you can take and use the sort of teaching that is available in the earlier part of the modules. I know that, I mean, I've got a personal tutee that didn't do A-level maths, and they kind of struggled with micro and macro. But I think part of the struggle was because the exams were right back to back, right? Yeah. So that was a bit of a difficulty for them, because the exam period in January is compressed. It's 1 week, and they all come together. But I think if you kind of maintain concentration and dedication, you would be able to sort of succeed even without it. But you've got to be aware of that kind of risk. What you can do is you can audit modules, right? So you can take, well, your module selection happens in sort of April time of first year, and sort of week 1, you can see what the module is like. You get access to the we call it Keats. We've probably spent £1 million on calling it Keats, but it's Moodle effectively what it is. And you can see what's available and whether you think you're capable of doing it. So you have that ability, and then you can change the module out if you don't think it's worth the risk. One more? Make it a good one. I will be back at the hub, though.
Thank you for the information that you've provided so far. My question is, for the PPE course, what kind of work experience do you think would make look good on the personal statement?
Work experience?
Yes.
If you read The Guardian a couple of weeks ago, it basically said they don't read the personal statements, right? They get thousands and thousands of applications. They maybe spend a couple of, I probably shouldn't be saying this, right? But they spend a couple of minutes doing it. Yeah, I would concentrate on your, okay, this is what I tell people when they do the personal statements for masters. Why do you want to come here? It's a bit more difficult with UCAS because you've got to apply for 5, right? But, you know, why are you interested in the programme of study? Why do you want to go to the university that you want to go to, and how does your previous experience, broadly defined, but I would concentrate on academic studies, help you access or help you succeed? The other thing I would probably advise you as well is that on the 29th of June, there is there's a kind of online thing, right, with King's, which is basically about how to write personal statements. So I might check that out. If you Google KCL events, and you'll be able to get access to that. It's an online thing. What sort of advice they'll give you beyond the generic, I don't know. Right, I think we will be getting removed. But I will be back at the hub if you do have any further questions. Oh, get a round of applause. Thank you. it's in northeast. I don't know if you know. No. So go out into the courtyard, and if you turn left, push out northeast, and if you go to the one set of stairs, and it's in the thing called the exchange, you'll see it. There'll be red one, possibly. We might have given them code word. Yeah. Okay, no problem. But I'll get somebody to contact and get you. Thank you very much. See you.
Just sort of a quick follow-up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not taking economics at the moment, but I'm doing maths and further maths. So when we start with the economic modules, is it sort of expected that your knowledge of economics is limited? Is it sort of basic knowledge, micro, macro? Yeah.
I think that often these things are teacher dependent.
Okay.
But certainly the teacher that we have at the moment fills things in.
Okay. Yeah.
But teachers sometimes drop modules and then take something else.
Okay. Yeah.
I think my best advice would be, if you want to take it and reevaluate at week one when you've got the option to change it.
Okay. Yeah.
Not locked in.
Yeah.
Point.
Okay.
You can look at the content and you can make the decision then.
Yeah.
Because it's very easy for me to say, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
And then you're not. And then you come knocking on my door.
Yeah.
Tell me why did you say that? So I would, yeah, I would
Yeah.
Not a problem. Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
that what you're after?
I mean, if that's what you want me to do, but put me along.
Do you want to? Maybe not.
Let's do it along.
I think Liz will be coming back just before, so she'll probably read this out. I need to click on this for subtitles as well.
With my accent, I wouldn't. It's gonna be like. Where is the clicker? Already?
Oh no.
One, two, 1, 2. Hello, everyone. How you doing today? Can you all hear me? Perfect. We still got 15 minutes. 15, yeah?
Yeah, 15 minutes, yeah.
15 it is. That's my boss.
Yeah, might as well. Yeah, it did dip a bit, and I feel like it's getting warmer again. Pardon? It was dipping a bit in temperature, but I feel like it's getting warmer again. It's kind of gone like this today.
Much warmer than it was.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The golden lake.
I mean, now, honestly, the second one, I always have it. When I do first one, no matter what, it's like that dryness in mouth. But now the second one, it's more about that research. And I'm trying to put that unique selling points, and they put this work, which is not on a daily basis,
It's not
like
like
you're using, so.
That makes sense. It's not a giant pen.
What do we got for this one?
208.
Oh,
There might be people who can walk around if they've stayed.
So why this is very stream in other rooms internally, yeah?
Yes, yeah, it's just across the courtyard of the lecture theatre. Nowhere near as big as this. So the other lecture theatre is about 100 people.
So it's just a solution to more people in their book, or?
Yes, the ticket capacity is just for this room here. But there's always people who
Yeah.
book a ticket, so that's new to us. Just not tickets, I guess.
In the same lineup, Katarina is coming for this one as well?
I'm not sure myself.
I mean, she is in the presentation.
I'm guessing so, yeah. She might come on time.
Because I can't be Katarina.
You can't?
I do possess lots of qualities, but this is not one of them.
What did she study?
Economics and management. Yeah, that's right. Let's see what you got there. Please, in the next year open day, can we have this 5 minutes and no, the end? Can we have it?
Put go on the stage. I can see if we can arrange that, yeah. I think so far everyone's been very good at their own time.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, we've gone over time an hour, but it's not time for Q&A. But you know what? It's maybe better not having that from that perspective. And it's better. So what I'll do after this one, I might run to Student Hub and just see if there is any follow up.
Yeah, there's only 15 minutes between this and the one.
Oh, we need to be on time. I'm 10, 11. I mean, I'm going to speak to you guys. I tell myself 10 to 12 minutes is my max, but I will speed it up if I have to. But I already so fast. I do, don't I?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. You know English when you speak it.
I think I'll give Liz the signs, the stop signs and things. Wherever you go. But yeah, if there's loads of questions, you can always say it.
No, not well, taking into consideration.
You're gonna go.
Yes, if that's okay.
No.
No, okay, I'll stay here.
I'm going to chain you to the stage.
To be honest.
And make an art exhibition.
That would be wonderful, yes, thank you.
It's my pleasure.
I don't even know. I'm checking the time, but like I'm not registering the time. If
No,
it's,
it's been
just
so crazy. No, it's been insane. Yeah. Okay.
Thanks. Okay. How is it outside? Is it?
It's a little bit cooler actually.
Oh, okay, that's good.
If that's what you're asking. But it's busy.
It is busy, is it?
Very busy.
I'm guessing there are a lot of people without probably. I mean, I'm happy to stay until this talk starts, just to help get people in the room, and when it starts, I can just go off.
Okay.
I don't even know where I've got my lunch voucher. I'm going to have to go back to HQ and get another one.
There was one, yeah.
Yeah, that might have been mine. I thought I put it in my bag, but I can't find it. I'm sure it will.
How did the SSVP talk go?
Oh, the DPE one. He was good. Oh, let me go and grab it. It's just.
So I can do mountain signage.
We don't usually do people through.
I don't know what you heard.
That's it.
Oh, really?
Not for anything.
Now I'm being treated?
I'm looking you out. Right, let me go and grab it 'cause it's just the top.
Don't trouble. I fully acknowledge.
Don't know what is going on. It feels better. Oh, that's fine. It felt better in here a little before I went off about an hour ago. It feels the same again.
Again, I think it's only for the business to be put up there. The previous one was really
Comfortable. We complain.
Did you fill up the form and send it to the last time? The way the thing is.
Every time I get a new person, when you get a request like that. So if you want to get no, that's
Wirklich? Oh, Valora, yeah. And I saw that the PDF
there it is. This one.
Maybe I should take the 1 minute sign and give it to you when you're doing the health and safety thing.
Ready to go? I think so. Yep. 1 minute.
Right, good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully everybody is coping well with the heat. We think we sorted out the heating in this room a little bit, so if it does get a little bit warm, we are still negotiating getting it cooled down with the venues team, so they are on the case to make sure the aircon's kicked in. But welcome to your talk today. So it's the King's Business School. If you haven't been up to Level 1, that is where the hub is for the King's Business School, so you can go there afterwards, meet students, meet academics, meet your presenters, have a chat with them and ask your questions there as well. My name is Elizabeth Stolberg. I'm the head of marketing campaigns at King's. I just need to cover a few quick safety things with you. We don't, I'm sure you've heard this before if you've been to a few more talks already today, so apologies if you're hearing it again. But you'll notice where the exit signs are, so here and here, it could be the same doors that you'll be leaving out of. But if you can just make sure that if the alarm does go, the fire alarm does go, that everybody exits as quickly as possible and follow either somebody in a red t-shirt, one of our student ambassadors, or a staff member with a lanyard, and we'll make sure you get to a safe space. We do have the captions on with the presentation. That's just for accessibility reasons. But as you can hear with my accent, sometimes they don't necessarily catch words that you're saying if you've got a slight accent, or even if you don't. So you might see a quirky word thrown in there with its own creation as to what it thinks you've said. As I've mentioned, they are live, so that's why that is happening. We also are live streaming to Lecture Theatre 3, so hello to everybody in Lecture Theatre 3. Right, so over to Martin, who will be taking you through.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Again, to some of you who I haven't met yet. So my name is Martin, and I'm the Student Recruitment Manager here at Business Faculty. I think it's the best job to have. In short, in my 10-minute speaking, I will take you through introduction to our business faculty, as well as we look generally at some undergraduate degrees, all of them we offer. This will be followed by my colleague Leslie, who is the head of Careers Department and Employability here at Business School, and you will also hear from one of our students, Katarina. Oops. Right, so King's Business School, well, as a School of Management, exists since 1989. As a faculty status, we are only from 2017. However, even in this short amount of time, we have grown into a leading management institution, and we are one of the biggest business schools in London. I hope you already experienced. We are a very friendly staff and community within our academics and students, and we are very diverse cohort. So on the student side, really, I think it's getting close to 90, over 90 countries representing in the business school. Similar applies to our academics, where over 60% of our academics have international background. Now, aside from King's College London being one of the top-ranked universities, what is really fundamental in our teaching is that input of our own research. So really, this makes our courses innovative, but also relevant. Our location in London, of course, we are the most centrally localized university, business school right at the River of the Thames. This is a great opportunity to engage with the real business world, as well as lots of opportunities, events for our students to develop their career prospects. Now, officially, I can now share this. We undergo the really difficult process. We are now triple accredited university, a business school. And really, to put it into perspective, there is around almost 14,000 business schools around the world, and less than 1% as actually holding the triple crown. And on top of that, which I'm really happy with, and this is the hard work of students and colleagues, among our peers, we have achieved the triple accreditation the fastest. Okay, in summary, so our courses really is what you see. Our core undergraduate courses, we offer business management, accounting, finance, economic and management, and international management. These courses really, they share similarities with those offered by other Russell Group University. However, I can guarantee you when I speak to the students there, we put certain spin, there is a difference in each of them and uniqueness, either through our own research or certain modules which are offered within the program. We additionally offer, with collaboration of other faculties, also examples would be computer science with management, modern languages and management, and more. However, these are the four core courses on our undergraduate business school. Business management, so it's the longest running degree. It's the largest one, really popular one. It's really give you that overall broad perspective of all the departments in the business. So as you can see, management, finance, and so on. But what is really good about this degree, as you progress, you will have that choice, that opportunity to choose which pathway to go. So if you find yourself more immersed within marketing, for example, not only through the optional modules, but with the support of various external teams, careers teams, student experience, and so on, we will help you to take that pathway. And you will really feel like you really graduated from marketing. When it comes to, was to mention, if you wish to stay on the general pathway, so really to take the bits and pieces of each of the kind of part of the business, you can also choose to do that. Now, regarding the subjects or the modules, the business management, what is nice, you can also interact in your first year, but I would talk about it with the students of other degree. This is standard 3-year degree, however, we also offer 4 years. So you have the option of study abroad or do a work placement. This could be in the UK or abroad. When study abroad is one of our university partners. Accounting and finance, this is one of our newest degrees. I think it's been running about 4 years, and it really covers what you expect. But I think what is very unique to our university is, apart from the standard modules, you will have a conventional module such as audit and tax, but we really put emphasis on technology, so innovative modules, AI, programming within accounting, but also ESG, for example. The courses are also related to our sector. We are close to City of London, financial sector, so there is a link between the financial sector and our courses we offer. Again, 3-year standard, or I think there will be some changes, but Leslie will talk about it more. You have that opportunity, I believe, study abroad. Not many notes at economics and management, but as a student I love economics. This program is really designed to give you that solid foundation of economics, but also the managerial sides that it covers. You will find out during your studies that the economics part, of course, it's more rigorous, mathematical demanding. So again, I think the uniqueness of this program is that freedom of choice. Just to give you an example, in your year 3, you will have around, this is about to, can change slightly year on year, but almost 40 optional modules. So really you find yourself during the study, once you find out which path you want to go, academics and other will support you to go that way. Again, 3 years degree, and same, the options apply, study abroad within our partners or to do the placement. Okay, and this is the last but not least, international management. So this degree is unique. Well, the difference between this one and the other 3 is that this is compulsory 4-year degree, as one would expect. So part of your studies is either to do 1 year abroad or the 1-year placement. And the difference is, of course, the placement or the placement has to be abroad, not in the UK like at business management. This really focuses on the side of management, thinking about how the international companies operate. The standout element, which has been really highlighted by our students, alumni, and even employers, which we often host here, is that international aspect. So the skills and the knowledge you gain during this degree. Example would be cultural competence, language skills, because there is a module in the year 1 that you have to take another language. And it's, again, like mentioned before, a 4-year degree. I speak fast, but I have limited time. So our entry requirements, as you can see, are very, very original. All of them, they are the same. The key difference really is in the accounting and finance and economics. You need to have, if you do A-levels, A-level in math, or if you do international baccalaureate, a higher level in mathematics. But please keep an eye on our website regarding the entry requirements, and also what's worth to mention, the admission is pretty, what's the word to use, really rigorous about the standards. I mean, we really receive way more applications than the places available. Whoops. So what can you really expect in that first year? In terms of teaching, it's really all about that foundation of the business and also to get you settled in. So you don't have to worry about the optional modules. On every degree, the first year modules are compulsory. And the idea behind this is really we want to put every student at every degree at the same level of knowledge and that understanding of the components, that when it comes to the year 2, that they will be ready, best to their abilities, to choose that pathway, which way they want to go. Now, we also understand the change from school to university for international students. On top of that, from probably a different curriculum before, might not be the easiest. So what is good to know that first year grades, they do not actually count towards your final degree, which is, our students love it. I speak to them on a daily basis. So you have to only concentrate really on your degree rather than grades, and then you start worrying. Well, you have to pass, of course. That's kind of expected. I have touched on study abroad, but just to give you an idea how it works, it really depends on the degree you will be studying. So you would come to us and say, I want to study abroad. We give you the list of universities, and as a King's, as one of the best universities in the world, we do partner with famous universities really around the world. So you find universities, as you can see, but I think it's a very big, substantial list. I forgot to mention, of course, taking into consideration study abroad for a year would make the degree 4 years. Keep that in mind, but it's a great experience. Year in industry, becoming more and more popular. It's all about that practical exposure. It's all about that experience. It's usually 9, but it could be 12 months. It's a paid placement, but really, as you can read everything, I don't have to, but the advantages of it is also, this is a common way of securing your job right after you graduate. If you go, you do well, then right after you graduate, you might have a secure job. I actually had a meeting recently with our placement manager, and in last year, we help you, support you. Leslie will talk about it, but he said every student who wanted placement found a placement in the last 2 years. So it's a great opportunity. Keep in mind again that year in industry would increase the length of the degree. And pretty much that's it from me. As mentioned before, if you wish to find out more, then please come and speak to me and to my colleagues, one floor up, as the session, or you can email us at business@KCL IC UK. And I will now pass to Leslie, and I hope to see you after the presentation.
Thanks, Martin. All right, long day, is it? Yeah? Yes. Let's find out about who's in the room. Who is considering, we'll go through each of the programs. Hands up if you're thinking about accounting and finance. Who's in the room? Okay, how about business management? A little bit more. Economics and management? Quite a few. International management? All right. How about the not sure yet brigade? How many of you are not sure yet? Well, you know what? That's how most of our students start off at the business school, as an idea, but not sure. Hi, my name is Leslie Parsons. I take the lead for the careers provision here at the business school. And today I'm going to take you through just a few things, who we are, not only who our team is, but also who are our students, where they come from. I'm going to do a little bit about why we do what we do and how we do it. And then I'm going to take you through a little bit about where our students go, so their destinations and the types of jobs they do. Okay? So that's the ride we're on. We're going to kick off with who we are. So, big cohort, 1,600 students across 4 programs. We have accounting and finance and business management are our largest programs. Our international management are smallest ones. Our year in industry option is growing year on year on year. I think we're on target this year for about 20%, but our goal is much more aggressive than that. Industry placement, practical work experience is one of the best predictors of career success. So we really want to make sure everybody can get that opportunity either inside or alongside the curriculum. We are high academic achievers in our cohort, hugely ambitious, but we are an international and diverse classroom. That's one of the things that kind of makes King's a little bit unique, is that not only are we teaching business through business and organizational lens, economics lens, but we're also in the classroom co-creating and talking about the different impacts. And your perspectives, coming from where you've come from and your backgrounds, are really important to influencing those discussions. Who we are, we're a distinct career service. So there is a central King's Career Service that we partner with. We are the only faculty at King's College London that has their own career service. So we're able to divide and put together programs specifically for the aims of our business school students. We're also quite distinct in terms that the career consultants, the teams that we have, come from industry. So yes, we are career coaches and career guidance professionals, but we also come from the sectors. So I come from management and consulting background. I've worked in that for 20 years. My fellow colleagues come from accounting and tax as well. We have marketing, media and TV, investment banking, insurance, you name it. So not only do we provide the kind of information about your career thinking and the decision making, but also the labor market and the context for what those careers entail. So we have two aims. Obviously, before you can really start to do a lot of things, you need to kind of build some kind of context, some confidence, some frame of reference. And we do that by providing some really highly personalized support to meet you wherever you are in your career thinking from day one. And we really support you through a wide variety of measures, either from one-to-one appointments, or we're going to talk a little bit about those measures. But the idea is that through that guidance and personalized support, you can make the decisions and the choices that you make that are going to make the career decisions you make authentic to you. But the framework for how we do this is really around learning by experience. All right, academic learning is one thing, but you need to apply your learning in the classroom into real life experiences for it to inform what you might want to do to understand your strengths. And so we've spent a lot of time at the business school really shifting the focus into providing you lots of experiences either inside your classroom, with employers, alongside your classroom in co-curricular, as well as our placement program. So we really encourage all of our students to try out their academic knowledge in short-term projects, maybe a little competition, maybe an internship, maybe a micro placement, or a full year in industry. So what we do. So we definitely focus on essential workplace skills and experience. We start off with a framework. So the King's Business School, we have a research-informed framework. So this is based on employers, on government, on management and strategy consultants' view about what are the essential transferable skills for the future. And these are really informed the types of experiences we put together, the type of resources, and the type of professional development. So we work with you as individuals to figure out where your strengths are. What are the ticks that you have? What would you like to develop more? Where are some of your gaps? And lining up the types of experiences that will help you fill those gaps and fill out your profile. And then we look at the different types of experiences. And there are so many experiences. I encourage you to come and talk to me afterwards, and I can go into them in more detail. But they're everything from volunteering to short-term projects, as I said, and some of them are through alumni in the alumni and employers in the classroom. And our students really put these together in different ways. So they personalize these types of experience to build those skills depending on their interests, what they're curious about, and how they might want to make an impact in the world. So I please encourage you to talk to our student ambassadors so you can understand how they kind of personalize their experience. We do what most career services do, so we provide a wide range of experiences and resources and interactions for you to help decide what it is you might like to do, to understand what's involved in type of roles, to actually meet employers, to hone your small talk and networking skills, feeling a little bit more confident in interacting with people. And we do that through a variety of different mechanisms. So when you first come in your first year, I think it's like our second or third week, we have our business finance consulting event. We have employers who come to campus, we have panels, etc. And we have those events all the way throughout the year. And we also have employers who deliver master classes as well. and alumni who also inform a lot of information to help you filter and focus your ideas down. The next thing we do is that we talked really about being that confidence and job ready, but encouraging your curiosity and experimentation. Sometimes the fear of failure stops us from trying something out, and you know there are lots of places to try things out where it's not going to be the end of the world if it's not 100% successful. So we really encourage you to do that, and we'll be providing you with lots of opportunities. And you know what? You do it in your own time frame. You know, we might have a recommendation for you, but this all depends about when you're ready to engage with this. And we know that coming to King's, your first year can be kind of a steep learning curve, so this might be something you might want to engage later rather than earlier. But whatever your motivation and your time frame, these resources are available for you. Okay, and then we also are here on top of your professional development because skills are really important. Obviously, we're looking at that kind of profile, but you know what? Attributes and the types of workplace skills are equally important. So we have a professional development series of opportunities for you. This is to help you develop your interpersonal skills, presenting, confidence in presenting, working in teams, handling conflict, all those things, you know, writing emails, things that you need to do in the workplace. So we do that through our professional development. Next year, we have our first Foundations in Business Leadership module. So you will have 3 sessions, part of one of your mandatory modules that all of our programs take, organizational behavior. And we talk about the leadership attributes that you need and how to develop them through your time at King's. So we'll be offering that for the first time. And of course, applications are a really big part of you know, the experience of applying to opportunities, whether they're internships or placements or postgraduate schemes, and we're here to help you every step of the way. We have a whole range of programs under our Competitive Edge program that really understand what employers are looking for and helping you to articulate your skills and be confident in the way you present yourself in order to secure those opportunities. So what does this look like as a journey? You know, most students arrive on campus not quite sure what it is they want to do, and that is absolutely fine. It's just being curious. You might start trying to figure out where your strengths and interests are. You might have a goal in mind in terms of, okay, I want to work in sustainability, or I want to start my own business. Maybe you already have a target. I've spoken to a number of students who say, I want to be in investment banking, or I want to be in consulting. Well, maybe you might want to start there. You might have, you know, start to say, let me try something out. Let me try an experience, and that might help me figure out what I want to do. Or maybe you might want to join one of our societies, start to meet people, and by talking to people, you'll understand. But no matter where you start, over your 3 years at the King's Business School, you will be able to gain clarity in each of these areas, and it will help you focus what you want to do to build experiences and networks within the business school and outside the business school in order to launch your career after graduation. Finally, I'd like to talk a little bit about where our students go. So as typical from a business school, you can see about 1/4 of our students are really going into financial services, banking, and insurance. About, you know, over 20% are going into consultancy, advisory, professional services, both similar amount into information technology and consumer and retail, and then we have a long tail in other areas as well as entrepreneurship. We've got some of the job titles that people do in certain of the roles. You can see from the marketing areas, a lot of our students go into marketing. Some of them are very creative areas, some are more engagement. We've got consulting in lots of different sectors of consulting. Accounting and finance, people going in not just as an auditor, but also going into risk and other areas as well. And as well, I would not discount operations. There are a lot of fantastic opportunities in operational management, and we are getting a lot more students who are thinking about product and project management as a focus for their career goals. Now, in terms of our graduate outcomes, over the past 3 years, we have had between 92 and 95% of students in full-time employment and or education. So even with COVID, you know, with the dip we had in COVID, our students are highly sought after by employers. There's a huge representation within the top 100 employers here in the UK. And they are looking for and seek out King's graduates. But big brands are not the whole story, right? There are lots of fantastic opportunities with specialists, with boutiques, with emerging leaders, and also in startups and entrepreneurship. So we work with students to find out the environment that is right for them. Where are you going to thrive? What type of environment? And what type of career path are you looking for, and where do you want to achieve it? And that is happening not only at post-graduation, but also in our student placements, students who are engaging with world-class employers in their year-in industry programs. Now, I want to finish off by saying my job is a real privilege. I love working with our phenomenal King's Business School students and really playing what is really a small role in your success. We are often signposts, we can be a bit of a coach, but it's your determination and your optimism and your engagement that actually makes the difference. And we are here to support you and do whatever your choices are, and also whenever you choose to engage with us. We love to hear from you and love to talk with you. So I'm going to close from now. I'm going to turn over to one of our great student ambassadors, Katerina. And if you have any further questions about our offering, I will be back on the first floor at the Business School Hub later on. Thanks very much for listening.
Hi. Wait, can you hear me? Yeah? All the way up to the top. Can you hear me? Thank you. Okay, we're all after lunch. I know we're tired. I know personally I would really enjoy a nap. But since we can do that, I need to get us all into the energy back again. So I'm going to do a little games. Hands up. Everyone knows that? I'm going to say something. If you agree, put your hand up. Are you ready? Hands up. Come on, come on. You'll get it, you'll get it. Okay, we got it. Okay, so just before I start, my name is Katrina. I'm an economics and management student. Now, who here is the first time they're in London? No one? Oh my God, my first time in London was when I came to uni. You're already up ahead of me. Now, let's say, who here has felt nervous or anxious because coming here today and hearing about grades and university and jobs is way too much? No one? Fine, I'll do it myself. I'll do it. I'm nervous. I'm a third year, and still I was told you need to present to 400 people in the auditorium twice. So I was like, I'm nervous. So let's repeat this. I'm going to close my eyes. I'm going to pretend that I don't see you guys. Who here has felt nervous today? Thank you. I feel a lot more validated. Now, this is the most important question that I could ask you, so please be very wary of this. This one is going to make or break my opinion of you guys. Who here knows about Hannah Montana? I'm seeing very few little hands. We need to do this again. Who here knows about Hannah Montana or has seen the show? Anything? Okay, more hands. Now we're starting to make. Let's see. I need more enthusiasm from you guys because this is a two-side show. I'm here presenting, but I also need to receive something. But well, I guess I need to get on with my role. So, why Kings? I kept on being asked about this. That's probably the question that I heard the most today. Why did I choose Kings? Honestly, I chose Kings 3 years ago. It's hard to even remember where my mind was at back then. It was pre-pandemic, life was a bit different, and I didn't really know what was coming. But I chose economics and management. I chose Kings because when I looked here, I started to realize that they focus not only on the degree itself, but they were giving us so many other opportunities that I wouldn't have any other way. I looked at their website and, okay, the degree looked very nice. The academics were there. Everything seemed to be perfect. But still, they were advertising all of these other opportunities they had, from societies to sports to international trips. Whatever it was, Kings was telling me that my degree wasn't the only thing they wanted from me. They wanted to actually see me thrive. They have an entrepreneurship institute. And I thought, if there's one place where I can actually find the way to make it happen, it's going to be at Kings. I'm happy I made that choice. Another thing that I don't know why it's not more advertised. For me, it is the key selling point for Kings. So Kings for me, it works in like, let's say a three-part team mode. So on one hand, For King's to work, it is industry-driven, market-driven, and student-driven. Whenever I say this, people think like, okay, she's going into sales mode, she's selling a slice. I'm not. Working here, I got to see that firsthand. I'm part of the undergraduate education committee. Through that, I got to see that all of our decisions about new modules, previous module, whatever it was, we would take it back through an advisory board. This advisory board was made of the biggest organizations in London. And they were telling us, okay, so everyone keeps on talking that business needs to be sustainable. But then the students come in for graduate roles and they don't know how to make business sustainable. We said, okay, let's change that. Our new 5-year strategy at King's is to make our business school one of its focus, sustainability. Because we know there's a gap in the market, we're looking to get it filled. A couple of years ago, everyone was talking about China and how its new power was going to disturb the world of business. We created a module that's one of our most famous modules called the political economy of China. That's because we're here to exactly to close those gaps between education and the markets. It's fine if we're giving you a wonderful education, but if it's not adequate, if it's not contemporary, then it's not made for you. We want you to see yourself succeed in a couple of years. At the same time, it is student-led. I'm now in my 3rd year, about to graduate in a month. And I remember first meeting that I attended as a student representative for my cohort. I thought, I'm the underdog. There's no way I'm going to be saying anything. And then, quiet, I started to making comments here and there. And now, suddenly I'm in my 3rd year, and I can see things that I complained about for so long, and now they're changing. Our vice dean is putting them into action, and now it's faculty law that some things are different. And that just goes to say on how much we as students also get to be part of this. Not only that, but students were complaining for a really long time that we wanted closer contact with industry. So we created a consultancy project. The consultancy project is a module in which we pair students with London-based businesses. And for a whole semester, they have one goal that the business needs to fulfill. And they need to go ahead and find solutions for it. We do not meddle with it. We trust our students that they're responsible enough, and not only that, but that they're knowledgeable enough that they're going to make us proud. And that has never failed us. Of course, it is the best of both worlds. Okay, we're a great university, but we're in London, people. I mean, this map is one of my favorite things. In red, you can see our campuses. In white, you can see some of the major landmarks in London. We're literally so close. There's nothing better than walking out of classes and you feel like, oh my God, I'm so tired. My mind is blown away. Like, I can't deal with this anymore. And suddenly you're in front of the London Eye. And you're like, I've dreamed about this. Under the show of hands. Who here, when they were 10 years old, watching Paddington, I don't know what age you watch Paddington, but let's pretend you watch Paddington at 10. You're 10, you're watching Paddington, you're watching Spice Girls, whatever it is, and you thought to yourself, I want to be in London. Show of hands, none of you wanted to be in London? No one liked London? Okay, more hands showing, thank you. I remember watching the Spice Girls movie and thinking, I want to be there. I was watching One Direction and I was like, oh my God, I can run into them in London. I haven't. I apologize if that was a dream. I haven't run into One Direction, but it can happen one day, you never know. Now, of course, as much as I can talk so much, we're all here for academia. That's what makes us an amazing university. Not only a good university, but one that has triple accreditation that is quickly climbing up the charts. I could talk to you about thousands of modules, but I chose 3 that represent different sides of business. We have marketing, we have finance, and we have econ. So for me, this encapsulates what King's education is. Not only is it very student-led, but it's also about real-life case study assessments. This means that a lot of times, not only, instead of doing coursework on what a random professor wrote, we're doing that where the professors ask directly to organizations in London to ask them for them, to write them for them. And so I've been myself talking about writing assessments for Burberry, JP Morgan, and Metrobank, I think. Those were the 3 that I chose. And there was a point in time where I just had to stop myself and I was like, God, you're 18 years old. What are you doing writing to Burberry? Do you really think that you're going to tell them something new? Turns out I did. I don't know how I did, but I told them something new. It worked. They liked it. I got a good grade. I'm happy for that. But that can be you. Who knows? Like, there's so much that is still not here. Besides that, we have most of our modules are based on Nobel Prize winners' work. which was crazy. For me, whenever we talk about the Nobel Prize, I immediately assume something I don't understand. I will never understand it, it's just never been on my mind. And suddenly I'm reading their work as prep for classes, and I'm just like, what do you mean? What do you mean that I now understand Nobel Prizes? That was crazy. Nevertheless, we also talk about data analytics, we talk about the consultancy project that I told you before, and the Capstone project, which is one of our newest projects dealt for sustainability. Okay, now that we've gone about academia, I hope the parents are happy. Now for you students, social life, KBS community. One phrase that has started to stick around with us this past year was found family. Because most of our students now are international, and even if national, they're traveling from all the way up in the country here. And we keep on running to this mission of just found family. That's what we want our students to come and do it. From the first day at induction, you think, oh, okay, I'm going to get a faculty induction, boring. No, you also get a social induction. We're going to pair you up with your peers. We're going to do ice-breaking games, all of that, just to make sure that everything does go successfully and that you're able to meet people that are like you, that just moved to London, that are just going through the depths of it all, and honestly someone who you can share this ride with. We also have a lot of student socials and chill-outs throughout the year, plus international trips. King's has hosted 2 recent trips, one to Bangalore in India and one to Edinburgh in Scotland, all fully paid by King's. That included a leadership program, also paid by King's, to 50 students who were lucky enough to get it. I was thinking, just to go and have this, not only this incredible leadership experience, we got to deal with locals, try and see what we could improve in that community, but at the same time, I got to go to Edinburgh for free. I'm sorry, but let's just appreciate that for a second. We have our student awards. Student awards is what we do to appreciate our students, because at the center of it all, it's you. It's the students who count. And for student awards, it doesn't need to be something fancy. You don't need to create a new car or a new plane. It's just for you, for what you do. It's the day-to-day leadership, entrepreneurship, whatever it is. We have our ball, which according to King's, it's the best faculty ball. I said it, actually, not everyone, but I said it, best faculty ball. And our graduation, which I know for you guys it looks like you're looking so far ahead. But for me, it's in a month's time. So whoever is listening, I hope that King's has a lot of good things perhaps for my graduation, because I didn't spend 3 years studying so much as I did for not go out with a blowout.
New season comes to an end.
Oops. Sorry. Student experience. This is our student experience team. We have Zoe, Meg, Derek, and Brian. So Meg and Brian, they look after what I just talked about, the student socials and the chill outs, as well as newsletter, student reps, and everything that goes amongst that. Then we have Brian, which is our support manager, which is there exactly to support you. Trust me, there's no one else you'd rather cry in the arms of. He's amazing. Some highlights just to finish off. So there's a lot of opportunities for student leadership, even within being a student rep. I was a student rep. You get to represent your own cohort. You can be part of the KBS 20, which is a group of 20 individuals who are chosen to talk and direct the strategy of the university, and it really does. That's what I mean by when I say students really have an impact. Besides that, we have student mentors, in which once you get to second year, you get to teach your own fellow peers on first year about modules you've had. You can give them your information, whatever it is. We have personal tutors, which in your first year, they're faculty tutors to make sure that everyone has a good experience. And then from then onwards, you're paired with one academic from various fields that can talk to you informally about university, your experience, London, living in London, moving to London, how to get into the workplace, how to do a master's, where to do a master's, whatever it is, honestly, they're there for you. I've talked with my personal tutor how to make a coffee. He's Italian. He told me some good tricks. That's all I can say. Then, obviously, we have a lot of professional skills. I can talk to you and be like, okay, we have the social life. Okay, we also have the academics. Yeah, but what about the rest? Well, one of my favorite parts about King's is exactly what lies in the middle of it. It's the professional skills. It's things that don't feel that serious, but actually are academic, or sort of academic. We have an amazing social digital skills program, which goes into your HERE accreditation, same as the Cultural Competency Kickstarter. Besides that, we have the AKC, which is also known as the Associates of King's College. That's a program where each semester you take an extra module, and that module can be about everything. I've done leadership, I've done religion, I've done climate change. God, I've done way too many at this point. but at the end, it allows you to be part of the AKC, which is a network of alumni, of prestigious alumni, for you to then just rely on, and you can sign your name off with AKC, which is a quite fancy thing, I'd say. So that obviously we've been an amazing business school for quite some years now, so we have an amazing networking experiences. In career specifically, we do have a lot of networking events with our alumni, which come from the greatest of companies, and are here to give us advice. Yeah, social life, I've talked about that, so thank you. If there was any advice that I could give to you, I would just say, enjoy your time, go with your gut, regardless of what everyone's telling you, just go with your gut on what you want to study and where you want to study, and try and, once you go back up there, just try and picture yourself in this faculty and see if it fits you, see if you can envision yourself here. If you can, then we'll be glad to receive you in September. Thank you.
Great, thank you everybody. So sorry about how hot it's been in here. It seems to be we've either got used to the heat, I'm not quite sure, but thank you very much. Now it's up one floor, go and chat with Martin, go chat with Leslie, go chat with Katarina. They will be there taking your answers, and even better news is there's aircon upstairs, so it'll be a lot cooler, so highly recommend popping up there. Please use these bottom, for the main section, if you guys can use the exit doors on your left and right. Thank you, my darling, you did amazing. Don't know why you were stressing.
We actually came here today, but basically what's going on. People have changed. Because what we're finding is economics is to be a lot more social sciences, a bit everywhere. But now you've got events, that's the side of it. And you got to imagine that am I correct in that? So I'm pretty okay with the economic side of stuff. But in terms of the management modules, what sort of modules coming from the management side? Are there different banking modules?
Hello everyone and welcome to our art. Some Sciences Open Day.
The challenge we're going to have is, he's applied for economics everywhere else. This is probably going to be the only economics and management. So when you write a personal statement, if he's just writing about economics all
The way that we do personal statements here isn't necessarily as a... We're looking at personal statements to see the potential of the person, regardless of what they're applying for. We're looking for enthusiasm and motivation. We want to see someone have an ambition to come and make the most out of it. I don't think I just have to say that. I think that's the right position in terms of it becomes a part of our faculty.
which I found a little bit peculiar. But I understand it.
Once you start to look at the program itself, exactly. Becoming management and focus, it's still a lot of economics, but it's slightly different the way that we're.
Yeah, because what I found is economics courses also, they do bring in stuff like banking and stuff like that. Economics course, I didn't know it was today, but economics course really doesn't seem to really do that. And I think to get that experience, you need to do that.
I'm the welcome tool.
Okay,
I'm
sit
just
up.
sorry, I'm just having a look.
Okay, can you just have that showing? So if you want to have a look and see what the slides are, this is the end slide because I just don't want everything up on the main screen. So Mark's going to do the first half.
Yeah.
And then it's you, but that's not you. You're not Olivia.
No.
Let's get that changed.
I'm on the slide.
Oh, there, it's not showing that slide. You're Amber Law. Is that right?
Yeah.
Correct. So basically, I think it's more just, you don't have to talk through all of those slides basically, but it's just to
Do
give.
you want me to go through? Because the last one that I did, I finished right on time.
You've done the presentation before
at 2 p.m.
Yeah, so you know what to do. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Which is you there.
Because the script is very long. I don't know whether people are listening anymore at that point.
No. So what I would do is just natural.
Yeah.
As you flow through, and then we can go on to that video, which is that. So you can hand back, because the other student who did it before, we just had that up. She just talked, and then she touched on all of those things, but she didn't flick through any of the additional slides. So it's up to you. How you want to slice and dice it. Okay. And then we've got the presentation video there.
I think I got up to around talking here, and then people were just like wandering at that point. I was just following the script, and people were like,
nah, just talk naturally. I think that's always the best, is just to talk naturally and that kind of thing. Because if you're talking naturally, it's just, it's your student experience. I think most people have heard most talks by now, so this is the graveyard shift officially. Cool. Okay, so we are good to go.
that's the last one of the day.
Yeah.
Just grab my stuff straight.
Yes.
2 minutes.
Thank you. I discovered if I open that door, yeah.
what was your preference?
Just a quick one on the presentation.
Is it on the clicker? Or?
Yes, it is on the clicker.
Okay.
So let me just.
How do we get this? This has always been problematic.
So I have figured this out. so let me just put it into presentation mode quickly. So as long as you click on that, let me just put it onto the screen.
And the volume needs to be.
Yeah, I've sorted all of that out.
Right.
So as long then you just have to I don't know why, it just is very stubborn. I did get it to play. There we go.
Hello, everyone.
There you go.
Not
So,
a good look.
no, but it's, yeah, there you go.
Okay, so you want to just scroll it back?
So hopefully, maybe it might work with a clicker. Actually.
Yeah, you can't really see it like that.
Sometimes clicking on the screen itself seems to use the play button.
Oh, just clicking there. No, it's right at the end now, isn't it?
If you just double click on it on the screen, all the time.
Okay. Oh, okay. So that's the easiest way. Okay, so that's what you do then, isn't it?
Yeah.
You just go to there and double click it.
Yeah.
Fine. We'll be okay.
Yeah. So I'll do a quick little intro.
I'm quite happy to. I'll just kick off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds fun.
Yeah.
It's been very warm in here today. The aircon's not been working in the auditorium.
Yeah, Rachel said it was.
Absolutely cooking, yeah. So, anyway, but it's been good though. Computer science and AI had a really good turnout.
Good.
It's full, so really, really good.
Both of them, because there were two talks.
Well, the one that was here, because I've been here all day.
Yeah.
So the AI talk that I oversaw was the lecture theatre was full. So really, really good.
Good.
And good questions and nice Q&A with Christopher Urban.
Yes.
Really good sort of section and stuff with them.
Great.
So it was really good. So
Great.
that was like, that was all heading in the right direction. Which was positive.
Yeah. Very popular. Very popular.
Very popular. Yeah.
You're good to go, Amber? Yep.
I don't know whether to follow the script or just finish on and let them have the Q&A.
That's fine.
In what sense?
Because the script is pretty long. It's just literally going through all the things like in this like word to word. So I was wondering.
What is it? It was too long last time.
I just finished right on time.
Yeah.
I don't know whether people would want to listen to that. I think Olivia covered short and
She just talked naturally.
Yeah. I thought it went quite well. The one that you did with Mary. So
as you feel comfortable.
Is this the last?
Last one.
This is the last event.
Yeah.
Stop. Yeah. So we don't have to wait too much for the time.
Yeah, this is the last one. So I don't think we'll have a full house either.
It's good you can make it. You can make it speak. Fine. So it's mic'd here, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything's like connected, and then it's streaming into lectures the other three.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But that'll be here. Won't it?
So that's the overflow.
So Rachel said she had overflows.
Yes, yeah. This morning was very, very busy.
Yeah, that's good.
All the technology gremlins. Just start your morning off.
I guess it's probably quite a good place to do events. There's lots of people coming from quite late, so actually being here at the temple is that makes quite real. Whereas lots of places, the university place, they don't really get busy until the day or something. By the time people travel. But I guess London is a good thing.
Yeah, I think so. This is interesting because like we were yeah, between 8 and 8 and 30 that kind of thing. People like,
Sure.
yeah, really.
Well, I think we should be doing like 2 or 3 of them. Not more than 15. Like everywhere else.
You're going to have to convince your academics.
No, I agree. I agree. No, I agree. But it's the amount of effort. I just think we should say that's what we're doing. And then everyone is knocking behind it. But it's not a big pool. I mean, the number of academics that are here today is like, so it's like 1 or 2 days. So we mustn't hide behind the academics. That's what the deans have to deliver. Because I think, you know, if you run 2 or 3, you would get some money. Just, you know, because I mean, you compete with other dates with other universities. Yeah. And if you look at lots of them, they do lots of places that do 2, one in early summer around about now, and another one in September or something. And you're just picking up different, slightly different stages of decision making. Lots of people in this world are thinking about it for the summer anyway. So then they've missed the open date, right? So you know, if you hit that one as well. It's not normal.
No, they usually put people before the start. I think everybody's tired from one day.
So the other thing is just a very minor logistical thing. After Lucas lecture, we need better signage for that. People are not clear. When they come up to reception, it just says Tuesday or something. Yeah. And it just needs a big sign that says after Lucas lecture, there's a talk or whatever it is at the reception. Because it's never clear how far down to go. So they're going down, but they don't know which floor to pick up on. So.
Yeah, we try to improve the signage for this year. For voices, so we can encourage.
Because there was a family that had a pushchair, and they didn't, because they hadn't come out the lift, and it wasn't clear to them which floor to get up on. And I said, what do you think about it? Just keep going, you've got to come out one of the floors. So it's just not really clear. Well, you know, we're halfway through the second semester, we still get students knocking on our faculty office, which is in the Strand building, the 6th floor. We still get students knocking on that door looking for war studies, which is in the King's building, but down 90 degrees down another building. Leaving. Yeah, I know you do. You should just head down. You know, we've got our own private lift as well. There's a lift inside the faculty office that takes you down, and it comes out in a mysterious place. So, you know the main lift in the reception? Yeah. So if you go the other side of the archway, by the security lift, well, there's actually a lift shaft on that side as well. So if you go down that lift shaft, so the faculty office has this lift, and it takes you out there, and you arrive at the bottom. You can never find it in other directions, but going down, you have to. Find your way around. Yeah, are we ready to go? Okay, I'll kick off. So I'll introduce you at the beginning. Introduce you right at the start. Yeah. Thank you, Dick. Okay, everyone. So very much welcome to everyone to King's, and I can see all the flapping. It's really hot in here, but thank you for making your way down into this lecture theatre for this talk. My name's Professor Mark French. I'm acting as the Dean of the Faculty of Natural, Mathematical and Engineering Sciences, so one of the 9 faculties at King's. And this half an hour talk is going to be given by myself and by Amber, who's a medical student, who will talk about it from the student perspective as well. So I just want to start off with a brief video from our President and Principal, Professor Kshitij Kapoor.
Hello everyone, and welcome to our Arts and Sciences Open Day at Strand Campus. We are so pleased to have you here today. My name is Professor Kshitij Kapoor, the President and Principal of King's College London. During the next 30 minutes, my colleagues will introduce you to King's, taking you through our range of courses and our ongoing research and what to expect as a King's undergraduate student. You'll also hear from one of our current students who will give you a first-hand overview of the student experience and life here at King's. King's College London is one of England's oldest and most prestigious universities, founded by King George IV and the Duke of Wellington in 1829. Since our foundation, what has defined and distinguished King's is its ethos of using knowledge with a sense of purpose. We're not just about knowledge for knowledge's sake. We firmly believe that knowledge is a force for good, and it is our job to show you how we can use it to make the world a better place. And we invite you to be a part of this adventure. At King's, we strive for every student to achieve their potential, enabled by world-class, research-enhanced teaching. We support our students in becoming rounded critical thinkers with the character and wisdom to make a difference in the world around them. Our ethos is of knowledge with a purpose, and that means that learning at King's is not just about lectures and exams, but it's about engaging with the larger world around you. Our task is not just to give you a degree. Our job is to help you find your purpose and your passion, to help you form friendships that will last a lifetime, and to help you explore the world beyond the classroom. Whether that's getting involved in student societies, whether it's carrying out research in the labs or in field work, whether it's starting your own entrepreneurial journey through our Entrepreneurship Institute, whether it's volunteering with local charities or community groups, or discovering your leadership potential through our Civic Leadership Academy. Thousands of students, just like you, have come to King's and found their future, from reformers like the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu, to distinguished scientists like Professor Dame Nancy Rothwell, from poets like John Keats to Olympians like Dina Asher-Smith. And just this year, Hamza Talozule, who graduates from an MSc in Global Affairs, was selected as the Right Worshipful Lord Mayor of Westminster. He was elected to Westminster City Council 4 years ago, becoming its youngest ever member, and he is now the youngest Lord Mayor of Westminster and the first Muslim mayor of Westminster City. I hope that you too will follow their paths. Our community of communities at King's is proudly international and cosmopolitan, with nearly 40% of our students and academic staff coming from all different parts of the world. Like London itself, King's is a global melting pot of minds and talent. I hope you find your visit to King's inspirational and insightful, and I encourage you to make the most of your open day by speaking to as many people as possible, from your future tutors in the subject hubs to the current students who are ready to take you out on a tour, and don't miss the baristas serving you your coffee at one of our cafes. We have a multitude of different talks to attend, which you can browse using your Open Day app, as well as campus accommodation and gym tours for you to enjoy. Please don't say goodbye without having all of your questions answered. And don't forget to take some time to explore the City of London that's right on our doorstep. Thank you, and enjoy your time exploring King's.
Okay, so thank you to Kshitij for recording that message for us today. I just pulled two things out of that. I think Kshitij talked about King's being a community of communities, and I think that for me captures what King's is. And the second is that, you know, university isn't about the degree, it is about the degree, it is about the course, but it's about so much more that you do in the 3 or 4 years that you would be with us. And I think those are the two most important messages that I take from that. I just want to give the context of King's sort of geographically. So we're here in the heart of the Strand campus. We're in Bush House here. It's a little bit hot today, but Bush House is this stunning building where the BBC World Service was based until about 2016 when King's took it over. And this is at the heart of what's now the Strand campus. And all the subjects that you're here today to look at, as it were, are based at the Strand campus and also at Waterloo campus, which is just over the river. So we're number 1 over there in that diagram, or number 1 and number 2. So we're actually number 2. And just down the way, there's number 4, which is the Morn Library. So that's just the other side of in the Law Quarter by Law Courts, and that's where we have a rather stunning library down there, full of student study spaces. And then many of our students who are based on the Strand, based in arts and humanities and social policy and the sciences, physical sciences, engineering, computer science, also walk over Waterloo Bridge to the Waterloo campus, where we have 2 buildings. The Franklin Wilkes building, named after Franklin and Wilkes, who did Rosalind Franklin and Wilkes, who did the fundamental X-ray crystallography work that underpinned the discovery of DNA in the famous photo 51 that was taken here, latterly leading to Nobel Prizes. And the other building over there is the James Clerk Maxwell building. So James Clerk Maxwell, being J.C. Maxwell, being, you know, perhaps our very most distinguished scientist in the sort of same kind of breath as sort of Newton and Einstein and Maxwell as physicists. So these are very distinguished parts of our history, and these buildings are named after them. So these are the 2 campuses for which the subjects that you're here today will be interacting with. But King's is bigger than that. We've got 5 campuses, and there's another 3 parts of King's which are very much on the health side. So over there, opposite our Houses of Parliament, which is number 5 down there, we've got 13 and 15. These are the St Thomas's campuses, so that's where originally the nursing faculty, the Florence Nightingale, set up the first nursing school ever. You know, this is the oldest nursing school in the world that subsequently became part of King's. That's where our biomedical sciences and dentistry and so on are taught. And then the Guy's campus is right over there at the right-hand side of the screen, number 16 and 18 at the foot of the Shard. That's our Guy's campus where the sort of medical students and dentistry and so on are taught. And then we have Denmark Hill, which is a little bit further south, where our psychology and neuroscience and so on are based. But you're not here for those sorts of subjects. You're here very much for the arts and humanities, sciences and engineering, which are very much based at the Strand and at Waterloo. And these 2 campuses, Strand and Waterloo, are very much connected by Waterloo Bridge. And what a fantastic piece of connection between. It's a 10-minute walk from one side to the other, and I do it twice a day, and it's absolutely stunning in the various different lights of the day. So you really get the sense of, you know, King's is a world-class city. King's is a world-class university in a really world-class city, and, you know, London is just this absolutely amazing place, and we are in the heart of it, in the most amazing location. So, for example, my office is, I can look out one side of the office, I'm just over the road. On the other side, one side of the office, I have views out over the top of Somerset House, over to and I can see the Wheel, and I can see Big Ben and so on up the river. And if I look the other way, I look over to this building, and this building looks stunning on the 6th floor level. So that's just the location that we're in. Just a little bit about King's. So we were established in 1829. We got off to a pretty good start. One of the reasons, I think, was that next to King's at the time in the Somerset House was the Royal Society. So the Royal Society was on the front edge of Somerset House, which is now where the Courtauld Institute is. And it's very nice that Royal Society probably really set up that really, really strong science beginnings for King's with Maxwell and Charles Wheatstone and so on, and Lyle here at the beginning. And now the Courtauld Institute is now in the place where the Royal Society was, and we have a deep 10-year partnership with the Courtauld Institute. So it's kind of a really important relationship with us, Somerset House next door. So that's the kind of start of it. And now where we are, well, the slide says very confidently we're a leading member of the Russell Group University. We're in that top group in the Russell Group University, top 7 in the university, with a very, very global reach in terms of where our alumni are, both of students and staff. Now, I just want to say a little bit about research. We are a research-led, we are a research university. We do research and education. And the thing that really probably distinguishes King's above, is a particularly distinctive thing about King's, is there's a massive element of interdisciplinarity here. And it's really deep interdisciplinarity. It's interdisciplinarity between science and medicine and the humanities. And it's really a very deep and core thing. So there's a lot of work between science and policy. Whitehall is just down the road. There's a lot of work between health and humanities. And there's a lot of work between humanities and computer science. We have a Department of Digital Humanities, and there's a lot of very active work going on at the moment to do with artificial intelligence and law under the banner of computational law. So we have some really interesting and deep things going on between our disciplines. And you hear lots of universities talking about interdisciplinarity. They tend to be talking about science and medicine and things like that. But what's really distinctive about King's is there's that really deep connection between science, medicine, and the humanities. And I think this campus exemplifies it because it is science and humanities all mixed up. And why does that matter to you as a student? Well, it matters to you as a student because you will be taught by these very vibrant and excited scholars who are doing great work in that space. And it means that when you're doing your projects and your dissertations in the 3rd year and the 4th year of your degrees, you're doing that really interdisciplinary, really exciting stuff, really exploiting the location that we have that really fosters that interdisciplinarity. So I think it makes a really vibrant and exciting place to be. You'll hear King's on the news all the time. If you're watching the news on the BBC or listening to the radio or whatever, you'll hear King's researchers all the time because we're doing impactful research that matters to society. And talking about mattering to society, I just want to pull out a couple of things. We say that King's really cares about its service to society in the wider world. So we want to do research and education that really has an impact. I want to pull out 2 programs from this list. So the Sanctuary program, which was an initiative very much deeply felt and then led from King's, which is around making provision for both staff and students across the world who are refugees or otherwise impacted by world problems. We obviously can't cater for the world, but I think King's has taken a real leadership position in bringing many refugees and supporting many refugees through scholarships and setting the tone for many other universities in the UK and worldwide for doing that. And we're very proud of that activity. It was related to was very significant in the response to Ukraine, but also has much deeper roots than that. It's something that King's very deeply believes in. And the second thing on this list I wanted to draw attention to was a thing called KCL on the Streets. This is very much a student-led initiative to support and do what we could as a community for the homeless in London. Very much a student-led initiative, but became very much a community of staff and students who became very active in this space of supporting people living on the streets in London. So I think that's sort of very much in the ethos and the spirit of the place. And as Shitty said, it's a community of communities. There are many communities doing great things here. It's much more than your degree. It's the values of the place and the opportunities that we can give you within the various communities that we have. And then the last thing I want to say is that, as I said, it's not just your degree, it's not just the wider opportunities. Look, we're here to equip you to become critical thinkers and contribute to society going forward. For me, I would say the big thing about King's, particularly this campus, is the opportunities it gives because of all the things that are going on around it, and you can make the most of it. So I want to give you a couple of examples. So when I first, shortly after I came here, there was an evening event where Julia Gillard, who was the former Prime Minister of Australia, was the mere interviewer in a session that was actually done in here, and she interviewed Hillary Clinton. And I think if you relegate the Prime Minister of Australia to being the mere compere of the session, that says something about the kind of the quality and the pull of things that we can do here. But it's that kind of opportunity to attend sessions like that and hear amazing things that shapes people's minds. We're surrounded by, and I'll keep going back to the location, we're surrounded by a fantastic cultural piece of London. So we have Somerset House next door, which is a fantastically important cultural place. The West End is here. We teach and interact with and take our students to and teach within the Globe at St Paul's in the Tate Modern. We're fully making use of those things, and don't just think it's the arts and humanities, it's also science and engineering who are making use of those interactions and spaces. So that's what we really try to do here. We try to open minds, give opportunities, build those various communities of, so we are a community of communities, to give opportunity to our students and to our staff. And I think it's a fantastic place. I hope you also consider King's very seriously going forward. I'm going to hand you over to Amber now.
Hi, my name's Amber. I'm a fifth-year medical student. I'm here to talk to you about my experience being at King's. So firstly, how do students learn here? We have a mix of large group lectures, small group seminars, and tutorials. You will have direct contact with academic staff, and students are encouraged to actively participate in small group sessions and engage in discussions. King's also integrates technology into learning. We've got lecture capture, MOOCs, and mobile technology all playing a part. King's global connection with other institutions open up opportunities to study abroad, which is one semester in countries and cities around the world. More of our degree now offer a year in industry as part of the 4-year program, which includes chemistry and psychology. Career mapping is also important with the student experience here at King's. Here at King's, the degree is really a stepping stone towards your career ambition and provide opportunities throughout your studies to start thinking about your career and networks at events with prospective employers. So we've got 5 key teaching areas, which we're going to have a look at some of the programs we offer here at King's and see what some of our students have gone on to do after they've graduated. The first thing, we've got our STEM subjects. We offer combined courses like physics with cosmology. We also allow dual honour programs across the faculty. So for example, you could study computing and management. And looking at some of what our students have gone on to do, some have gone on to do engineering, capital modelling, risk analysts, and food scientists. And over in our health subjects, we have the usual medicine, dentistry, nutrition, physiotherapy, and so on. Next up is probably more relevant for this Strand campus. We've got politics and social sciences programs, which includes courses such as PPE, geography, social sciences, and global health and social medicine. Our students tend to go on to work as research ethic coordinators and political consultants, as well as within the political affairs industry. Given the location here, we're quite close to government buildings and so on. Next, we have our law, management, and business programs, which includes a lot of our dual honour programs, such as management and modern languages, as well as accounting, finances courses, Anglo laws courses such as English law and French law, and finally, politics, philosophy, and law LLB. The careers our students go into tend to be more linear for this block, for example, accounting, journalism, and marketing. Lastly, we have our arts and humanities, which include our broadest range of courses, such as English, comparative literature, digital culture, and modern languages program. The sort of jobs that the students go into include publishing, heritage, and threat discovery and branding. So that's just a snapshot of the 150 plus subjects that we have here at King's, so I encourage you to have a look online if you've missed out today. Next, we've got KCL SU, which is a student union. So by becoming a student here, you automatically have membership at our SU. The SU is run by students and is one of the oldest unions in the country. The SU is really a place where you make friends by joining student groups and sports clubs such as football, dance, or even coffee appreciation society, where you meet new people in cafes and bars. And it will help you with making the most of London's nightlife and finding cultural attractions. It's important to remember that the KCL SU are led by elected student officers who work to unite student communities with relevant decision makers to ensure that you get what you want and then your needs are met during your time here at King's. King's also have sports and wellness on site, which has quite a lot of things, including counselling and mental health, and even well-being and welfare advice. And finally, a range of student services offer practical and professional advice. For example, you also get visa and international student support as well. You can also speak to our student representative today, which they will be in the orange zone, and you're welcome to use the UniBuddy app if you've missed out with the students, and you can talk to them pretty much 24/7 throughout the year. These are just embarrassing photos that I have to put up. Sorry about this. So I started at King's in 2019, so I'm a bit ancient. I mostly go around all the campuses during my first year because it was pre-clinical year, and I did a lot of bouldering with the KCL Mountaineering and Climbing Club. We would go down to Vauxhall East, if you're local, it's in Kennington, every Friday afternoon. And for my course, I get protected time off on Wednesday afternoons just to do some sports and meet with friends, so I'll do more bouldering. Because of COVID, I didn't really get to do any activities until my year 3, but what I did during my year 2 was that I had a student selective component, which I did Japanese as one of the modern languages, which is just across the road. But yeah, because it was COVID, it actually was good in a way that I get to see friends that otherwise I would never see because our placements were all over London. So we were forced to turn on our cameras for 2 hours on Tuesday and Thursday every week. So we actually became quite good friends because we had to practice our Japanese oral exam things. Currently, I'm part of the committee of the University of London Canoe Polo Club. Because KCL is part of the University of London, through those societies, I got to meet with other uni students such as LSE, even our rivalry UCL, and RVC, and so on. We'd meet every Wednesday and Saturday and paddle down in the canal. I know it's London. It's not very nice, but we can go paddling. As you can see, those boats would go play a few games just outside Canary Wharf. So my typical day at King's during my pre-clinical years would be bog standard. I start at 9 a.m. and then I grab a lunch from Borough Market's opposite, which is a falafel fan, and I'll just sit outside the Science Gallery for lunch. And then my day would end usually at 4 or 5 p.m. If I have tutorials or clinical communications. It really depends on the week. Then for my clinical years, I was based at St. Thomas Hospital a lot, which is around 25-minute walk from here. I've done it a lot because I had Japanese level 2, so I would do that walk every Monday. And it's actually quite nice because we have a secret library that no one knows about, that other faculties somehow never really find out where it is. And then I'd probably join a ward round at 8 a.m. in the morning and carry on a lot of the clerking with a lot of the junior doctors, and then end the day with some clinical skills. And then the highlight of the day, because it's right next to the Big Ben and Houses of Parliament, I'd walk across Westminster Bridge just so I can go to Westminster Station and get a Greggs and then go home. So yeah. And then I have a video to play.
We're looking to see that you are suitably qualified for the program that you're applying for. Have you studied the right subjects needed? And have you got or are you predicted to get the grades we ask for? Some of the more professional programs like medicine and nursing may ask you to have completed some work experience. We also want to see that you have a genuine enthusiasm about that subject through research you've done in your spare time, as well as demonstrate an awareness of any recent news or developments that are associated with that subject. The personal statement forms an important part of your application. You are allowed 4,000 characters, including spaces. At King's, we suggest around 75% of the content to be directly relevant to your academic pursuits, but that doesn't mean you only include the things you do at school or college. If you are a member of a drama group, for instance, that would be of great interest to us if you are applying to our English course. You might listen to podcasts or watch documentaries, as well as reading books and articles online. Whatever you include, keep it on point and try to link it back to the academic and practical skills required for the program. There is a lot to think about when making your application, but here are our top 3 tips. Firstly, don't delay researching and drafting your application. Secondly, your personal statement should be written by you alone, but do get someone you trust to check it for you. Not only can we tell if it's been written by someone else, but writing it yourself means that you can make it personal to you, helping your application to stand out. Thirdly, don't get stressed by it. Ultimately, you are writing about a subject that should be enjoyable to you.
So yeah, here are the key dates for UCAS. I strongly recommend you actually get it started with during your summer holidays. Just think about what you need to write. Don't leave it at the last minute. Yeah, and if you have any questions, as I said before, you can go on UniBuddy, which all you have to do is just search up KCL and then type in UniBuddy, and then you'll find people who are currently studying in the subjects that you want to apply to, and then just literally ask them anything. And yeah, and thank you very much for coming, and if you have any questions, do let me know. So because I'm on clinical placement, now I'm on GP block, so then I live in London still, but let's say in my next block I'll be out of London, so I'll be given accommodation by the hospital, which is for free. All I have to do is just turn up there and then stay there for 7 weeks and then come home.
Most of our accommodation is always within zones 1 and 2. So you're looking at least about a 30-minute commute. Welcome to London. We see your ways of commute. So our admissions team is in the Great Hall if you'd like to go to chat to them and sorry, help. The Great Hall is having houses and questions around accommodation.
The fan they stopped. Yeah. And then it went on altogether. Oh, about the multi-plan. Indeed. So what stage is it at?
So, my friends have speech and working with me.
Yeah.
So it's practically done.
Yeah.
It's just a few little bits and bobs like ironing out on like third party sites, that kind of stuff. It's just a few bits and bobs around that. And we go to St. Sebastian recruitment, so the train goes just actually from the Oxford.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, one of the things my observation about that is that, so if you go back to general engineering, what happens with general engineering is lots of like actual research done and I spent a lot of money actually 20, 18, 19. What then happened was actually just marketing management. So actually the rest of the is just doing all this external consultancy.
You can go. Oh, you don't have to ask it from me.
It turns out that general engineering
Oh, no, I need that. Yeah, sorry. Is that yours?
Oh no, I was just taking it down.
That consultancy is we're going to talk about that. Right,
Remember what the number was?
particularly international.
On which one?
Even
No, but this was in my pocket on zero. I was just thinking.
But
it's on zero.
Because I came here like because of zero. It's not somebody gave it to me.
I mean, that's why we're starting to find
I'm gonna make up a number.
Always not
And how many were meant to be? I mean, there wasn't.
Oh, this one? I don't know. I was just looking at that.
I reckon there was about. I'll go 200. It was quite full with the last one. Like, almost the KCL call, which is yeah. You don't have to
Not now.
You just like the clicker.
Sustaining that to do that.
Anyway, you don't need to Yeah. You right?
Yeah, just wondering, do we sign out with you? Do we?
I've signed you all. Well, I've kind of signed you all out for
Okay.
4:30. But yeah, just say just a massive thank you. Thank you so much for all your help. Like all the ambassadors here. Like it was the biggest lecture theatre on the campus. Very busy day. So
I hope it all went well in here because I was outside.
Yeah, I think like the first one was just like trying to get your systems and stuff ready. But I think after then, I think we kind of got it all like down, kind of to a T. We'll say that. Yeah, sure. But yeah, hopefully you can maybe go home and just chill tonight. I don't know. Yeah.
I'll have a bit of a rest.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, go put your feet up. You deserve it.
Thank you very much.
So much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
There is in July, first week of July. Is that guys' campus?
That's what we've got to. I mean, one of the things.
The health subjects, like nursing, medicine, psychology.
So one of the things on.
Yeah, all those kind of ones. Yeah. I think there is.
One of the things
I think there's a virtual open day as well, but I don't know if we're doing subject talks for it.
But certainly over the course of the next year is to try and
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
maybe I'll do that.
Anyway,
Perfect.
Lovely.
Yeah, oh, thank you. Oh, it was nice getting to know you and chatting to you for a bit and stuff. Yeah, here and there. And yeah, well done.
Let's do it again.
Well done for stepping in with the presentation.
First, I can feel. But I know myself. The first one, no matter what I do, the first one was always.
generally keeps going
Yeah.
And then it's just the way it is.
Yeah. Did you have to sign in with HQ? Or you didn't?
Because I was doing. I've been here since 7 a.m. No, I didn't. I went there 2 days to run in.
Oh, okay. If you didn't.
Well, I'm gonna go there. Should I go there?
I think.
There's a last minute change.
I think everyone's going to sign out there. So
I'll go there now. I'll stop by.
Yeah, just to go and sign out, and then just tell them to put 7 a.m. down.
No, I was doing, I was doing one interview.
Yeah.
That's why that was
Oh, no,
not
it's
related to.
Make sure they write it down. So you get if you're here at 7, write it down. So yeah, thanks.
Just want to say thank you.
Make sure we've actually got everything.
Yeah.
So you've got an iPad. iPad. There's a power bank.
It's that kind of
It's a
thing.
clipper.
You need to shift it.
I'm going to take this. Power bank. Oh, the door stops by the door.
Great.
It's
Yeah.
this
Okay.
door,
So
upstairs.
follow them.
Yeah, and then see if we're missing anything, and then I'll get what I want to do is get Andrea in front of you and just key academics at the same will be important and then really take everyone through exactly what she's and as you mentioned some of it at RAM and that kind of stuff. But I think it's not RAM.
Yeah.
Which RAM? Which one is it? Because there's different ones.
Yeah, they go slightly different. in my say it's like recruitment, missions and marketing. In my
always put a snake in my head, you know that.
Yeah. In my previous university, we called it RIB, it was Recruitment International. It was like RAM room. Yeah, it's very confusing.
Exactly. It's a little play on words there.
Ram's a little bit more comfortable.
What's the was Rick Full School an acronym actually?
RAM.
Yeah.
We're going to sort it
Yeah.
out.
What's happening? Where are we going to hit? It always strikes me as that. I'm thinking pictures in my head.
Well, if you think about RAM, then RIM, you don't want to think about it. No, we're not going.
Never mind, never. I'm just innocent here. But it was wonderful to see you though. Speak to you on Friday.
Cool, I think we have everything. Grab all these notes.
Hi there. All good with the microphones?
Yes, all done.
And the clicker?
It's on my finger.
No,
that finger clicker.
Yeah.
Does that click have a number on it? Like an amount?
Oh, you need that.
Does it have like a amount on it?
142. I don't know if
How
that's.
did you end up getting two clickers?
Two of those.
Yeah, I thought we only had one.
I don't.
We've inherited one. Thank you.
I don't know. Thank you.
Cool.
At least you had a cooler spot to stand.
Yeah, it's cooler out there. But you were like faced with all the questions and all the cues and everything like that, so no, I really appreciate it. This was your first open day, was it? Wow. I really threw you into it, but no, you did
How do we log
fantastic.
off of this?
I don't. Do you not just go to the windows and then like a shot down here? Is there like a log off? Oh, it's on a guest anyway. I think it's fine. Did you sign in with HQ as well? Yeah. Okay, we can all head back there then.
Am I all signed out and everything?
You're all signed out. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, lovely. Thank you for your hard work. There we go. Cool. Oh, maybe I can do it this way. There we go. Right. Oh my God.
What a firing day. Oh, the mixture thing, yeah. Yeah, that's a good idea. Alright, now, thanks though. I was at lunchtime putting in some extra deodorant and perfume and
Oh, no,
just
I did
like,
that too.
yeah,
I was like,
I just felt disgusting. I mean, I still do feel disgusting, but
I was like, I think I actually must.
hey, we know for next time if we get this room how to prepare. Well, you prepared. You got a fan, but. by himself because somebody needs to be there. And I was like, are you okay? That sounds horrific. And he was like, I absolutely loved it. I was like, all right. Oh, what's this?
You've been logged out. Oh.
I don't know. Did I press sign out without? Guessed.
Password?
How are you meant to know? Yeah.
Maybe they log it in every day. Maybe they do. Me and Stacey were talking about this. I was like, IT must clear this quite regularly. Like clear the desktop.
That just seems weird that you have a login and then like a generic login, but
yeah, most of the time you just click it, don't you?
that's a calculator. I mean, I guess I'll just leave it then if I can't.
I mean, it's not the end of the world.
Although I didn't turn off the lights and that.
What is that little room?
Oh, I discovered this today. This is the artist guest room.
Maybe it just turns off. Should I turn this off? Or turn that off?
It does get really dark in here. Even this morning, all the lights were off.